Hold him like here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Just talk at that. Welcome back to Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta Day 3, and we're super excited. We've got some RS Fever racing taking place. So our teams on board, we've got 5 teams from our local youth race squad that take place on a Friday and over the weekend. So I've also welcomed Darren Shepherd, who is our sailing centre manager here at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club. So Darren, we've got 5 young teams aging between 6 and 12. How do you think that the sailing school has managed to segue them into being able to get out onto the RS Fevers?
Hi Becky, well firstly thanks for having me here. So you know these are great because this is like the transition for kids coming out of optimist sailing. This is their first foray into double-handed boats, getting used to spinnakers, getting used to working as a team together. So you know the pathway we have these kids on through the centre, they will eventually get to race squad on a Friday afternoon. They'll develop their skills in oppies and race squad, and then we'll start to get them into fevers and start to kind of give them a bit more diversity, let's say, across the different boats that we have. So again, really great opportunity for them actually to play with spinnakers and actually have a crew in the boat and have a helm in the boat and start to work as a team.
Absolutely, teamwork's such a key thing, especially when we're looking now obviously at the SB20s. We've got our new SB20 youth training programme that's gone through, and we've seen off the back of that our youth team have been out there racing this week. So most of those are 4 sailors on the youth team. We have laser and optimist sailors on there. At the sailing school, what do you guys offer for somebody coming in new to sailing at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club?
So, you know, we have something for everyone. So on the kids side, we have the RYA programs. Before even that, we have like a taster session. If they're really interested in learning, we would put them probably through a structured program, which would be an RYA course. When they come out of that, they've started to do a few levels, let's say, under RYA. We would get them sailing, right? It's time on the water. We've got dosclings and dosketeers that we run. We've got breakfast club for adults, but it's a similar sort of theme. And then we keep developing kids. We keep getting them on the water. We keep working with them to eventually, again, get to that Friday afternoon session where we can actually start to do a bit more competitive sailing and then start to talk about racing and teaching racing. So, you know, it's a journey from kids coming in with no sailing experience. I mean, I learned to sail myself when I was about 6 years old, and actually it's the program I followed all those years ago.
Yeah, same here. I actually followed mine here at dosc. So, and here we are, not many years later, I would like to add, back at the, so we can just hear some shouting going on at the water, on the water there. It looks like we've got the brother and sister team of Florence and Will Borghese just going round that leeward mark there, giving a shout to the team coming round behind them. We're just getting an update as to who is out sailing on the teams, but it's not just for kids, and we've just talked a lot about our youth programme. We've obviously got a really large adult contingent that are coming through, so we've got obviously the dinghy side of it, but we developed the yachting side of the school about 6 years ago, and Darren, that's obviously something close to your heart as a cruising instructor yourself.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we've got a couple of cruising boats here, and we've got a full program. You know, we've now got 2 full-time cruising instructors. One's YMI, myself, cruising instructor. We have a freelance joining us next month. So the program is basically, you know, we follow the RYA program. So start yachting, competent crew, day skipper, and then we're now also offering offshore coastal. So, you know, we really go all the way to coastal, but also we've got other courses running as well, which, you know, some really cool stuff going on next year. We're doing med-style mooring because, you know, people want to go charter boats in the summer, so we're going to help them learn how to do stern-to mooring, help them with anchoring practice. We're running some MOB recovery. because it's something you learn when you're learning and when you're doing your certification, but fortunately we rarely have to actually apply. So we're going to do some MOB recovery courses, we're going to do some spinnaker training. I want to get to the point where we start doing some keelboat race training. So yeah, we've got a full program in the cruising side of the school right now, and actually looking forward to expanding that even further.
It's really exciting. I mean, we talk about racing a lot. We're here for the racing for the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. We're also about diversity. So it's not just about going through and if you're young or old. We're also looking at our female sailors out there. We're really proud to have quite a lot of female helms. So we've been talking a lot over the last few months as to the access into sailing, not just for women, but people with determination, young, old. So from a diversity thing, what are you looking forward to? I think Wednesday evenings was something we were talking about, getting access into a sailing team.
Yeah, exactly. And Wednesday evenings is a great opportunity for, frankly, people who have even never been on a sailing boat before to come and join us. And, you know, for, frankly, all ages, it's a great way to get on the water. We do a nice sunset sail. It's a bit competitive because I'm a bit competitive by nature. So if I'm your skipper, we normally have quite good fun.
I would never have noticed that the other week when we raced against you. We were on the Shira, and I think we were on Marco. We had a few of the Sail GP sailors out with us. Might have been a little bit of a twinkle in your eye as you sailed past us there.
Now that was a wow evening. Well, it wasn't 100% wow because I was on the boat, but that was great. Yeah, we had 2 Olympic sailors on board. And we had some of our membership here, some of our female membership, and we had a great time. And normally people, you know, come back and they have an appetite to do more, right? They have an appetite to go into the sailing centre and see what else they can do. So yeah, Wednesday night pursuit race, come join us. Doesn't matter on your ability. We go out, we have a load of fun, and we start to get a kind of a flavour of what yachting is really about.
So let's go back to having a look at our Fever sailors out here. We are going to be looking at, we've got 5 teams ranging from brother and sisters and sister teams. So I think we've got Cornelia and Tanya Pajak out there as our young female team. They are only 7 and 9, I believe, and then we can just see they're finishing off. So it's being led by some of our instructors. But as we talk about diversity and inclusion, we've got a great opportunity to go and speak to Lucy Corder with Helen in the Race Village, and she's going to be discussing RYA Salability and what they do here. So stay with us. We'll be back very shortly with Darren and the Fever Racing. Over to Helen.
It looks great out there, Becky. That was really good to see all the Fevers sailing. But as you can see, I'm back on shore and I'm joined with Lucy, who is the dosc Salability leader. And we just love to hear a little bit about what happens here and what goes on. A very rewarding role, as we've been talking earlier. But could you just give me an overview of what dosc Salability is and who helps it happen?
We have an amazing team, a committee team that assist me in running Salability. We have volunteers that are incredible, 130 of them, of which about 90 are constantly with us. And so with all of us, we're all running behind the scenes to make it all happen for the students. It's amazing, it's rewarding, and we love it.
I can tell. There's so much passion in Lucy's eyes.
There is. It's incredibly rewarding, and you just arrive in the morning, and the little faces of the students arrive. I mean, they're anything from 9 years old to 29, and their faces all leave an excitement of sailing and wanting to be out on the boat. And there are some that are nervous and don't want to be on the boat, but they want to go and build sandcastles on the beach, or they want to just go and play in the water. And some of them just want to play on the grass, and then we have games for them to play. But it's all around sailing, it's around water, and they're just incredibly happy children.
So obviously land-based and out on the water, which is incredibly important. Who's it for? Children with determination. Who's welcome? Is it schools you welcome along? Who comes along?
We, at the moment, it's schools that come along to our program. We have about 5 to 6 schools. We're wanting to definitely grow the program. So we have at least something every day. At the moment, we have 2 days a week. So we have students from schools, and then, as I mentioned to you earlier on, Thursday late session is our Sunset Sailors, and they range from about 16 to 29 years old, and they are independent. So if they're not at a school or they working but still want to stay within the Salability program, they can. And this is the opportunity to come and sail with us.
And when they are on the water, as you can see, we're sat just in front of one of the boats they used. A very safe boat, so everyone can feel safe, as you say, if they feel a bit nervous.
Yes, absolutely. The keels are really heavy. They do not capsize. So the students will come into the boats. We've got 3 different types. We've got 2 types, which is the access dinghies. Those students that are confident enough to be able to sail by themselves can have that opportunity. Then we have the other access dinghies where we have the student with an instructor, and then we have our ventures, which take 6 people on them. And as long as we've got an instructor on the boat with us, a helms and a crew, and then we'll have the rest of the students. So they're all fitted out with really heavy keels, so there's no capsizing.
So when they come down, how do they find out what boat they're going to go on? That must be quite exciting if they don't know.
And it is, it's very exciting. So the children, they'll rush up to the board, because on our board we have little pictures of their faces, little pictures of the boats that they sail, and then they all want to know, what am I on today? Am I going to go on the big boats, the small boats? Am I going to go on the safety boats, the fast ones? Or some of them just want to go and play on the sand, as I said earlier, on the beach. So they're all kind of looking for their faces on the board, which is so cute.
Oh, that's amazing. I love the sound of that excitement. And you've recently launched that you welcome blind sailors as well.
Yes, that's correct. So we have had 4 new participants register with us this week. This is something that's brand new for all of us. And so we're still kind of finding our way. But the feedback from these participants was phenomenal. They really enjoyed the experience, and they want to come back. So we're going to have to work a way to integrate them into the program, which is very easy enough. We have, as I said, we have such a strong volunteer base, and everybody is wanting to learn new things, and it's just wonderful.
I get a real sense of reward for the children and young people who are out on the boats. But there's a massive sense of reward for those teaching them as well, isn't there?
Yes, of course, absolutely. So you'll come, a lot of the volunteers will come straight from work or from home, dropping kids in the morning, and they'll come through. And you could have a down day, you can feel sad about something, but the minute the students arrive, and they've just got the biggest smiles on their faces. It's rewarding on both sides. It's rewarding from the students, because the students so love and enjoy being with us, and we so love and enjoy being with them. And it's almost like a kind of feedback, we feed off each other. It is a very happy experience for both.
It sounds absolutely wonderful, and it's so great when it's rewarding for all parties. And I know recently you also had Sail GP out in Dubai, so you had some very special guests come down.
We did. We had the best time. We had Sail GP, the British team, and the Swiss team. And they came and they had a great time on the boats with the children. And they kind of did a bit of match racing, which was wonderful. So what we did is we took everybody out on the big ventures, and everybody had a turn to helm, and it was really great. One of our students from the Sunset Sailors, Kieran, he had the opportunity to spend a week with the Sail GP Swiss team, as an intern. He got to go on the very big boats. He got to see what they experienced for the week. the photos that came back were amazing. He had the best time. It was incredible.
Sounds absolutely amazing, and I commend you for all the effort that you put in, because I know that it wouldn't happen without you and your team of volunteers. So thank you for joining me.
Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's great to talk to you, and let's go back out on the water and see how we're getting on. Later we'll be seeing the SB20s, but for now a bit more fever racing action.
Your life.
And welcome back to day 3 of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. We are live with our RS Fever Racing and our youth sailing squad. So Darren, who have we got sailing there this morning?
We've got 5 boats on the water here, Becky. Actually, we're just coming into our second lap here. They're rounding the bottom mark. So we've got William Borghese helming. Can we see William here, Becky?
I'm not sure yet. No, he's a little bit further back with that Canadian team that's just going round there. That looks like we have got Max Woodrow and Edward West there, so they're on a boat called Not Sure. We've also got Dom and Max sailing, Max Senior and Dominic West. We've got the brother and sister team of Florence and William Borghese on Kids Inc. Mini Sonic with Cornelia and Constantia Pajic, and then we've got Fever Right with William Lambert and Sammy Christopher as well. So it's going to be close racing. These guys all sail regularly. Looking there, looks like we're seeing William and Florrie. So Flo is on the front of the Danish boat there. So we've still got the stickers on from Sail GP. These guys had the great opportunity of sailing at the Sail Inspire program at Sail GP the other week down at Mina Rashid. So it's quite exciting for them, and it's great to see they're taking some learning out of there with their double-handed sailing, as we talked about, teamwork, not too much shouting, which is good for that. So we're just seeing a goose wing on our screen. We just need to head over to, there we go, we can start to see the goose wing. Just explain why you would goose wing if you don't have a spinnaker there, Darren.
Well, they're going top mark to bottom mark, dead downwind. I mean, it's of course it's set up really nicely. It's very square, so rather than sailing angles and reaching, they're going direct line. If you don't goose wing, the main is sheltering the jib, so the jib's not going to fly properly. So they've got mains right out, the jib's out on the other side, direct line to the downwind mark.
Great, so we're just looking there, and I'm just trying to get GBR, the GBR flag we have, that is the team of Max Woodrow and Edward West on our Not Sure team. So they are, again, they're all fairly new to teams together, but they do sail regularly against each other in our Optimist class. We've got the Canadian team there.
Just round, wagging the tail there as they come round the top mark.
Well, they're definitely not the big dogs. They're not winning at the moment. So I'm just trying to zoom in there to see who we have. That looks like Dominic West, a brother of Edward, is helming with Max Senior there. So they're the Canadian team. I love their name, Dom and Max, makes it easy to remember who they are. So that's, again, with goose wing. So they've chosen not to use spinnakers for this race. They can tend to get a little bit caught up, and it's quite light. See there, Dominic giving himself a little cool down in the water, but it's great to see them out training this morning. And they're regularly, so we're just now getting to the finish. So that's 2 boats finished already. That looked like the Denmark boat, so that is the team of Kids Inc. Will and Florence finishing first. Second looks like it was Edward and Max, and then coming in third with Dominic and Max Senior. And then we've still got 2 boats out there, so that will be Cornelia and Constantia Pajic, Will and Sammy. So hopefully they're not going to be too far behind there. It's going to be a bit of a tussle for the end race there, as we can see them coming down towards their bottom mark. So that they're we've got the boat of William and Sammy just behind the 2 girls there, taking a bit of their wind. I mean, are they going to be tactically making decisions?
Yeah, they're playing with each other a little bit about there to shelter each other, try and slow each other down as they come into this finish line.
It's great to see the close quarters racing, and they've got to be thinking about their tactics and where they're going to finish. We've got a windward-leeward boat situation coming up to the finish line. So the finish line for these guys is between the blue boat and a yellow triangular mark. We're racing really close into dosc shoreline here, so you can see everything from our Dubai duty-free sailors village.
And there it is. Very hard to tell who crossed just in front there, Becky. From this angle, I didn't quite catch that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be whoever's there on the finish line. I think that is one of our senior race coaches, Fionn there, who looks like there we've got a red flag up. That means there is 3 minutes to go, so they're straight into the next sequence. So it looks like race number 3. So the guys are just doing super short, fast racing today. We've got an hour's time limit to get as many races in as possible, and then the sailors will be coming and joining us up on shore here for their presentation. As we said, ages ranging from 6 to 12, but traditionally on the Fevers, the RS Fevers, you're looking at a slightly older crew member, so maybe 15, 16 with a slightly younger crew. Again, when you look at the World Championships that take place around the world, that's the sort of ideal weight, but we're quite lucky here in that we've got quite light winds, which means the smaller students or smaller sailors can get on board. Do you use these boats much for the school training programs that take place?
Yeah, we do. You know, it's a great boat. Like we talked about earlier, Becky, you know, when children are transitioning out of optimists and they want to get more experience in double-handed boats, they want to start to understand how to fly spinnakers, these boats are perfect. Absolutely perfect.
There's no trapeze line, so if we're talking about sort of high performance sailing, these are the start of high performance sailing with the spinnakers, as you talked about. But the next progression would be going on to what we call a trapeze line, so that's the line that your crewmate, or both crew and helm. So what would be the next step after an RS Fever? If you wanted to stay with double handers, what would we be looking for these young sailors to go on to?
You know, one option is a 29er.
Okay.
So Aish, one of our race coaches, is very experienced coaching 29ers. We have 2 of them here in the centre. High performance boat, trapeze wire, requires a lot of balance work, a lot of core strength. And I think young sailors, that's where they really start to feel the boat, right? They really start to learn how to move around the boat. Balance, super important on a 29er because it's a very tippy boat.
Okay, that's good. So we've got, we're just seeing here on from our shore, our beachside viewing, we can actually see straight down onto the racecourse. So I can see a green flag. That means they've got 1 minute to go. So very much like the SB20 sailing racing that's taking place for the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta, we're doing a very similar format. Quick, fast turnaround, and so they should be now have done their little pre-start warm-up, as Alan was talking about yesterday, deciding where they want to start on the line and then start to line up. Interesting enough, we've got a lot of boats on port. 4 out of the 5 have chosen to sail into what we call the pin end, so that's the left-hand side of the line. It's going to be interesting to see whether the team on the GBR boat, who are on starboard, are going to take force William and Florrie over the start line there. No, it looks like, there we go, what a great start for William. No, it looked like they were on course side. They're turning themselves back round to get back on course side, which means that's given Dominic and Max an opportunity to shoot away. Unfortunately, Will and Sam were a little bit away from the start line, so they've got a lot of work to do to catch up, but we've got Cornelia and Tanya Constatia there. They are on port. Interesting enough, William's chosen to tack through instead of trying to force the port starboard incident. So on a starboard boat, you get right of way, and it's really important that the young sailors are learning about the racing rules as well, Darren, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, again, we try and work pretty hard on a Friday afternoon to do some race coaching, where we have race squad. You know, now we have Alan with us. He's a great race coach, so he can really help us drive that program to help get kids up to this kind of level. And actually, the standard out here is pretty good. Looks like they've just taken a bit of a knock coming out here on port.
Yeah, I think there's probably a little bit of tide going on over there, down really on the bottom end of the racecourse. We've just seen a boat struggle to get across the line. So we've got one boat clear out in front at the moment. So we're just looking to see if we can see. I think that is Max and Edward have managed to get out there in Oh, sorry, no, it's the other team. It's Max and Dominic. You see, there's two Maxes, and we've got the brothers on there. It's causing a little bit of confusion here in the commentary box. So I just hear in my ear that the race committee for the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League with the SB20s are getting ready to lay their courses. So, but we're going to stick with the Fevers for the moment. As we talk about with race rules there, it's really important to get an understanding of race rules and having them in practice. So lots of short racing means that you're in lots of close quarters to the rules. Sorry, we're just listening to. So that is 3 minutes until the SB20 start of the next race. So I think we're probably going to take a very quick changeover so we can start getting you live to the SB20 racing while the Fevers continue to race. We'll be back extremely shortly for a view of our next race, which will be race number 21, flight number 7 in our Dubai Duty Free.
Well, welcome to day 3 of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta 2022. We've had 2 fantastic days of racing. It has been light winds. We're hoping for a little bit more today, but it has been incredibly competitive out on the water. And having spoken to the sailors, they're getting in really close here. Good morning. Best of luck with your racing today. They have had an absolutely amazing time out on the water and with all the entertainment we've got here on the shore. But it is tough out there. It's light winds, it's hot, and it is full on. We have 24 teams out there. We got 20 races away in the last 2 days, hoping for many, many more. And as you can see, they're very happy as they're coming out, leaving the dock, and we'll be going out on the water with them very shortly. We've already seen the Fevers out there today. We've heard about dosc Salability. It's all about getting everyone on the water. And when you look at this event, we've got international sailors from different countries, we've got top level sailors, and we've got really young sailors. So it's a real diverse mix of people racing out there on the water. And shortly we'll be starting with race number 21. Welcome to day 2 of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta 2022 at the Dubai Offshore Sailing Club.
Come and join us for our National Day celebrations. We've got some fantastic events taking place.
And we have race number 9 underway, so this will be the completion of the 3rd flight here.
They really struggled. We've got quite a few little twists there going on.
Oh, look at that. You can see they are just starting to overtake there.
Great fun out there. I mean, 10 to 15 minute races, they're hectic, they're stressful, but it is really, really good fun. Very close racing as well.
And how are you finding the competition?
Good sailors out there. It's tough for us to keep up and to fight to be on the top 4. That's what we aim to the final.
It's an amazing event here. It's unbelievably prepared.
Did I sense that there's been some arguments on board when you're saying you're working on communication?
I would say yes.
Looking forward to tomorrow's Dow race. Okay, welcome back. We are into the sequence. We're listening to the committee boat now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Race underway, all clear.
Okay, there we go. We are now looking at the racing. They're a little bit further offshore for this race number 21, flight number 7. We just saw the back of the committee boat there with the details up. So the committee always put the details on the back of the boat. So Darren, I'm just going to talk through who we have racing today on race number 21, flight number 7. We have Mina Rashid in boat number 1. We have Glasgow Kiss in boat number 2. We have Super Bella in boat number 3. We have Flying Sharks in boat number 4. We have Wolfhounds in boat number 5. We have JYC in boat number 6. And we have boat number 7 with VJ Holland and Sports Boat World in boat number 8. And as we can see there, we can see on the top of our screen here that we have got boat number 4. They've just tacked off. They were struggling to keep that boat moving on the boat number 3. Boat number 1 there with Mina Rashid, they seem to have got themselves away a little bit. And we've got boat number 7, VJ Holland, just up to, we've got boat 8, in view as well, which is Sportsboat World. They're looking to coming out and having a better race. Their last race on the last one wasn't great, so they're looking to capitalise. I think they had unfortunately Henry, their bowman, was a little bit ill yesterday, so we got the AC up for him yesterday, and hopefully he's managed to recover slightly. And we've got off they go. Boat number 5 there with the Wolfhounds. They're definitely enjoying the social side of being here at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club and the Sailors Party last night. Tonight we've got Sandos, so we've got some live music taking place with Super Chill, with Greg, and then followed by DJ Vince with his UB40 playlist. So there we go, we're just shining in on Wolfhounds, looking like they're to the left-hand side of the course. We're just waiting to pull up track for us so we can give you all the live positioning for the course. We've got a little note here from Ewan McEwen. I'm just going to play that through while we get track ready to rock and roll.
On the start line, got a penalty not keeping clear as with my boat. It's quite a common tactic to avoid being OCS, and so they've taken a penalty and pretty much on last now.
There we go, so we had a penalty on the course, as Ewan McEwen was saying, so we'll get an update as to which boats those were. We didn't quite clear on his audio there, but let's have a look. So we've still got boat number 8, Sportsboat World, to windward. They're on port. They've tacked away from boat number 2 in Glasgow Kiss, and they've managed to cause Sportsboat World to tack. It's a little bit more breeze out there, Helen.
Yeah, I'm loving the breeze out there, and it's really started to fill in since I was just on the water then, which is absolutely fabulous. Sportsboat World, they're on boat number 8. Can't quite see them coming in on starboard, and they look like they are just going to make it round. If we could have a look at the windward mark. There we are, number 8 with the green at the top of their sail. They're looking like they're just going to sneak around ahead of VJ Holland, who are on boat number 7 with the orange. So here they come. They're going to be looking to get that spinnaker set nicely. Nothing too much to worry about, as the VJ Holland is looking just like they're getting set up a little bit quicker, so they're just going to have a little bit more breeze, a little bit more punch to their sail. Followed by Glasgow Kiss number 2 in boat number 2. So Sportsboat World and number 3 are our current overall leaders on the provisional results overnight. Glasgow Kiss with that dark blue spinnaker, they're the ones who are the reigning champions from last year. And when I spoke to them yesterday, they're relaxed, but they are certainly wanting to stay on that top spot. But a bit of banter amongst the team about their slight changes on board and who's going to take the hit. So we'll keep following that one as we look now at boat number 1 with the blue. That's Mina Rashid, and boat number 5 is Wolfhounds with the yellow. It was very jolly on the dock this morning as they were coming out. They were sailing past me as they were getting ready. Everyone happy, saying hello, and certainly enjoying as they're heading out for this race.
Yeah, Helen, it's great to see there. We've got the RS Fevers in view, as well as the SB20s in the background. So we've had to move a little bit further out. We've got a little bit of works taking place in the shoreline here. So thankfully, because we've started early, it means that we had to move a little bit further out. So you just bear with us as our camera angles are getting the right positioning. But it's here we go. We've got a jibe there from boat number 7, which was VJ Holland. A nice clean jibe on top of Sportsboat World. So they've chosen to take the inside, the windward side to boat number 8. That's Sportsboat World. We've got 2 and 4. So we've got Glasgow Kiss and Flying Sharks. They've chosen to carry on. We've just seen Glasgow Kiss there. Sorry, Flying Sharks take a jibe. Glasgow Kiss following them as they come back down. We're looking at what the wind is doing today. I didn't manage to get in time to get a weather forecast this morning, so we'll get that information as we come in. Darren, did you manage to find out what's happening with the breeze today?
Yeah, it's pretty light. Unfortunately, it's been the theme, but we should be able to get up to about 7 or 8 knots this afternoon. So something around 2-3 o'clock. We're hoping for a little bit more breeze. I think it'll peak around 4 o'clock, as I said, maybe 7 knots, 8 knots if we're lucky.
Fantastic. Well, that's good. That's good. That's going to be good as we get towards the later. I know we're going to be pushing to get as many races in today as we possibly can, Helen.
Yeah, we're at the downwind mark here of race 21, and we can see it's very close between our overall leader, Sports Boat World, and VJ Holland. They've taken different marks, but VJ Holland have taken the lead on that downwind leg. They sailed a great downwind leg as they head off over to the right. VJ Holland are in boat number 7 with the orange at the top of the sail, and they are taking quite a lead at the moment. Sports Boats World on number 8 are the other side of the course, but here we are. We're looking at number 7, VJ Holland. I had a little chat with them last night, and they said their secret, and I can say it because they're on the water, their secret is a port end start, because the races are quite quick. It's short racing. They said it's all about clear air, so it's a very interesting tactic. But they also said they've noticed a few people are starting to copy them, so they were letting me know that it was their secret, but obviously the secret's out and people like the idea of starting the port for a bit of fresh breeze.
That's good to know, Helen. I know we was talking to some other people on shore today. It'd be great. We're going to try and get some of the sailors together, so some of our top 4 or 5 races, to impart some knowledge. It's not giving away too many secrets, but it's great to try and get those people at the back of the fleet a little bit closer to the front. Makes it far more exciting. And at the end of the day, we're all learning. Some of us are amateurs, some of us are professionals out there, but there's definitely a great sharing within the community here, within the sports boat, or sorry, SB20 fleet. Especially locally. So here we go. We just got boat 6 come round there. So that is JYC. They are on a steep learning curve at the moment. They're a new team together, but they seem to be enjoying the racing. There we just saw them coming round, getting their spinnaker in. Unfortunately, they've not managed to get speed as you come round the bottom mark. It's really important to keep the boat driving, not to what we say call stall the rudder, which basically means you stop. And there we go. VJ Holland there, out to the front. With the team there. They were very proud of their racing. There we go, Mina Rashid, so that's one of our local teams. They were one of the teams that was chosen to race 4 up. We'll have to ask them a question later whether they think sailing 4 up with the extra weight was a good choice for this regatta considering the conditions, Helen.
Well, that was an interesting comment that Alan made yesterday, because I was naturally thinking, oh, in these light airs it's going to be better with 3, but he was explaining how actually even with that little bit more weight you can use it much to your advantage. Darren's nodding. I'm obviously saying the right thing here about you can move your 4th person to get the optimum heel on the boat. So I love that positive thinking, that instead of thinking, okay, we've got an extra person, it's moving them around the boat, Darren, to make sure it's working for their team.
Yeah, exactly. In the light winds, we really want to move the weight forward, right? So, we'll make use of that 4th person, that extra weight, to position them around the boat to reduce wetted surface area and make the boat move quicker.
And here we have the second time round this windward mark in race 21. It is VJ Hollands. I didn't see where they started. Maybe they got that nice port end start that they so love. But they have had an absolutely brilliant upwind leg. They just overtook Sports Boats World on the downwind leg, getting to that downwind gate in 1st position. But they have really, really excelled there. Sports Boat World are still, there you go, you can see them. Our boat number 8 with the green sail, very close with Glasgow Kiss on number 2 there. So they took the left-hand side of the course, which suggests with the big lead that VJ Holland's got, that the right is favouring at the moment.
That was Flying Sharks we just saw come through on boat number 4. They are definitely having a much better race today. They took that right-hand side and they took those boats on starboard. So they had the right of way there. We've got Super Bella and Glasgow Kiss following them up. Super Bella, who've been very quiet. We haven't commented much on them on this race, but they seem to have snuck in there just ahead of Glasgow Kiss and Sports Boat World. So yeah, it's looking good. Here we go. That's boat number 3 coming round there with Super Bella just following our boat number 8 of Sports Boat World. Nice clean hoist. They need to get that spinnaker flying before boat number 2 follows them around Glasgow Kiss. Is anybody going to jibe off? That's the question. Has anybody seen anything that we've not noticed out there on the water? Looking a bit light over there to the left-hand side, Darren.
Yeah. I think we saw on that beat there was definitely more pressure on the right-hand side of the course. And I think we're seeing that again now downwind.
Yeah, look, there we go. That's Glasgow Kiss taking the jibe off. I think they're going to go for something different rather than following the procession of our leading boat, followed by boat 8 and boat number 4. They've chosen to, boat number 3, sorry, they've chosen to jibe off and go for something different. I wonder whether they're going to go for that starboard right of way when they come in for the finish. What do you think, Helen?
Well, they look like they might be. That dark blue spinnaker, that is boat number, I can't quite see.
That is our Glasgow Kiss. Yeah, so they were the guys that disappeared off. They took the jibe fairly early. So we're just seeing the yellow of Wolfhounds. I think that one is boat number 5. I've lost my crit sheet. So
boat number 5.
I should know that. That's mine. That's Herbie there sailing. So we've obviously been loaned all the boats by private owners. So it's nice spotting your own boat, seeing how well she's doing. And I think that's VJ Holland there coming in for a finish.
Very nearly, soon about to finish. We'll just be able to get them if we have a look at the committee boat. They've just gone past. They're just the committee boats to the right of the screen, but that is boat number 7, VJ Holland. So they've got their win there. I'm not sure, that might be their first win. I need to check the results, but they'll be very pleased with that. And I say they were very relaxed last night, telling me their secrets, and obviously they
were chilling out on the old deck chairs, weren't they?
Exactly.
Right. So the race to the finish line now is between Sports Boat World on boat number 8, and we have then Glasgow Kiss and Super Bella. Super Bella are doing very well there. They're holding 3rd at the moment on our track. Sports Boat World look like they're going for that pin end, so the orange cylinder, try and dip down early, get their nose across the finish line first. Let's keep on our finish line so we can see these boats finishing. Here we go. Yeah, it looks like Sports Boat World got it. Number 4 just coming round there. That's Flying Sharks. Sorry, we keep saying Super Bella. It's not. It's Flying Sharks. We're just going to go back to our. It looks like the Flying Sharks snuck in there. And you know what? Flying Sharks have just come round to start there.
There we go. That's a bigger view, just showing how we can see that Sports Boats World took 2nd, and I think it was Super Bella that took 3rd. Glasgow Kiss are just coming through the line 4th now, so it didn't pay their route. I think they kind of had to. Sometimes you do just have to make that change. That's number 2 behind them, so that's Glasgow Kiss. I believe they've just taken 4th, but sometimes you can't follow, can you? You've got to take the risk. Yeah. I think Flying Sharks
were actually going round the mark. Yeah, sorry, I think there was a slight confusion there. We need to establish, our track said that they weren't racing, but I think they probably actually got in that top 4. We're just waiting for some information. So interesting, Luff. We're just waiting to get an update on the results as they come through. We've lost our key communicator on the committee boat, but hopefully we're going to get an update from Jemima. So we're going to go for a short break as we see the last of the boats finishing, and we're just going to wait for our next race to start. So we'll be back in about 4 minutes with 3 minutes, I say.
Ready for race number 22.
Race minute, yeah.
What were the top 3? That one?
I think it was VJ Holland, Sports Boat.
And then me else, Glasgow. Okay.
Good afternoon, Cars.
Yeah, hi, it's John. How are you doing?
I'm very well. How are you?
Yeah, really good. Do you think you can come and collect that Saturday for me, please, and ship it out to the States?
Absolutely. We'll send a truck straight away.
Fantastic. Talk soon.
Bye.
We are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life.
Okay, welcome. Okay, we've just had the 1 minute flag there, Darren, for the next race of our SB20 Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. So just very quickly, talk us through, how do you guys get the teams on and off the boats?
Yeah, so it's quite an important piece of the whole event, actually, getting the crews out in time, getting the old crews back. So we're running 8 ribs. We've got 8 race boats out there, 8 crews sailing at any one time. So basically we're taking crews out
30 seconds
one race
to race
before.
22 start.
So crews are out there waiting in the ribs. As soon as the boats cross the finish line, we start the transfer, right? So old crews come off, new crews go on, and we bring the old crews back in.
Awesome. Darren, Helen, I definitely want to hear more about that, but I believe we are just about to go into our race 22 start. So let's listen out
10,
and we can get the sequence.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 22 underway, all clear.
So that is an all clear at the start of race 22. In boat number 1 we have dosc Youth, boat number 2 Impy, boat number 3 Super Bella, boat number 4 Annabelle, boat number 5 Wolfhounds, they were on that the last race. dosc Wow Women on Water is on boat number 6 with FFV Youth on boat number 7, and boat number 8 is Rascal.
Okay, so I just saw there that we had boat number 5 decided to start at the committee boat end and tack off straight away. So that is boat number 5 of Wolfhounds. So they stayed on the boat. They chose to cross the line. They were pretty much on it, and then they did a tack and headed off on port over to the right-hand side of the course. Whereas on the opposite end, we had the team of Impy in it was boat number 6. That was the dosc Wow team. Chose to stick to the middle of the course. We had Impy chose to take the pin end. So they have driven themselves forward. They are in 4th place on our track, but they had a good start. They were very close, but it looks like at the moment it's very close between FFV Youth and Super Bella. So that's boat number 3 of Super Bella and FFU boat number 7 of the FFV Youth. So it's going to be interesting. We just saw a little look there at Rascal in boat number 8 with the Wolfhounds in boat number 5. So there was a view of Super Bella, boat number 3. We've just lost our track. It seems to be dropping off a little bit there for us to keep an eye on. We just see that spare boat there sitting, waiting in the wings just in case we need it. So we've got boat 2 of Impy and boat number 7 of FF Youth there. So that was our 2 top race leaders, and it looks like Impy's just snuck ahead of FFU, but it's very, very close on our track between Super Bella, Impy and FFV Youth, with Annabelle very close behind them.
Darren, it looks to me like they're all sort of keeping it safe, sneaking up the middle of the course there.
Yeah, it's, it looked early as if the right-hand side would be favourable. I'm not sure it is now when we look at track there. The middle of the course seems to be favoured. The 2 boats that went out to the right, I think, are struggling a little bit with pressure and maybe height.
Yeah, that was Rascal and Wolfhounds. I think they thought that maybe that wind had swung a little bit to give them an advantage, but it looks like Annabelle there has managed to cross in front of them. So they're boat number 4 there, taking Rascal out of the way there. But it was as port starboard, so let's keep an eye on that windward mark. So that is the mark at the top. I think we are looking at a pink cylinder mark there that we will be able to see them coming through. Here we go. So we're going to watch the action here as they come round this pink cylinder mark. We've had boat number 3 there, that's Super Bella, having to bear away, get round those boats that are on starboard. It's going to be interesting to see whether boat number 2 can crawl over the top of boat number 7. No, they weren't quite enough speed to get over the top. Boat number 8, the Rascal, who's done very well there, have had to give a little bit of room to allow the back end of boat number 2, Impy, to turn round the course. So we're now going to see whether there's a procession or is anybody going to jibe off, with boat number 4 of Annabelle looking to get themselves up into that top spot. They've had some great results in their racing. We're hoping, oh dear, that's boat number 8, Rascal, getting that main, the spinnaker at the top caught. That looks like it's caught on the jib. It's going to have to come down before it goes fishing for some big sailfish there. They've not managed to get it on. But here we go, we've got our 2 race leaders of FFV Youth and Impy. Over to you, Darren.
Great hoist by FFV Youth. I mean, as they turned the mark, the kite was up, filling immediately, and you could see the boat accelerate away from the fleet. Right at the top there. Fantastic.
Yeah, that's something that I was always told when I did some. I had an opportunity to listen in to some professional coaches. If you can get that sail up, even on a single-handed, you catch that first wave, catch that first puff of you come round the windward mark, then you're away. You're in clear air, and you've got nobody else bothering you. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. We're just looking like on one of our other screens here. We've got one of the boats is jibing away. That's boat number 8. So Rascal has managed to sort their spinnaker out, but they've jibed off to see whether they can get themselves back into the race. It's such a shame they were doing so well. But boat 7, boat number 7, FFV Youth, are leading the way. They are further down the course, so further to that gate there, Helen, with following of Impy right behind them.
Yeah, and as they are just taking on this downwind leg, I thought, because this is the first of flight number 8, I'll give you some updates on some overall scores after we completed our 7th flight. So it's still Sports Boat World in the overall lead, followed by Musketeers and FFV Youth. No change in the top 3. But interestingly, what I think we need to keep our eyes on today, Darren and Becky, is that race for 4th place, because of course tomorrow is our final and it's 4 boats that go into the final, and to me it's very close between Jamming, Supersonic, Superbella and VJ Holland. There's 4 points between them. These are provisional boats, but obviously the top 3 have been very consistent. With that 4th place, it looks like that is where the competition is going to be, because it then goes to the first 2 wins in the final. So the scorecard is wiped clean. You just have to get to the final. As we go back into race 22 here, and we see that it's that FFV youth team who are having a stellar event, rounding that bottom gate in first.
Yeah, absolutely. They got that spinnaker down and they were straight into to go mode going up. And here we go. We've got boat number 2, so that's Impy, has just managed to sneak round in front of a starboard boat coming in on onto the leeward gate. They've got them managed to, that was boat number 2 there. Yeah, here we go. Boat number 3 is still moving forward on that one, so they've not lost it too much. Interesting enough, boat number 4 has also decided to join the procession of that right-hand side course. Wonder who's going to end up tacking off first, so that we can see whether anybody's going to go for clear air there. Darren, 8 and 5 also joining the procession. My goodness me, I would just say to my youth, that's like being little ducks on the water following mummy duck. But there we go. We need to see whether anybody's going to choose to get a little bit more clear out. They've obviously seen something on that right hand side of the course. They can see we've got a little bit of a hole down here at the bottom, but over towards where our spare boat is sitting on anchor, looks like there's a nice breeze line coming down there, Darren.
Yeah. But let's see if anyone chooses at the back there to take a different approach. You know, I think interesting when we see these guys dropping kites. I don't know if you noticed, but FFV Youth dropped their kite probably 7 or 8 seconds before the mark, right? And it was great because they rounded the mark really tight. There was no leeway slip after the mark. Some of the other boats dropping a little bit late, fighting to get the kites down, and they're losing ground at the bottom mark, which is not helping them.
Yeah, it's always a discussion we have on board as to whether, how soon do you drop it? You drop it too early in the lighter winds and you end up not actually propelling forward. You could end up losing a lot of speed. But then the problem is that if you don't drop, if you drop it too late, you're then scrabbling to get it down. You've got to be trusting that your bowman or woman is going to get that kite in. I have to say, sailing in 8 knots of wind is a lot more different than, it's a lot easier to pull that kite down than sailing in 25 knots of wind, trying to pull it down. It's quite a surprise coming back after the summer.
The most shouty point of the race,
yeah,
isn't it? That bottom mark.
Absolutely,
Frantic.
bottom mark. And I don't think it's just between what happens on board, like you were talking about with the Desert Eagle guys. It's actually about between the other boats, who's going to be able, that's where your rules really come into play, and your umpires are there too. It's nice to have the umpires here because it means those on-water decisions are made pretty quickly.
It all happens out on the water. And using your analogy there, Becky, look at our mummy duck, one of the youngest teams out there. The youth French team have come round the second time they've seen this windward mark in a beautiful first spot. I was watching them on Track Check. They don't have any instruments out there. They can't see the bearings, but they literally tacked on the ley line as it is, as we're using technology to predict where it is, almost like a triangle for the best angle to then head upwind. In second place is currently Impy, which is boat number 2, but they are very, very close. It's very close with Superbella at the moment. So here they come, boat number 3 is Superbella. They are dipping them. Of course, they're on port. They had no right of way there, so they had to go behind. So Impy will be coming round in first. And Darren, let's have a look how quickly they can get their spinnaker set for a nice downwind leg.
Yeah. They have to be really careful there not to pull the pole out too early. There was a few boats that were penalised. When we look at the pink mark, they can't pull that pole out before the spinnaker has started to be hoisted. So both of those two managed to play by the rules there. We've got the umpires watching because they were penalised. Yes, not those boats specifically, but some other boats were penalised on the first day, so they had to be reminded in the skipper's briefing that they weren't allowed to pull that pole out. Here we go. We've got a couple of boats here coming in tight. So we have boat number 8 for Rascal. Managed to pull themselves back. Well done to the team there. The local team of Paul and Rob, and I think they've got G-Man on board today, so Graham on board today. They've gone for the slightly heavier bowman rather than Kevin. So I think there was a long discussion in the bar last night as to whether they were going to take the heavier or the lighter. We've got boat number 5 there of wolfhounds. They've managed to keep themselves moving. We've got boat number 1 has chosen to avoid. That's interesting. Of Mina Rashid, dosc.ae, sorry, I've slipped up a bit there on the thing, but they're
dosc Youth and dosc WOW there, so our two dosc teams that I know are very close to your heart, Becky. We've got Women on the Water and the youth team, and I know when you were just talking about the umpires having to go over a few rules, I said, are you schooling people? They were like, we are supporting and educating. I was like, I'm going to use that one on my kids. But no, it's very important because it's like I've had no sense that there's any upset. It's just, as you say, it's communicating, it's discussing how it's playing fairly out there when it's all on the water umpiring. And look, here we are coming downwind, and that is our FFB youth team, number 7, taking the win. They've got a lot of wins under their belt this weekend. They're firmly in top 3 at the moment overall, and very genuine, very happy as we see the race now for number 2.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've got they took out nearly 100 metres of a lead there. So Super Bella and Impy vying for the last. We're going to be watching boat 2 and 3 very, very closely to see who's going to get that finish as we see them coming in. They've both got spinnakers. Oh, there we go. Boat number 2 there. That is Impy having to bail out. They were windward boat, which meant that they got pushed up by Super Bella. So that is going to frustrate the guys on it.
They've got Rascal hot on their tail as well.
Oh,
Rascal
no.
and Annabelle. So they might. Do you think they're going to lose another 2 places?
I think that was a penalty there in as well. We can see them bringing the kite down. Yeah. I think they weren't giving Super Bella enough room to keep clear. So when you are the boat closest to the wind and the boat to leeward can push you up out of the way, which means you have to move, but you have to do it in time, in a timely manner. So yeah, Jerome and Jean are going to be very frustrated about that, which means that Super Bella has come in there to take the lead over Impy as well as boat number 2. So we're just going to go to Ewan McEwen to hear the analysis or the decision that was made on that penalty.
Okay, race number 22, and boat number 2 got a penalty, not keeping clear port and starboard with boat 3, and they're struggling to take their penalty because they tried to take it with the Jenica up.
Okay, so that was actually a port starboard, not a windward leeward, as it looked like from our angle on the computer screen. So it was a windward, it was port starboard. So Impy, boat number 2 was on port, and boat number 3, Super Bella, were on starboard, so they didn't keep clear. So that was why we just saw the team there struggling, which meant that Rascal managed to sneak in there and take another place. So the updates that you've got there, Helen, on your scores on the doors, as they say, with your track.
And happily I can just see the leaderboard on the screen now. So just to go through that, first we saw a nice convincing first from FFB Youth. Second place was Super Bella. We saw that intense battle as they were coming downwind with Impy, who obviously got that penalty. Third place was Rascal. Fourth place came Annabelle. Fifth was Wolfhound. Sixth was dosc Women on Water. Seventh was Impy. And dosc Youth have just crossed the line, taking in 8th, which is the completion of race 22, which is the first race in our flight number 8 here of the Dubai Duty-Free Sailing League Regatta 22. And whilst these teams transfer, we are going to take a short break before we head out for race number 23.
Okay, lovely. Leaderboard and then go into Is the camera work a bit better today in the switching?
We are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry. The list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life.
No, just go.
We need to go. We're inside, we're like a minute to go. Okay. I can't hear you anymore.
Sorry.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, there you have the 1 minute signal for race number 23. We're in flight 8. Have a quick look at who's racing out here. We have boat number 1 is JYC, boat number 2 Desert Eagle, boat number 3 Galert, boat number 4 Glasgow Kiss, boat number 5 Yala Shamal, boat 6 is Ragged Edge with Mina Rashid in 7 and Musketeers in boat number 8. Inside a minute now.
Yeah, so we saw some different starts there. We had Wolfhounds were starting at the committee boat end, so it's going to be interesting to see where everybody starts. So let's get our eyes on that start line with 30 seconds to go, and we will be able to see. So we've got boat number 5 again, looking like they're going to start committee boat. That's boat Yala Shamal. So they are just holding the line. They're trying to go for a gap above boat
10,
number 3.
9, 8, 7, 6. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Race 23 underway, all clear.
So that's race number 23, all clear. So we had boat number 1 there is on port. That is JYC going across the back of everybody. We have boat number 3 of Galert down to leeward with the boat of boat number 5 Yala Shamal. They are pointing nice and high there. They are trying to push boat number 6 of Ragged Edge rigging out of the contention, and there we can see just a boat bearing away. So that was Ragged Edge. They were struggling to keep clear of that boat number 5. They were getting the dirty wind of Yala Shamal. So Helen, what can you see there on the track?
Well, I can see that on the far left, Desert Eagle, which is on boat number 2, you're looking for a bit of purple at the top of their sail. They are currently leading just fractionally, so hopefully they can keep everyone on board today. I know that yesterday we were focusing on a finish, and just to the left of the screen, they actually lost a couple of their crew members in 2 different manoeuvres, which was impressive inside a minute. So I think it's always key to have everyone on board. It's very close between Desert Eagle and Glasgow Kiss, who are on boat number 4.
I think it was more of a screaming eagle from the bowman than it was from a Desert Eagle. But there we go.
Everyone's safely on board through that manoeuvre, and they are having a really good start. So we're seeing different trends today. At the moment, people have been sort of hugging the middle when we thought it was a pretty good breeze out to the right, but to the left now. So they're the closest to the wind. Maybe they've been listening to that VJ Holland tip about just keeping that clean air, starting on port. So maybe they were listening into our conversation last night as they're squeezing out a lead, and it doesn't look to me like there's going to be anyone giving them any difficulty when boats are coming on across on starboard, because I think they've got a really nice lead there.
Yeah, Helen, it's looking like Ragged Edge Rigging chose to tack off and go for that right-hand side ley line, starboard ley line, but I'm not sure. They're pushed them down into 7th, so it'll only tell when they tack back. They've got Matt Britton and Pippa on board again today, so we'll see whether the Olympic gold medalist has got something up her sleeve. She's now a local sailor at dosc, so she's got some local knowledge in there.
Interesting move to go right, split from the pack, go all the way out to the right, up to the ley line like that, when the rest of the fleet's gone left. Let's see how that plays out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting coming around that top mark, the pink cylinder. I think we're on again for this one, so it's going to all be about, if they're close, one tactical decision in terms of making sure your rules are correct, and then also getting that spinnaker pole out and up. So we've got Musketeers, a secret weapon in the GCC of the Omani team there. They've come out and been very confident and taken some great finishes there for Musketeers.
And it's Desert Eagle who have made it to that top mark in a very fine fashion, going round in first now. Just on the left of the screen there, you can see boat number 2 just going out of shot as we're looking at the rest of the pack, with JYC there, the last to get onto that new tack, and boat number 5, which is Yala Shamal, held by Rachel Blackburn, just sneaking in there.
Is she going to go for it? Yeah, she's going for it. She's coming on port, tacked in the zone, onto starboard and squeezing on the inside. Is she going to be able to get right to get round that mark on boat number 7?
Like
I think there's going to be a jewellery.
Keep an eye on the umpire's flag, because the ruling for this race, for this regatta, is that if their boom or any part of their rope, main sheet rope, hits the buoy, that's okay, but if the boat or them hit the buoy, it's penalty turns. So we'll see shortly on whether they're having to do some turns, because of course the umpire's eyes were beadily watching there, and it's their ruling on the water. Sometimes people have been taking a voluntary turns. To me, that might have been happening. I'm sure looks like they're turning now.
Looks like they've had to take their turns there. We saw that. Right, so we've still got Desert Eagle in the lead there. They've jibed off, so they're heading back towards the middle of the course. There's obviously a little bit more of a steady breeze there with their team. We've got boat number 3, Gellert, looking to get a little bit higher up the rankings here. They've jibed as well, with boat number 4, Glasgow Kiss, our reigning champions from last year, trying to sneak in. We've got Ragged Edge Rigging. They took an earlier jibe than anybody else. Good spot there, Darren. They've obviously decided they're going to go back out towards the middle of the course and maybe even head over to the right. So when they come in, they're going to come in on starboard at our other boats. But close on the heels of Gellert is Glasgow Kiss, Musketeers, and Mina Rashid. They've managed to close the gap on the upwind leg, so hopefully they've got some good downwind skills. So we're going to hopefully look at the gate. So we've got 2 triangular marks that we're going to be able to see as they come round to the port gate, to the gate. So which way are they going to go? That's going to be the question.
Looking a little bit light in the middle there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just softened off a little bit. I think those edges are a lot more secure for wind. It's definitely usually is that lighter breeze. Here we go. So this is Desert Eagle dropping their spinnaker. We've got boat number 2 there. Come in. Sorry, I've lost
Desert Eagle.
Sorry,
Desert Eagle. You're right.
Number 2. We have boat number 3, Gellert. They shot themselves forward. They've actually got the inside line there, so they've managed to get their kite down. They took a little bit of a wide around that mark, and they've got it down, and they are speeding past Desert Eagle. As we stay on that gate to see the next set of boats coming through. So we had boat number 8 there. You guys can't see it on your screen, but we're watching the battle between 3 and 2, who are our first and second position. Is that correct there, Helen?
Yes, you're absolutely right. We're just having a look as they were coming around the mark, but here is your race for first place. Now, Darren, when you're looking at these two boats on screen here, we've got Desert Eagle in 2 and Galert in 3. What can Desert Eagle do here? They're a little bit at the mercy of when boat number 3 is going to tack off.
They are indeed. You know, they've got to work on boat speed. They've got to try and just press ahead. They don't want to drop back. They want to keep height and speed. You know, it's really critical in that position.
And we just pointed out there that Musketeers snuck in up into 3rd in front of Glasgow Kiss, who Glasgow Kiss is the only one that took that left-hand side of the mark. Left-hand mark, they went round and lost their position. They ended up in 4th coming round there, but they're converging back with Musketeers, so that is boat number 8 and boat number 4 we should be looking at to see whether they're going to cross port starboard. I know on our track it looks very close, so if you can't see the screen, there we go. So boat number 4 has just got in front of Musketeers. I believe that was going to be a very close cross there as we see them going over, but Glasgow Kiss, Nils managed to get across the front of Musketeers, so they've taken a 3rd place back, with Musketeers heading over to that left-hand side of the course, but looks like Galert have still in front, only by 10 metres of Desert Eagle there, Helen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've just been keeping a sneaky little eye on our leaders with Galert and Desert Eagle. So Galert decided to bang that corner, keep going out to the right. Desert Eagle looked like they just eased off the power a little bit to then be able to tack behind Galert. As you were saying, Darren, they didn't really have much they could do, and they were very much at their mercy. So they still have a couple of manoeuvres to go until they can round that windward mark. So a convincing overtake there with Galert, who are currently... they're on boat number 3, currently heading straight for the windward mark and should be able to get round. See boat number 6 there, which is boat number 4, apologies, is Glasgow Kiss, and there you go, just heading towards that mark is our new race leaders of Galert on boat number 3 and Desert Eagle on boat number 2 there have basically coming in from port, and they've got plenty of room to still protect their 2nd place and just do a very quick tack round that mark and get underway on their 2nd downwind leg.
I think our next close encounter is going to be between 8 and 4, so that's again with the Musketeers and Glasgow Kiss. I think Musketeers, oh no, from our angle here, they look like they were going to make it. They're on port, so they are going to have to go around the back of Glasgow Kiss, but I think they're going to go for a try and sneak over the top of Glasgow Kiss and shut the door there on Ragged Edge Rigging, who have pulled themselves forward. They're not as far behind as they were before, so they've managed to get themselves up there a little bit closer. Sorry, that Ragged Edge, yeah. Sorry, and then we should be seeing Mina Rashid coming into screen as well. So Mina Rashid didn't quite make the line. They managed to have to tack off there with Mina Rashid. So Ragged Edge Rigging covering Ragged Edge Rigging with Mina Rashid. So they were on their starboard. They obviously didn't manage to make the mark, and they've had to tack back. So that's 2 manoeuvres, a bit slow, but if they can keep the boat moving, then it's better for them. So we're going to go back to our race leaders on boat number 2 and boat number 4, and 2 and 3, sorry, with Desert Eagle and Galert. We're going to follow them down because I think this is going to be a close finish as to where so they're both heading out on starboard to that what we would say, if we're looking from the bottom of the course, it's left-hand side. So we're looking at jibe here from boat number 3, Galert. They're a bit slow there. Not interesting. Are they?
Oh, they have a problem, I think, here.
Don't worry.
There we go. It's all right. We're just trying to zone ourselves in. I wonder whether they did that on purpose to slow down. They forced Desert Eagle to jibe off. I think that was a very sneaky little tactical manoeuvre. They have slowed themselves down. They allowed Desert Eagle to jibe, which means they are now leeward boat, and we can then watch this battle taking place. So they're going to come in higher and faster over the top of Desert Eagle. So interesting manoeuvres. They've given away the lead, but unfortunately, I don't think it was tactical. I think, as you said, Darren, you've spotted it was maybe it was a fault on the boat. We'll hear shortly for what's taken place there, because I can't imagine they voluntarily gave away third place to Desert Eagle. But it's going to, let's head back to track. Yeah, it still looks like Desert Eagle and Galert are in those positions. So our next battle will be for 3rd and 4th between Glasgow Kiss and Musketeers. So that is boat number 4 and boat number 8 is what we're going to be looking at. So here comes the finishers.
Yeah. Coming in at quite different angles there, Becky, those two. Boat 3 and boat 4, this is going to be a close one. It looks like Musketeers might have it, right?
Yeah, Musketeers are a lot higher, so they are faster, but you know, Glasgow Kiss are very good at soaking down and being able to get onto where we're going. So we need to be watching as they come in for that finish. We're going to have to look at track as well. So it was 10 seconds in between Desert Eagle and Galert. Musketeers
just taking it by a second.
On Glasgow Kiss. That was a very, very close call. So we've got a message come in from our chief umpire. We're just waiting to hear what information we've got. So it's going to be interesting. It might be on the call that happened at the Windward Mark. So we're just waiting to hear what he has to say. We'll go to that in a moment. But great racing. We've still got Mina Rashid, Ragged Edge Rigging, Yala Shamal, our 3 local teams to finish, and it's going to be a close one. I think Mina Rashid have pipped the post on Ragged Edge, and whether Ragged Edge Rigging will get Yala Shamal, they're going for that pin end finish as well. As they come round, they're going to sneak over in front of Yala Shamal. I think that's going to be frustrating for Yala Shamal today. They were hoping for some higher results, but they were running into most improved the other day after day 1. We need to get an update on that information.
I feel for them on Yala Shamal, because in that situation at that first Windward Mark, you know, if they hadn't been a bit punchy and tried to carry that speed through there and got ahead, which could have been really amazing, they'd have had to have gone to the back of the queue. But obviously, you know, you never know. You can only work with what you've got at the time, and sometimes it pays. You know, fortune favours the brave. But we have now got our report from Ewan McEwen, best name in sailing, our umpire out there, to let us know a bit about what happened with boat number 5, who was Yala Shamal.
Race 22, top mark, first time, boat 5, contact mark with the hull. She took a voluntary penalty, now complete.
Excellent. So just confirming what we'd seen, which was she went round and unfortunately touched the mark with the hull of the boat and had to take a penalty. So we're just going to they've pulled up the orange cylinder, meaning that they're just going to relay the course slightly before we head into our next race, which will be with race 24, flight 8, and we'll be back in a couple of moments.
We are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry. The list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life.
The 1 minute flag has just been displayed for for race 24, which will be closing off our flight 8. And who we have out there on boat number 1 is Supersonic, boat number 2 Sports Boats World, boat number 3 is Shades, boat number 4 NBS, boat number 5 Tara, boat number 6 Jamming, boat number 7 VJ Holland, and boat number 8 Flying Sharks. And interesting, as we start to look at the overalls, there's 3 boats out here who are currently vying for that 4th position: Supersonic, Jamming, and VJ Holland, who are itching to get that 4th place position to make sure they get into the final. So what do you think? We might start to see some tactics out there, or racing their own race, but we will shortly be hearing 10 seconds to the go.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. Race 24. The start.
And here we go. So we have got boat number 5, didn't quite make that across the side, so that's Team Tara. They've not got C6 Steve on board, so maybe that's why their decision to go across on port behind everybody is in. But we've got Jamming there starting at the committee boat. They crossed on starboard, but then they tacked straight away onto port to go over to the right-hand side of the course. I couldn't see there who was at the pin end of the mark, but
Sports Boats World, I believe, have taken that, and they're looking like they're in some nice fresh air. It's between themselves and VJ Holland, who are very much middle of the pack, but currently the furthest boat on the right and the left pack is VJ Holland.
Yeah, and we've got Sports Boat World there. They, as you say, they went over. They unfortunately had a little bit of a knock by the looks of it, so that's where the bow of the boat gets pushed away from the wind, which means that they're not pointing as close to that windward mark as they possibly could. So, Darren, it looks like they've had to tack off there.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty typical when you start to feel a knock. If it's sticking for more than a few seconds, you probably want to be tacking across on that. Otherwise, you end up sailing in the wrong direction, effectively.
Yeah, which is never a good idea. It means you're getting further and further away from the mark, so you've got a longer distance to sail, which means it's going to take, you're going to just lose position. So we can see NBS, so they were a bit quiet yesterday. Unfortunately, they had an OCS, so they're looking to get back with Kathleen on the helm there, so another one of our female helms, and one of the drivers behind getting females into boats and on the water. So we've also got Shades, who is one of our local teams here. They come out every now and again and have pushed the limits on getting up to first, but we've still got Jamming, VJ Holland, and Tara are in the lead. Very close, Helen, on their distances between them.
Yeah, it looked like we had a bit of an early split across the fleet, but they're all now on port, all heading over to that starboard ley line. And it looks to me like VJ Holland are doing very well. They're very much out the middle. Sometimes it's safest just to stay in the middle. As we're looking now, VJ Holland is boat number 7. That was the orange sail. So as you see, he's in the middle there, but he's got some nice, fresh, clean wind as they are heading towards the windward mark of race number 24.
Yeah, and we can see that really wide view. They've changed that windward marker to an orange cylinder, and this means it's a quicker turnaround for our race committee to be able to get the marks in and get the racing going. So we just saw there, that was boat number 6 of jamming. They were on starboard, not necessarily forcing Team Tara to tack from port to starboard, but it meant that, I wonder whether Tara on that ley line and they feel that they can squeeze jamming up. So as you can see now, boat number 5 is pushing jamming. So they're what we call is they're trying to push them up higher up into the wind, so it's going to cause them to slow down. Boat number 6 to slow down to tack off. And then we had just tacking into them was Sports Boat World as well. On boat number 2, they went a little bit further. Yeah, see we go. That's jamming having to tack off. They couldn't sustain the speed. It meant that Team Tara managed to force jamming to tack, which means it slows them down by making them have another manoeuvre. Boat number 7 there, Darren, coming round.
Yeah, JV Holland, spinnaker is now up. Great hoist. Plenty of breeze up there, actually, Becky.
Yeah. It looks like it'd be good to get a bit of information about the wind on there. Hopefully we'll get a bit of a note from the race committee as to how the wind breezes are. But that's boat 2 come round as well. Sports Boat World, they'll be pleased with that. Followed by boat 3, which is Shades, followed by Supersonic, who are close on the heels of Shades, which is great. So a little bit deeper there from Shades. They've decided to go. You can see their spinnaker is a little bit further around the front of the boat. We've got boat number 5 of Team Tara taking the early jibe with the white spinnaker and the yellow on the bow. They haven't quite got themselves moving. They need to get that sorted. Magnus will be speaking harsh words to his spinnaker trimmer to get that spinnaker set. But we've still got VJ Holland out in front. Nice clear breeze. They're going to be watching what's happening behind them and deciding when they're going to jibe. Are they going to lead the jibing, or are they going to protect their space at the front of the boat? Boat number 2 there with Sports Boat World. They're a little bit higher, which means they're a little bit faster, so they're a bit closer to the wind, keeping them moving. But from the angle we can see on the screen here, looks like there's a bit of a hole underneath that gate. So that's obviously come through the race course. Hopefully that's a little bit more of a solid breeze that we just saw, as you said, Darren, at that top mark as we look towards our gate. So you can just see our boat over to the right, Team Tara. They have disappeared off over towards the Burj Khalifa rather than the Burj Al Arab. So let's see whether when they come back. But here we go, looking at our bottom gate of 2 marks, orange and a light orange, as we head towards coming round the bottom marks for our first finish of our first
leg
lap. Thank you. Lost it there. Couldn't quite think. Is it an arm or is it a leg? I'm not quite sure, Helen. Thank you for saving me on that one.
Hey, I am your wing girl. As we see VJ Holland coming around here, it was quite processional. It looked beautiful, and hopefully soon we'll get a little bit of an update from the race committee as to what the wind's doing at the moment. How important, Darren, is sort of crew positioning and crew weight in this light wind on these SV20s?
Well, you'll see the helmsman probably sitting as far forward as they possibly can, so their left arm is fully extended and just holding the very end of the tiller extension in order for their weight to be as far forward as possible. So actually, ideally in these light conditions, you have a smaller helmsman and heavier crew. So you shift the weight forward, you're reducing wetted surface area, you're lifting the back of the boat out the water by shifting body weight forward.
And I'm sure, but there's obviously different ways to do it with 3 and 4 on board. But traditionally, if you've got more on board, is it the helm will play the spinnaker going upwind? There'll be someone playing the main sheet upwind, and then the helm takes the main sheet downwind so that they can play the spinnaker.
Exactly, yeah. And in this light wind, you'll see most of these boats, at least the top boats, are sailing sort of quite high up traveller, eaves main sheet, a bit more twisted at the top of the main. So yeah, the helmsman will be paying close attention to what's going on at that part of the boat.
Yeah, I think it's also really key. We were talking earlier on about communication and teaching our youth sailors about talking to each other. That's exactly what your helm and your main should be doing, and then your third person or fourth person is out there looking for breeze. I know that, for example, Yala Shamal, they've got 4 up, so they've got a youth sailor on board, Lily, and she's out there to look for breeze, for call where she can see the shifts, looking at what the other boats are doing. doing, whether their bow is what we call, say, down, away from the wind, or whether they're up. So we're just on board there with jamming, so boat number 6. They've managed to put themselves into second place, so they're still quite a way behind VJ Holland, but they're trucking their way over at 4.5 knots towards the starboard ley line. They've looks like they had a little bit of a knock, or they've chosen to go for an early ley line to that windward mark of the orange triangle. So we've got VJ Holland there in the orange of number 7 coming across. So is it going to be a port and starboard? No, I think we've got enough distance between them to cross clearly for the port boat, which was VJ Holland on 7. So that is where the wind, as we say, coming across to what we call the left-hand side of the boat, which is called port, and it means your sails are out to the right. So I wonder whether John Marco is going for his usual port ley line. He loves coming in on port in our local racing, and he's well known for it. We always have a little bit of a chuckle, who's causing the most at the top, but we've got Sports Boat World here, and oh, that's good. That's a nice cross. They obviously called that well. So well done to Liam and Henry and John on there. They were clear in front as the port boat, with jamming B on starboard and the right of way. So that's changed the positions again. But VJ Holland is still in front, heading towards that orange triangular mark, which will be the last time they go round that top mark to head down to the finish. So they've still got only 8 metres in it, as per our track, Helen, but it's going to be a good finish.
Yeah, I don't think Sports Boats World are going to take any pressure off them as they follow them really closely around the second time they go around this windward mark. And I am keeping my beady little eyes on how they're doing on this result, because at the end of this race, we're going to be rounding off Flight 8. So I'm waiting to see how the results are going to go, to see how we're starting to fare up for that 4th place. Sports Boats World overall are leading. They haven't got huge amounts to worry about. It's pretty close with Musketeers. But here they are following the current leaders with VJ Holland, who well, they'll be feeling the pressure out there. Darren, what can each boat here do to try and make a little gain on this final downwind leg?
Well, VJ Holland have just got to keep clear air now. They're just trying to keep the speed on, probably looking at an early jibe just to keep themselves clear all the time. I mean, the rest of the fleet, quick hoist, get the kites filling, get the boats driving in the right direction as quickly as possible. Yeah, we had Shades coming round quite closely on the heels of Jamming there, who actually got themselves sticky with a hoist there. It wasn't quite good, but we're watching the 2 leaders here, 7 and 2. So we saw Sports Boat World zoomed up. They're actually sitting to windward, so they're closer to the wind, which means that they're just trying to take what we say, wind out of the sails of number 7, trying to slow them down so they can keep in contact. It's going to be an absolute race to the finish here. It's going to be a very much a well-timed jibe from both of them to make sure that they cross that finish line in before. So VJ Holland just in front of them, but I think they've managed to get away from them a little bit. They've managed to break what we call that little draft. Here we go. This is VJ Holland. Lovely roll jibe there. So trying to get that spinnaker around and flying straight away. Will Sports Boat World hold on and come in faster to the pin end than going in where VJ Holland heading off towards the committee boat? I wonder whether it's a move from VJ Holland to come back in on starboard, so if it's close they can have a boat on boat decision, but we're looking at 2 metres in it.
And just behind there, we see there's Jamming, who jibed over earlier. They were leading the pack just behind them, and they probably thought, let's just make a change here and see if Sports Boats World and VJ Holland can sail each other off. So they're currently heading over to the right-hand side as we look at it. But VJ Holland is very, very close to come to the finish line here. I think they're going to do it, but it's super close. I'm just looking at track on Sports Boats World, who will be coming in from the left. It is there's nothing in it between them. So I'm just trying to use the excitement in my voice to show how close it is.
Oh, that was a close one. Looking at track, because we couldn't quite see the pin end of the mark to see whether Sports Boat World got it, but
I think VJ Holland just got it by 1 second. Yeah. It was very, very impressive sailing. As you say, I think it was their move to jibe off early, and Jamming really close for Jamming coming here. This is
what we're seeing. Jamming have managed to pull themselves back up. We've got Shades also also, and Flying Sharks, we've not talked much about Flying Sharks on boat number 8. They've kept in touch with the fleet. They've managed to have close the gap on there. And we've got Team Tara and Supersonic. Supersonic will be frustrated with that finish down a little bit, but that's a close finish on the finish line there between Shades and Flying Sharks. There was literally less than 10 seconds in between those 3 finishing, Helen.
Yeah, and as we're seeing them come over, Darren, it'd be great whilst we've got you here, because I know you're a busy man, if we could just have a little bit of a chat about how often with these events it's a race to the start line, isn't it? There's a lot of work that goes on with organising an event like this. Could you let me know a little bit about what happens to get these boats ready, and then, because there's the changeovers every race, what it takes for those transfers?
Yeah, we got to get the new teams out on the water as quickly as possible, so Nick and the race team can get the race started as quickly as possible. It's the only way we're going to fit in so many races over a relatively short regatta. So key is just to get crews out onto the water as quickly as we can. We've got all our dinghy instructors driving ribs here. So they come in early in the morning, they prepare the boats, they get all the boats ready, they get the ribs ready, and then we start shuttling crews out. So we have 8 shuttle ribs running in and out all day, and they have a lot of fun as well, because obviously it's an opportunity for the instructors, the rib drivers, to engage with the different crews. So yeah, it's a logistical operation in order for everything to happen on time, so we get people out on the race course and Nick and the team can get the race started.
It's a full team effort, and that couldn't happen without our wonderful title sponsor, Dubai Duty Free, who we're very grateful that this event is happening for a 2nd year in a row, and very successfully so. Also to our sponsors, Cars, Classic Automotive Relocation Services, with a beautiful car in our Tentola area, CMS Live, Ribcraft, and DIMC, which stands for, of course, Dubai International Marine Club. Not to forget who was supported by Dubai Sports Council, Ragged Edge Rigging, as you say, getting all the boats ready, making sure they're slick, exact, and running very well every day. UAE Sailing and Rowing Federation, SB20 UAE, and Shiseido. Now, that closed off flight number 8, and like a child on Christmas Eve, I'm excited to see what the results are going to do here. So we will be back shortly for the start of flight number 9 with race number 25, and we'll bring you the updates on the overalls as soon as we have them.
Hands all out. Thank you. Super.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Cars.
Yeah, hi, it's John. How are you doing?
I'm very well, how are you?
Yeah, really good. Do you think you can come and collect that Saturday for me, please, and ship it out to the States?
Absolutely, we'll send a truck straight away.
Fantastic. Talk soon.
Bye.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're just taking a short break. The race committee have put the AP flag up because on boat number 4, as you see in picture there, we have a repair. So Ragged Edge Rigging, one of our sponsors, are out there to do the repair, and we're just under a short delay. But we've got some information on that from Ewan McEwen out on the water.
So just thought I'd give you a bit of an update.
Boat number 4 is repaired, and we will be back. Oh, you want to hear the sandwich message?
Oh, I think we have to. We've got to show how hard the struggle is out there for Nick Spiss and his team. Oh no, that's Ewan McEwen. Here we go.
For the umpires and the race committee, 5 would be plenty. Just a mixture, well, 1 vegetarian if that's possible, and a mixture of whatever else is available. Just on whatever next shuttle to come out. Thank you very much.
I think Nick's after a platter there. He's very easygoing. A little mixture, I think, is what after, just to keep his crew going. You know, we've had Darren here. It's very good to talk about all the efforts that everyone's going to, and it's good to be able to make sure they're well fed. We'll be back shortly for race number 12.
please, and ship it out to the States?
Absolutely, we'll send a truck straight away.
Fantastic. Talk soon.
Bye.
Welcome to the prize giving of the RS Fever little mini races we had. I'm going to hand over to Jemima Reeve, who has been sitting quietly in the side sending us messages from the race committee. So Jemima, hand it over to you. Ask some of our sailors some questions about what they've been getting up to on the water today.
Hi guys. Hello. So how was it out on the water today? How are the conditions?
It was okay. It was okay.
There were a bit low winds.
Yeah.
Kind of slow. And it was cold.
The condition was fine, but it was there wasn't a lot of wind, but in the end there were some places with wind.
So who came first? Do you want to share what happened?
Well, on the first race we got a second because, well, we didn't really do that well because there was very light conditions and we were quite a heavy boat. But then after the second race we got going well because the wind picked up a lot. So I think that's what did make us do good.
Do you want to say anything? No. And which one of you guys capsized? I saw that. Do you want to come over here? On purpose.
The first time we capsized and we kind of messed up the race and the start because Max decided to capsize. It was
yeah. When we capsized, the jib not on the jib on the front untied, and the Edward went on the deck and fixed it.
Yeah, but then the people said it was kind of bad, so they fixed it properly.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Jemima, thank you very much for being our guest presenter. So first, before we get into 1 minute signal, we're going to do a quick prize giving for our RS Fever Racing. So I would like to present or invite Simon, our Commodore, to come over and present. In third place, we have Max Woodrow and Edward West on Not Sure. Whee! This one here. There we go. Big smiles, guys. Well done. Wave at the camera, wave at mum, wave at dad, grandma, granddad. Excellent. In second place, we have the team of Dom and Max. So Max Senior and Dominic West. Over you come. Those ones. Well done, guys. Apparently, it's a bit cold out there, Dominic. Interesting. All right, but taking first place on the team of Kids Inc., brother and sister, William and Florence Borghese. Well done, guys. This is our youth racing. We're going to hand over to, give yourselves a big wave. We're going to hand over to the team in the studio for the last minute and the start of our next race.
Yes, we are. We've just heard the 1 minute countdown for the start of Flight 9 with race number 25. In Boat 1, we have Musketeers. Boat 2 is Sports Boats World. Boat 3 is Glasgow Kiss. Boat 4 is Superbella. Boat 5 is Tara. Boat 6 is Jammin. Boat 7 is Impy. And Boat 8 is Flying Sharks. As we see, they're lining up there for the start line. And we are 30 seconds away from the start. It's quite tiring, Darren, for some of them going out there because they're doing back-to-back races.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, it's intense. It's a short race, it's a quick race, but there's a lot going on. So the crews yesterday were coming off talking about how tired the whole thing is. So.
Everyone was pretty exhausted in these light conditions, and here we are, 10 seconds to the start.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, and I can.
Race 25.
It's all clear, but I can hear some, I don't know if you could, Darren, I could hear some shouting out on the water really close, and there's a few boats that are really stuck behind the committee boat there as we see Tara and Impey on port hand side having a nice clear start.
Yeah, so we saw Musketeers there and Glasgow Kiss starting at the committee boat end with some good speed, nice and clear, and we had Jammin holding back a little bit before they started again at the committee boat, and they tacked off. So they've tacked off onto starboard onto port alongside Musketeers. Down at the pin end though, we had Tara and Impey. Again, Impey taking that next race start at the port at the pin end. That's the second time they've done that today. So I wonder if it'll pay off for them. Sorry, a little bit of silence there as we are considering whether that happened. I'm just going to go quickly to our race committee. We've got a message coming from Ewan McEwen, and let's hear what he has to say out on the water as we get into this start of the next race.
So boat 8 took a voluntary penalty after colliding with boat 1 on the start line. So penalty complete, I think.
Thank you very much, Ewan. So Flying Sharks are currently our boat number 8. So they stayed in the same boat for this race on race number 25, flight number 9. We're looking at...
they collided with Musketeers, who are in boat number 1.
Oh dear.
They were saying. But it looks like Musketeers are currently, I believe, in about 5th position. So no one ever wants that, but obviously they took the voluntary penalty, so hopefully they can start to make gains as they go up this upwind leg.
Yeah, so we're just we've got the boat speed and the boat angles there from track showing for us, so that's really useful. We're just getting back to positioning. It'll upload very, very shortly with there. So we've got Sports Boat World looking to keep their lead going, as you said as well, Helen, with FFV with Glasgow Kiss trying to keep ahead of them going into this race here. Right, let's have a look at the screen and see what we can see.
Well, I can see on the far. I can see number 1 with the blue at the top of their sails is Musketeers. So as I read out the overall results before, they've been in 2nd overnight. They've just been pipped to 2nd. They're now in 3rd overall because FFV Youth, our French youth team, have gone into 2nd. So not great being hit into, but these things happen. Boat number 6 there is Jamming, and they are in 4th overall. So, we'll start to really see consistency is king. That's how you get to the top of the overall event, to keep posting consistent results. Looks to me like as we come into this top wind mark, what can you see, Darren?
Musketeers really accelerating in here. They've got the highest boat speed, 4.9, 4.7. It was slightly high, bared away a little bit, coming in with pace. It's going to be interesting here. It's getting very crowded at the top mark.
Yeah, I think because we've got about 5 boats coming in on starboard, and there we go. We can see boat number 3, Glasgow Kiss, very quickly followed by Musketeers. So considering Musketeers were hit on the just before the start, that's a great recovery. So we've got Glasgow Kiss coming around in first place, but all just waiting for those spinnakers to fill there, popping at the same time. Really nice spinnakers there by Sports Boats World, our current leaders. Who were in boat number 2 with that 2nd dark blue spinnaker.
Okay, so there we go. We've got Musketeers and Team Tara tacking off early. So Musketeers have managed to get themselves around, so called a jibe, so where you turn the stern of your boat, the back of your boat through the wind, and we had Team Tara do exactly the same. They went first. We've got boat number 4 there, Super Bella, struggling to get their spinnaker. The pole has not managed to get out, so they've got to pull that pole out, make sure it's keeping that spinnaker flying, and then get what we call the tack line on. So that's going to be frustrating. They've really slowed down. We've got boat number 7 of Team Impey who have managed to climb over the top of them and accelerate away from the boats there. And we've got boats 3 and 2 in our eye line here, Helen.
Yeah, those are our leaders for race 25 here of the Dubai Duty-Free Sailing League Regatta. So those dark blue spinnakers are the ones you're looking for. Glasgow Kiss is in boat number 3, Sports Boats World in boat number 2. Track saying there's 3 meters in it between them. Oh, and look, who's that's just jibed off there? I believe it's Sports Boats World. We saw this similar in the last race, the downwind leg, and the boat that it was VJ Holland that jibed off early, and they did just make it to the finish line first. But we're still on our first leg of this race, number 25, and it looks like Glasgow Kiss are still just in the lead there as they're coming to this downwind gate, arguably one of the most exciting parts of the course.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's again that decision of whether they're going to go round one mark, so this slightly lighter orange mark, or whether they're going to go round the darker orange mark that we can't quite see in the shot here. So it's just off to the left-hand side of the screen, and it's a decision as to whether they've seen whether there's more wind on the left-hand side, whether they're going to go for clear. So here we go. We've got two boats coming in on starboard. We've got boat number 2 in the dark blue sail. They've called starboard on to boat number 3, who have managed to get clear in front of them. Spinnaker down for Glasgow Kiss and round. Boat number 1 of Musketeers have carried on. They were windward boat to Sports Boat World, so they had to keep clear, but they've managed to sail on as we keep watching that dark orange mark as well. Boat number 5 there sneaking in, so Team Tara came in and have snuck round Sports Boat World, so they're going to be frustrated with losing that position there. And boat number 6 of Jamming as well, sneaking inside Sports Boat World, so they're now sitting on top, slowing them down. They've got more breeze, however they don't have any right sitting at the top, boat number 6, so this is where Sports Boat World need to get some speed, and they need to be pushing their bow up to windward. But we've got Musketeers, the only boat to go sail all the way through and go over to the left hand side of the course, as we see a view of the fleet on the right hand side of the course here, with boat number 4 Super Bella losing out quite a bit on that mark rounding.
Yeah, and I thought, yeah.
Interesting move. Musketeers, the only boat to go around the from where we are, the left-hand gate, right? I would imagine Mike has done that to try and find clear air. It was very busy on the other end of the line, so he's gone for clear air. Let's see how it pays off.
I think Sports Boats World have suffered a little bit. They are on boat number 2, we can see there with the purple at the top of the sail. They have just been given some dirty air by boat number 6 on Jamming. So, we had that really close battle on the way down when we saw those dark blue spinnakers between themselves and Glasgow Kiss, but they're stuck here, really. They're now waiting to see what Jamming are going to do, or they could purposely slow themselves down, tack off and try and get a bit of clear air. But we've got Glasgow Kiss out in front. You can just see that boat on the far hand right side, who are already on starboard tack. They are on ley line. A lot of them are on ley line, but Glasgow Kiss now is sailing pretty as it heads towards that top windward mark. Jamming are in second and Sports Boats World are in third, but possibly going to have a bit of an issue with Flying Sharks, who are coming up in. Flying Sharks, that green tip of the sail, number 8, because they currently look like they might have just be sneaking into third place, because they're that little bit closer to the windward mark, and they're both over ley lines. So there you can see that we've got Sports Boats World tacking. Straight away we've got Flying Sharks tacking, so it's going to be that procession into the windward mark with Glasgow Kiss a nice tasty lead there. And here we are looking at Tara. They are still sort of very much in the middle. They can't really do much here with, we can see on the far hand side there, that's Glasgow Kiss who are about to round, but Tara, they've got a couple of manoeuvres yet. So what do you think? There's a procession of 4 boats, Darren, that are coming in from the right. So what can Tara do? Do you think they'll try and, we see a couple of gaps there, do you think they'll punch in? Yes, so yeah. On the screen there, that is actually Impey who are looking to punch in, so maybe Tara can do the same.
Yeah, they're looking for that gap now. They may try and tack in under SBW.
Oh, looks like they're going to have to do that. Big duck there of a couple of boats. What a shame. Oh, no, they are sneaking in ahead of Flying Sharks.
They did. They managed to thread the needle there in between boat number Sports Boat World and Flying Sharks. So they did well there. They managed to carry on through speed. It means that they've tacked and they're onto starboard and established, but carrying speed forward as well, which is good. So, and there we've got
Super Bella have had a nice little tuck in.
Port. Oh, there we go. Number 7 have had to avoid the back of the boat of Super Bella number 4. So they were windward boat, but Super Bella tacked inside the zone. So no, doesn't look like there's any flags, any penalties, as boat number 8 also coming round. Boat number 1 of the Musketeers, they came in on port as well. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to do the same manoeuvre as boat number 7 there of Impey. Super Bella managed to, unfortunately, haven't made any gains really on coming in on that port ley line and tacking in the zone. Boat number 7, Impey, had enough speed to stay above them on windward and zoom forward, which is really good there, Helen.
Yeah, well, we've still got Glasgow Kiss out in front. Jamming are hot on their heels, but very close to Sports Boats World, so they've got to take a decision here. Do we go for first, or do we protect our second position? It looks to me like Sports Boats World are going a little bit lower than the others, looking at the track. But Darren, often it's the case of going for where you want to versus speed, isn't it? And what you've got to play to your strengths when you've got it really close for these top 3.
Yeah, and obviously mindful of speed. As you go low, you slow down. As you start to head up, you're going to speed up a little bit into the gate. So.
Yeah, it's always the question with an asymmetric spinnaker as to whether you are going to go for what we call VMG. So that's your speed and distance to the mark over just going that direct line. So we've just got a quick note from Jack Fenwick, umpire on the water, who's going to give us some feedback as to what took place in the latest incident.
Boat number 2 entered the zone of the left-hand gate mark on starboard and clear ahead of boat number 5. Boat number 5 was required to give mark room to boat number 2. Boat number 2 dived onto port. Boat number 5 did not give them mark room. Boat number 5 was given a penalty.
Okay, we're going straight to the finish with Glasgow Kiss there, taking the bullet as they dip down into the middle of the line, closer to the pin, but they've got the win there. So now it's going to be
Jamming look like they're sailing Sports Boats World, just sailing them off a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. They are trying to push them out off the course, but I don't think that's actually worked for them. I think that's allowed Impey to come in, and on our track it's showing that Impey are closer to the port end of the line, which means they're going to see whether we finish.
Look to me like, yeah, Impey.
Oh my goodness me, that is dead. It's going to be a very tough call. On our track that's showing Sports Boat World, Impey and Jamming all within 1 second of each other, with us alongside Super Bella and Musketeers. That is going to be another close finish between them, closely on their heels by Flying Sharks and Tara coming in 8th position.
Really close finishes there, and of course Impey there, they were staying out of that battle between Sports Boats World and Jamming, and that's often the way. They can see that they're off to fight, just sneak in, but we'll soon see how those results fare. But yeah, that was some really nice close finishes, a sign I think that we might be getting a little more breeze out there, because they're finishing much closer together.
Yeah, and so obviously we're here at the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta with our title sponsors Dubai Duty Free, but we don't just have SB Sailing in the UAE and at dosc. I know, shock, horror, we actually have other sailing that takes place. So today we have our Dubai Offshore Sailing Club, a short-handed race, and so we'll be seeing a lot of our keel boats ranging from, I can just see the Dragon that sailed out there with the husband and wife team of Richard and Sabine being one of our female sailors of the year a couple of seasons ago, and her husband Richard. We've got a couple of the larger keel boats with our race boats. They are going to be starting their double-handed race at 2 p.m. this afternoon, and that's going to be led by Richard. It's going to be headed by Alan, who is going to be our race officer over there. So he's jumped from fever racing to keelboat racing, and hopefully we'll get him back in the commentating box. What do you think, Helen?
Yeah, I was going to say, chuck in a bit of commentary. How are you enjoying commentating with us, Darren? Are we?
Was that a backhanded compliment there I just gave you? Sorry, you're out, Alan's in.
A little bit worried about that, but happily stand to one side for Alan to come in.
No, you've got to wait for word bingo. We've just been delivered our word bingo words. So guys,
always worried
keep an eye out for the information that's coming out. I don't know. Are we going to let the spectators know what we're saying today? Or
no, I don't think so, because I think people are enjoying when we can't control our giggles with slight high fives to ourselves that we've managed to shoehorn such incredible words into sailing commentary. But Darren, hopefully you'll stay with us for a bit longer. But thank you so much. It's great to have your insights and knowing a bit more about how the event is running behind the scenes, because obviously as we're looking now in between racing, it's all go for you guys. So thank you very much, and also thank you thank you to our title sponsors, Dubai Duty Free, as we just take a few minutes break before we head into our next race, and we're firmly now into Flight 9, and we're going to be coming to race 26.
Good afternoon, Cars.
Yeah, hi, it's John. How are you doing?
I'm very well. How are you?
Yeah, really good. Do you think you could come and collect that Saturday for me, please, and ship it out to the States?
Absolutely. We'll send a truck straight away.
Fantastic. Talk soon.
Bye.
We are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry. The list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life.
Well, we're inside 20 seconds in flight 9 and race number 26. So we'll just listen in to get that 10-second countdown and let you know who's out there.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And that is the
Race
start.
26 underway, all clear.
All clear. We've got boat number 1 is Shades, boat number 2 Supersonic, boat number 3 dosc. Wow, Women on Water, boat number 4 is JYC. NBS is on boat number 5 with Annabelle on boat number 6, Mina Rashid on boat number 7 and Wolfhounds on boat number 8. How has that start looked? Difficult for JYC who are really far back, but to me it looks like Wolfhounds, Shades and Mina Rashid have had a good start. We've got Mina Rashid who are on boat number 7, that's the orange you're looking for, who are going for an early cross on port, which would put them in a very advantageous position as they're heading upwind. You can see there as they're crossing the whole fleet, so a lovely start from them.
Yeah, so we saw Mina Rashid and dosc Wow team take the port end for the start line. Mina Rashid just bow forward of Dubai dosc Wow, whereas we had the committee boat was led by Shades and Wolfhounds. Wolfhounds being a little bit further away from the committee boat than Shades. Shades were to windward, but Wolfhounds had a lot more speed. Looks like they've had a little bit of a knock there for Wolfhounds in the green of boat number 8. As we can see, we've got a few angles here as as well. Mina Rashid looking like they're about 17 metres in front of Shades, who have come back. Sorry, I'm just looking at my track. Yeah, they are back over onto the left-hand side, so they've kept on their tack. We're just Darren, what can you see there?
Yeah, lovely move by Mina Rashid there. Went off. It's a pretty bold move across the entire fleet on port, but it worked out great for them. Look at them now going hard right, clear air, going quickly.
The dream, you might say.
Indeed.
The dream. That is textbook
Often
manoeuvres.
doesn't work that way, but when it does, it's beautiful.
Well, there's no drama llama on there at all on Mina Rashid. I think Mitch is a very quiet sailor, and he's got his two ladies of Sian and Anastasia and John in the middle. So hopefully, not too many harsh words. They're high-fiving themselves secretly as they get to that windward mark first, hopefully.
Absolutely. It is supercalifragilistic on board Mina Rashid Expialidocious as well, with Supersonic very close behind them and Shades. But Supersonic are closing in. They've hugged much more to the middle. They are on boat number 2 with the purple, and I think they're going to be putting quite a lot of pressure on Mina Rashid, who have banged that corner now. They've gone out right to the right. They're going to be tacking very soon. We'll probably see a nice roll tack if we can stick with Mina Rashid there. But I think they've on boat number 7. I think they might have gone a little bit far. I don't know whether they're protecting Supersonic and Shades, who are just sneaking, as we can see on the left there, whether Supersonic and Shades are going to be able to tack across before Mina Rashid come in.
Yeah, so we're looking at one of our views here. We had Supersonic tacked a lot sooner for that ley line. Dan is very good at calling that ley line, and we've got Shades coming in there on the blue numbered boat, so we can see them. It looks like Supersonic managed to take the right call and go for the ley line. They called it sooner than Mina Rashid. Shades have snuck in there, tacked onto port. Fortunately, that's not done Mina Rashid any good. We've got boat number 5 sneaking in as well of NBS, followed swiftly by boat number 4 and then 7. So unfortunately, great start from Mina Rashid, but they just lost out there on going a little bit too far past that tack line, ley line. Unfortunately, NBS is struggling with their spinnaker. They've not managed to get it up. It's filling now, which gave the opportunity for Annabelle to come up and over the top of them with boat number 6 there, the red, with followed by Wolfhounds and our dosc.ae team, Darren.
Just shows how competitive it is at the front of the fleet. You overstand the ley line by just a few metres and you lose a place.
Yeah.
So it's pretty exciting racing, isn't it?
It puts you exponentially out the back of the fleet there, which is a bit unfortunate. But there we go. Hopefully they'll get it back. They'll be talking on board as to what they can do. Are they going to go for a jibe earlier? Is there any wind to the right-hand side of the course as you're looking down it? But there we are with our leaders at the moment of boat number 2, Helen.
Yeah, and we saw, just looking out towards the back, difficult for JYC. I'm not really sure what happened to the start. They are just coming around that top windward mark as the rest of the fleet are cruising down to the windward, the leeward gate here for race 26. So there we can see with that dark blue sail is Supersonic, our current race leaders. They've come across for a jibe, a bit processional behind them. So it's just down to everyone to decide when they want to make that move across. Here we can see Shades, who are currently in 2nd, and they've now jibed. I'm sure we'll see boat number 6, which is Annabelle, our family team, jibing very soon. Although, Darren, it looks to me like they're just going to hold on for that little bit longer and see if they can charge to the downwind gate.
They're going down to that ley line, aren't they? Look at that, all the way in.
I think they're a little bit more conservative about not sailing so deep. So we have a little bit of a trend here in the SB20 fleet locally, is that we tend to sail a little bit deep. Supersonic being one of those that can really do it successfully and keep the boat moving. Whereas we found in the summer when we were heading off to the Wells that a lot of the European teams are sailing a lot higher and faster, so going more for the angles rather than sailing in that straight line. But Supersonics managed to keep themselves out in front, turning on that right-hand side of the mark as we look at it, as we see boat number 6, Annabelle, is going for the left-hand side of the mark, keeping them both in view so we can see which way they're going to turn. I think they're going to go that left-hand side, and they're going to go up that left-hand side of the course.
Yeah, and as you can see, we've got on the right hand side there, that boat that is now heading upwind is Supersonic, who are our leaders. And as I said before, they're really wanting to get some good results in to try and sneak into that 4th overall. Boat number 6 is Annabelle, our family team, and they are just holding on there to 4th place.
Yeah, so it looked like Shades and Mina followed Supersonic round on that right hand side, giving them that 2nd and 3rd position to come round the mark. But as we have seen before, Darren, it doesn't necessarily mean if you go around that mark you're going to stay in that position. It's going to be about keeping clear air and looking like Mina Rashid is tacking up to the middle of the course. Supersonic are driving towards that starboard ley line.
Oh, I think we've got, sorry to interrupt there, I think we've got someone spinning down down at the leeward gate. Hopefully we'll hear from the committee. The dosc Wow Women on Water, who are on boat number 3, so that's got pink at the top of the sail. Looks like they've had to do a turn, so hopefully we'll find out very soon what happened at that downwind gate, because they were doing pretty well. They're in 6th at the moment. Let's see if we can hear from Ewan McEwen to see what happened there.
Instant between boat 8 and boat 3. Straightforward, I think. Boat 3 was Windward boat, didn't keep clear of 8.
It sounds like that was a Windward boat not keeping clear. We've also got a message from Jack Fenwick as well, so let's just have a listen to what he has to say.
Boats 3 and 8 sailing downwind on port jibe. Boat 3 to windward. Boats both converge together. Contact between the spinnaker and boat number 3. Boat number 8. Boat number 3 was windward boat and failed to keep clear.
Yeah, so that was boat number 3 of the dosc Wow failed to keep clear of boat number 8, which was Wolfhound, so they had to do that penalty. And I'm sorry, we are playing Ewan McEwen's message again. It just rolled into it, so getting too excited over that one.
We do love to hear from Ewan McEwen. And here we are on race pictures. So it's boat number 2, Supersonic, who are leading the way. And you'll shortly see, I'm sure, a perfect hoist of their kite. That Notting Hill blue door is the colour we're looking for. That's the colour we're looking for as we come downwind.
Yeah. Oh, they've not managed to get that kite all the way up.
I cursed it. I'm sorry. I said it was going to be a perfect hoist, but you know they've got some some.
Here we go. Let's keep watching that top mark of the orange. We've got boat number 1 there. That's Shades. They've managed to solidify position 2. We've got an umpire following closely behind 6 and 7 as we go to the orange mark. So we'll watch them coming round. Let's see. That is boat number 6 has managed to tack clear. Annabelle. They held off boat number 7 of Mina Rashid. They couldn't tack, so that was good for Annabelle. They've managed to keep that 3rd place. They are now going to hunt down Shades on boat number 1 to try and get that 2nd position back. Mina Rashid, pole goes out and the spinnaker's flying, so good teamwork on board. We've now got boat number 5 coming into picture, which is NBS, so they've had a solid race here with, but they're going to come across dosc Wow and our Wolfhounds team as they're coming in on the port ley line. Are they going to be clear to go round the mark in front of Wolfhounds and dosc Wow? No, it looks like they've had to sneak behind the Wolfhounds team, just giving into the gap between dosc Wow there and boat number 4 of JYC.
A lovely lead for Supersonic. I'm just seeing they're going about 5 knots now, so suggesting we've got a nice bit of breeze out there. It looks like lovely sailing conditions. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more wind as we go throughout the day, but normally at this time, you know, it's sort of dropped off a little bit. So the last couple of days, so nice for us, Darren, that we'll be able to get this consistent wind, because of course out there the umpires want to have some solid racing. Absolutely. So here, sorry, Darren, we've got boat number 3, dosc Wow, and boat number 5 is NBS as they've just come round that top mark.
Yeah, Supersonic looking great. Sausage is looking slippery, as they say, as they charge into that bottom mark there. Great boat speed.
I don't even know if that was word bingo. I think we're just letting Darren loose over here.
There we go. A beautiful view of our finish line, so we can see both the pin end mark and the committee boat as we see our first boat coming into finish of Supersonic. They've done a great job, 44 metres in front of Shades. So now it's just a race to the finish between Shades and Supersonic. So we've got Shades and Annabelle. Looks like Shades are down to leeward. They're going for the pin end, so that orange mark as as well. And then we've got Annabelle still to windward. We've got Mina Rashid chasing them. They've gone for a bit more of a direct sail down. They haven't gone for the angle so much. They've gone for a deeper. I can see them chasing Annabelle down. Not quite finished yet. We've got a couple of meters to go. And there we go, that's Shades in second position, 29 seconds behind Supersonic. Annabelle chasing them down with 7 meters. It looks like Mina Rashid haven't managed to get themselves up there, but they're going to secure a fourth, which is a great place for them to have been today. They'll be pleased with that, with Wolfhounds up the pack as well, making sure that they're securing themselves a nice fifth. dosc.ae doing well here. They've managed to keep themselves in, or they were in sixth place. They've just dropped behind nature-based solutions. Hopefully they'll keep in front of our, that's 2 female hounds battling out for the finish there.
So just a little roundup on our results so far. Supersonic had that nice convincing win. I was speaking to Michael Padjak, who is the SB20 UAE chairman, and he was saying they're really looking for that overall fourth spot between themselves, VJ Holland, Jamming and Super Bella. So they'll be very pleased to have taken that win there. And in second place was Shades, third place Annabelle, fourth place Mina Rashid, fifth was Wolfhounds, and we're still looking for sixth place, which I believe is just dosc Women on Water, which is good. Sixth place is good, considering they had to do that turn as well. And it's now between JYC in seventh and NBS in eighth. I think JYC are going to take it. From looking at the tracker, I think NBS are a little bit further back. We also hope that we'll shortly be able to give you some replays of these races on our track, so we can talk a little bit about the analysis of what's been going on in these races, see if we can spot some trends forming out there. But that was the completion of race 26 in flight 9, so we'll shortly be going into race 27, which will see us round off flight 9. We'll be back shortly for race 27. What's that?
Team Tara. Is that click? Welcome to our deck chair studio, and I'm joined by Team Tara from Singapore. So welcome, Magnus. You are the chairman of the SB20 Singapore fleet. Am I correct with that?
That's right.
So why did you choose to come and sail in the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta?
Is there any better place to be in December?
I don't know. What's Singapore like?
Well, that's a good question. Singapore is fantastic this time of year. We have a nice monsoon breeze. We have 30 degrees, sunshine, sunglasses on, shorts on. Life is good.
So
we feel at home here in Dubai.
Okay, but you say monsoon breeze. How's it comparing to being out there at the moment, which isn't quite monsoon breeze or shamal breeze, which is what we get here in the UAE?
Right. That's right. It's a bit light, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very light. Challenging to stick to our playbook. It's not what we are used to at home, so
at least not this time of year.
We need to pull some new tricks out of the bag.
Okay, so I hear you might be missing Steve on board, Freddie. Is that correct, or have I got that completely wrong?
You mean Seasick Steve?
There we go.
It feels like he's here in spirit, honestly.
Hi, Steve.
Coming through. I know he's watching avidly. Yeah.
Oh, good. So you talk about a playbook. Is that something that you guys planned before you came here? Did you look at? Were you serious? Did you look at the weather out there coming to the UAE, or is it something that you guys work on when you're at home?
Magnus, you take this question.
I put you on the spot.
The question, are we serious? We're dead serious, of course. No, I think always like having good understanding. I think we should have spent a few more days in Dubai, enjoy Dubai, and have a bit more time on the water. I think that we feel a lot more experienced today than we did the first day. It's very tough. I mean, like it's a tight fleet. It's a short course. One good start and a good upwind, and you're at the top of the pack. One mistake, and you're at the back. That's how it should be. So we're really enjoying it.
No, that's fair enough. I know we were talking a little bit yesterday about the different types of boats that you guys are racing as well. So I know, Freddie, you've got another team that you race with in Singapore. What's it compared to with racing an SB20? Because I know the crew numbers are quite different.
Well, it's a team of 6 when we're racing on the SM40s on Marina Bay, which is super fun because we get a lot of international teams coming over for the match racing. But those boats are long and thin, and these are sort of much faster and more tippy, much more sporty, less technical to sail, so it's much more inclusive. You can jump onto an SB20 and get going super fast, but I'm afraid the level here is quite high, and so we probably need to focus on being serious more than 10% of the time, I think.
Fair enough, or considering whether you're going to book in a ski lesson and head off to Ski Dubai. So talking about international sailing, we're super excited here at dosc to be able to host the 2024 Worlds, but you guys have got 2025. So tell us what we hope to expect when we come to you guys. I know it's a few years away.
The world is coming to Singapore. So 2025 is a big milestone for us, for the whole, I would say, Asian sailing community. It's one of the first world championships in sailing that we've had in Asia, especially in that part of Southeast Asia. So we're going to have 70, 80 boats on the line, maybe up to 90 if we really get the commitment from the European fleets. I think you're going to have something really, really special because you have, first of all, it's that time of year. There's no season in Europe, so there's no reason to be staying in UK or wherever you are. Everyone should be in Singapore. We're going to offer sunshine. We have our monsoon season, which means that 20-25 knots, steady. Like, you can't have a better place to sail, and we're going to put on I would say, really a landmark event. That's really what we're looking for. So we are very excited to come to Dubai in 24. Then we're going to have everyone who's sailing at dosc is going to be in Singapore. It's committed, it's done, it's signed, sealed. And yeah, and then we'll just build up from there.
Excellent. We were talking last night, so you're talking about 20-25 knots of wind in Singapore. We had a bit like that in Dublin. It was a little bit chilly. Yeah.
It was.
The layers, I think we were discussing the fact that if you're on the bow, having 7 layers of clothing on doesn't help. What's it enjoyable about being out here at dosc and being on the Arabian Gulf without having to wear a million layers?
Yeah, I must say it's very different from sailing in Dublin Bay. The weather is much more welcoming and friendly with us. A little bit more of the breeze from the Dublin experience would be good. We definitely miss the Guinness.
We miss the Guinness, so we're kind of looking for the local specialties from the bar.
Well, I don't think you'll find that here at dosc. It's probably more of going enjoying the UAE traditions of go and have your Arabic coffee and eating some dates. Yeah. So I heard in the background that's 5 hooters. Next race, what are you hoping for?
I think a good start, a good first upwind, a solid downwind, and being ahead of the pack.
And the bullet.
A win. And no flags. And
So-
we're going to stay away from the umpires this time.
So where are you going to start? Pin, committee, or middle? What's your go-to position?
I think the Indian...
I'm thinking about just under Glasgow Kiss.
Yeah, I think that's
just
a good
under
place.
Glasgow. Oh, there we go. And there's your challenge. Thank you very much, Team Tara. Good luck on your next race. Good luck not having C6 Steve on board. And we're going to head over to the race committee to hear the next countdown.
Well, welcome back, as we've just heard the 1 minute signal go to close off flight 9 of race 27 as we are getting ready for the start. And in boat number 1 we have Desert Eagle, boat number 2 we have Ragged Edge, boat number 3 Rascal, boat number 4 is Yalla Shamal, boat number 5 is FFV Youth, boat number 6 is Galert, boat 7 is Dosc Youth with VJ Holland in boat number 8.
Now, sweet as a nut there, we got just moved into looking at the committee boat as we hear the dulcet tones of Sarah Lambert, our timer and caller on the committee boat. So we're just looking at where people are going to be starting. We just heard there from Tara under Glasgow Kiss. They're not racing today on this one.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And there we go, we've got Ragged Edge,
clear on the start.
Ragged Edge Rigging and Yalla Shamal chose to start at the committee boat with Gellert, and I'm just looking up Desert Eagle choosing to go for the pin. That is really interesting. So we have Gellert, who won their last race when they were out on the water. We had VJ Holland just below Ragged Edge Rigging and Yalla Shamal sandwiched between FFV and Rascal. So Gellert there looking like they've tacked now onto port, so they are heading off onto the port. We had Dosc Youth choosing to take an early. They came actually across on port. They crossed the fleet at the back and chose to sail port and go for that starboard ley line. I think it's great experience for Leonie and her team with their sailing here. It's really going to be up in their game, Helen.
I think as we're starting to see a little bit more breeze out there, the boats are sort of nudging around the 5 knot, sort of 4 to 5 knot average, which is absolutely brilliant. We're going to start to see more of these sort of punchy manoeuvres, more of these sneakers manoeuvres. We certainly saw it in the last race, doing the same move as what Galert has just done, being furthest over to the left and then crossing the whole fleet on port. There was just a little update from Ewan McEwen for the last race, and he was explaining why there was a penalty on, I believe it was a JYC.
Just an update, so boat 5 in that last race was given a penalty for continuously sheet pumping the Jenica downwind, so a breach of rule 42, and they took a while to be able to take the penalty, but there was no purposefulness in their delay, so we allowed her to finish.
Okay, thank you there for Ewan McEwen to give us that bit of information about the last penalty that was taking place. So, Darren, what can you see there on track?
Well, they're all going off to the right, to the starboard ley line now. Got some quite good bow speed.
Yeah, it's definitely faster than being in a canoe today, definitely.
Yeah, we'll be looking for the sheep in the paddock soon. There's much more breeze.
As we are just looking here at boat number 5 is, so just tacking off there is Ragged Edge on number 2. Boat number 5 we have FFV Youth. But Galert, they are having a bit of a phenomenal race here today as they are heading out to the windward mark. As we see with that number 6, the red tip of their sail, as they're getting in first place. FFV Youth are coming in on port, but they've got a nice gap there before Desert Eagle, so they can just tack in there as you saw and come around that first mark in second.
Yeah, so they snuck in there on port, and we there have I think that was boat number 3 of Rascal as well, coming in on port, tacking onto starboard in front of Desert Eagle. So they've managed to, they slowed right down though, they didn't quite keep the speed up. Desert Eagle have managed to keep the speed in, but they are windward boat, which means they have to keep clear of Rascal. We just saw their bow going up towards the wind a little bit. Now it's a race to get that pole out and the spinnaker up. So that was between Rascal and Desert Eagle, 2 local teams, followed by VJ Holland in the boat number 8 and boat number 4 of Yellowshmal. They'll be pleased with that sail upwind there. They're a little bit closer to the action now, followed by dosc.ae. So good to see them coming round in 7th with a frustrating upwind leg of Ragged Edge rigging. It's all right, I'm just being impaled by Helen's nails here. That is definitely not part of word bingo, but let's go back to the action on the water with the Desert Eagle. We can see just leading the pack above VJ Holland. Dosc Youth have struggling to get their spinnaker up. That's a shame. I wonder whether they've just got a bit of a sticky tack line or a pole there. I know that we were discussing the boats need to be cleaned quite regularly to make sure that that pole is nice and clean. I'm not sure what those guys are doing. We'll get an update. Looks like they're doing a penalty, so we'll hear from hopefully from the umpires as to what happened there. That's a bit of a shame for them. Maybe there was a port starboard earlier on. So we still got Team Galette closely followed by FFV Youth. Helen.
Yeah, I was just having a look at there. You can see the 2 white spinnakers coming down towards us. So the one furthest to your right as you're looking at the screen is Galert, and the one just on the left there is FFV Youth. Very nicely putting the pressure on the team in front. They're our French youth team, but certainly showing an incredible amount of experience. I know amongst them they've got a lot of 420 experience. As we see them there, that's just as they start. That's Galert as they're coming to that downward gate. They're getting in first, so they're going to just had to do a quick jibe, and now they're going to round up as they start their second upwind leg of race 27 here, which will round off flight 9 of the Dubai duty-free regatta. And interestingly, they're getting followed by FFV Youth. They've decided to follow them. Maybe they've seen that they like it out to the right as they head back upwind, but hopefully we'll be able to soon see that trend forming. Desert Eagle are coming in just there. Desert Eagle are on boat number 1 with that blue tip of the sail. So they are just going to have to sneak in. Looks like they're going to choose the same downwind gate there to follow on to the right, but very closely followed by VJ Holland and Yellowshmal and Ragged Edge.
Yeah, Desert Eagle looked like they were coming in on starboard there, and they've managed to sneak in front of VJ Holland and Yellowshmal. They had the rights there to come in. They've got themselves speedily away. They've got the skates on, and they've managed to get themselves free. We've still got a bit of struggle on VJ Holland. Their pole isn't back in yet. Neither for Yellowshmal. They're slowly working their way up, followed by Rascal in boat number 3. They were stuck on that gravy train with all the dirty wind. They had to tack off, and they're now heading away on port. So hopefully they can get that boat moving and get themselves moving away. With boat number 2 of Ragged Edge rigging actually closed the gap there coming downwind, so they've got a good job of getting a bit better in touch with the boats, with only a couple of meters between them and Team Rascal.
Well, interestingly looking, Galert have had a great upwind leg here, so they've stuck to the right and they've just tacked over onto their starboard. They're at the ley line. FFV Youth have decided to come much more to the middle of the course. I'm guessing they were a little bit stuck in Galert's dirty air. They're now tacking back. It's the yellow sail we're looking for. They're now tacking back, but it looks like Galert have definitely had their cornflakes this morning with those Kung Fu Panda moves, and hopefully it won't go P-shape for them soon.
Or Pete Tong, who knows? Right, Darren, let's have a look. We've definitely got more of a steady breeze. This is going to be great for the double-handed racing that's due to start in about just under 4 minutes. We've got FFV Youth have closed the gap. They're now down to 15 metres on Galert. So hopefully we're going to see a port and starboard. Yeah, so FFV Youth have just crossed the stern or the back of Galert's boat, which means that when they next do their manoeuvres, Galert's going to be on port and with no rights, and FFV Youth are going to be on starboard, coming to that windward mark.
I think FFV Youth have just overtaken them there. It looked to me, I said that Galert were on the ley line, but it looked to me like they'd taken a massive knockout there looking on the tracker. They went,
there we go, yeah, they did.
Had to go, they had stuck, and now FFV Youth on starboard have overtaken them, so it did go P-shaped.
It did,
Pear-shaped.
so pear-shaped, P-shaped?
Something shaped. But there's still lots to play for as they come down for their second downwind leg, and I know that Galert will certainly have fire in their belly to try and take that first place off them. But as we've seen with FFV Youth, they're a great team, and they'll be hungry to get another bullet under their belt as they've taken first place. So beautifully sailed.
Yeah, we would really great to see. We've got a port starboard and a windward lure between Desert Eagle and Yalla Shamal and VJ Holland. So that's boat number 8 and boat number of Yalla Shamal. Sorry, we've just lost our thing. So boat number 8 of VJ Holland, Yalla Shamal of boat number 4, and but Desert Eagle is a little bit further ahead with boat number 1. So let's just keep an eye on these two boats here. We've got another port boat coming in. What's going to happen here? Are they just? Oh, they are just had a little bear away from Rascal as they go for a tack. But we're going to watch 8 and 4. So fortunately, Yalla Shamal weren't making the line, so making the mark, so they've had to tack off behind VJ Holland. So they weren't as close. There's some very quick tacks from boat number 4. They had to make a decision in front of Ragged Edge rigging or Ragged Edge Racing, as boat number 2 have managed to climb themselves back up and force Yalla Shamal to do a double tack and slow down. So there we go. We can just see VJ Holland popping their light blue spinnaker, and they need to get that tack line down, otherwise it's going to be a bit of an issue. They could sail dead downwind with that. That's always an option, not one when the sea is a bit loose and friendly. It makes it very difficult to keep that spinnaker stable, but when we've got a bit more breeze, having your tack line out can sometimes help.
And if we go and have a look at the leaders of this boat who are closing in on their finish line, FFV Youth is still just ahead. If we look at those 2 light blue spinnakers, I tell you, FFV Youth, it's certainly a boat that's got its skates on at the moment, closely followed by Galert. But we can see, I think FFV Youth have just got the edge here. And as long as Galert doesn't take their wind, it looks like it's going to be an FFV Youth win for race 27.
That's fantastic. Yeah, so we're now looking to see whether the boats behind of VJ Holland, Ragged Edge and Yalla Shamal can close the gap, and whether there's going to be any decisions as whether it's going to be changing places. I wonder whether Rachel put her big girl knickers on this morning to keep themselves. And Darren, you're going to have to rescue us on this one. You can't leave us hanging like that.
It looks like Desert Eagle are now coming in for 3rd place with VJ Holland in 4th. I saw VJ Holland earlier. They'd had that win early this morning. Very, very happy with that. I'm sure they'll be pleased with 4th. Still top half of the fleet. And yes, we're going to see. I think you're right. I think you've called it, Becky. I think Yalla Shamal did have their big girl knickers on, because they are holding on to 5th place. They're just ahead of Rascal as they're cruising down to the finish line here.
Yeah, unfortunately we lost the track on Ragged Edge. We lost them out a little bit, so we're just trying to see whether we can pan to the left and see that pin boat finish, that pin mark finish. We've got an umpire in view, so we're going to have to go to the track and see where we finish. So VJ Holland took that 4th position. It's now between Yalla Shamal and Ragged Edge rigging as to whether they got 5th or 6th.
Very close. Very close. Yalla Shamal, I think, just took it, and 3 seconds behind is Rascal, still just waiting for Ragged Edge and Dosc Youth to cross over that finish line, and that will round off flight number 9, race 27. So we're really getting through these races now. So everyone has raced 9 times. We'll soon be looking to see the results after everyone's had 9 races. We've just completed our 7th race of today, but 27th race of the regatta so far. And we'll take a short break before we head out for the start of flight number 10 and race 28.
are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life.
welcome back to the racing here at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club for the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. So we've just got a couple of things happening. It's all go, go, go. We had RS Fevers this morning. We've now got in the distance to the right of the SB20 racing, we have our double-handed Dubai Offshore Sailing Club race where we've got lots of keel boats, Darren, sailing double-handed. Give us some lowdown on what's taking place there.
We have, yeah, we got 21 boats on the water. They are preparing now for their start. It's quite a long course. They've got 9 marks. They're going to do a bit of upwind, downwind sailing first, and then they're going to go off in a northerly direction, out around Bulgari, around a couple of cardinal markers, and back. So they're going to have a great afternoon.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Race 28 underway, all clear.
So there we had it, all clear for race number 28. In boat number 1 we have Super Bella. In boat number 2 is Ragged Edge. Boat number 3 is dosc. Wow, Women on Water. Boat number 4 is Jamming. FFV Youth is on boat number 5. NBS is on boat number 6. Sports Boat World on boat number 7. And VJ Holland in boat number 8.
There's a bit of a tight up there. We were just panning round and we've just seen boat number 1 and boat number 6 struggling at the pin end. We see boat number 6 there didn't quite make it round the pin end. I wonder whether they were trying to force boat number 1 of Super Bella up, and that didn't happen. So let's have a look and see what happens when we look at the race course and the umpires, whether they're going to give us an up down of what took place there. That looked like a bit of a hole up on the pin end. So most boats there looked like they started at the pin end. We had only FFV Youth who have decided to tack off first. Everybody else went for that pin side of the start line, with VJ Holland, Sports Boat World heading off. Sorry, that is, I will correct myself there. Sports Boat World took the committee boat side of the start line, tacked off straight away, leaving everybody else to fight it out at the pin end.
Yeah, great. They just went for clear air. They saw that opportunity and they went hard right.
So it looks to me NBS in boat number 6, Becky, as you called it, there was some difficulty down at their pin end. They're still stuck down there, I believe, doing their turns. They've recently crossed the start line, so they are racing underway. Hopefully we'll find out soon from the race committee what had happened. But we have Sports Boat World and VJ Holland, who are in a bit of a tight battle here. I think Sports Boat World will just have it. Sports Boat World are in boat number 7, so we're looking for the orange on the top of the sail, which is one of those boats we're looking. There we go. There's Sports Boats World. So they are on starboard. They don't look like they're moving as quickly as they might wish, but crossing behind them is VJ Holland, who are in boat number 8. There we go. That's sort of perspective there of when we can see that orange triangle of the windward mark they're heading for. But Sports Boats World are moving along nicely as they're heading for the first mark rounding of race number 28 as we open up flight number 10.
Yeah, so just as we zoomed in there and we've gone back out to the wider angle, you could see there was quite a big hole of breeze coming down on the right-hand side of the course. And but there we go, we've got a little bit of a manoeuvre there. So we have boat number 4 of Jamming tacking underneath boat number 8, so they're going to try and keep their speed up. Boat number 8 were definitely moving faster, so they've managed to get their bow forward, which means that they're going to have an advantage at that mark coming round there. But Sports Boat World being nice and clear air, that's going to really help them. So we've got another port starboard just behind, a clear boat of boat number 4 Jamming heading behind dosc. Wow team of boat number 3, and as we can see our orange of boat number 5 FFV Youth coming around the mark there. So it's quite spread out compared to last time on that first windward rounding. Unfortunately NBS have got a lot of work to do to catch themselves up to the rest of the fleet. So we've just got a note from the umpire. Let's hear what Ewan McEwen has to say out on the water.
So obviously quite a big pile up at the pin end on that start 28. The boats that were required to take a penalty have taken a penalty. We did consider looking at abandoning the race, but there was no unfair sailing, so we continued with the race.
Okay, so we just missed that broadcast, unfortunately, so hopefully the spectators will hear it, but if we get a bit of a lowdown as to what the text was, that would be amazing. So here we go, we are now coming down to the gate mark here, so with our 2 triangular marks, and we will be able to see whether VJ Holland, Jamming and FFV Youth are going to change their position. I think Sports Boat World are out in front, they're not going to be worrying about those guys coming up behind them.
So it looks to me, looking on Track, Sports Boat World, yes, they are out in front, but FFV Youth, they came round in 2nd place, if memory serves me right, when they had that last-minute tack round the mark. But they look like they've slipped to 4th place. They jibed off early on their downwind leg, and I can see that VJ Holland and Jamming have had a good leg. But just having a look at Ragged Edge, it looked to me like they possibly will have had to have done a turn at the windward mark. Maybe that's what Ewan was talking to us about. But Sports Boat World is now rounding that downwind gate in 1st place. Looks like Jamming are going to be following around the same mark and heading off to the right. So Jamming are in new 2nd place. FFV Youth, though, still not giving up the fight. They're going to go to the other mark. Chance their arm. I know they've certainly got nothing to lose if going a different way, seeing if they can now race Jamming up the other side of the course. It certainly worked for them before, doing that, coming in on port and tucking in last minute. Yeah, so we just saw there VJ Holland chose to go to that left-hand side of the mark, left-hand mark, as you're looking down the course. FFV Youth, they jibed and went through a hole, so they went onto starboard and they went through on a hole between behind Jamming, and they've chosen to go to that left-hand side of the mark. Unfortunately, they've hit some wake of another boat, so they have just slowed their boat speed down, which means it's giving an opportunity for Super Bella and boat number 1 going for the left-hand mark to catch them up a little bit. But Sports Boat World out in front, and there we go. We've got Sports Boat World and Jamming our 1st and 3rd position on track at the moment. But I wonder whether the guys have got anything else that they can do to catch up, as we see coming into view our dosc WOW team as well. So track giving us a really good overview of the boat racing on the ground with our technical side of things. So well, let's just see if we can listen to the 2nd call from Ewan McEwen as to what took place on the racecourse.
Race 28 top mark for the first time, and boat number 2 infringed on boat 3, rule 18.3, and she's had a penalty. Race 28, boat 3 touched the bottom gate mark and has taken a penalty, or was about to.
Okay, unfortunately that is dosc WOW team have had 2 really unfortunate calls there. So there was rule 18.1 at the top mark, followed by touching the bottom mark gate, so they've had to do another penalty. So pretty tough out there for the ladies on the water, but hopefully they'll get themselves back into the game, their head in the game, and off they go.
So back at the top of the course, the windward mark, we're just shortly going to see Sports Boat World, our leaders, round that top mark, holding on to a nice 1st place. It looks like they have done very well on the right-hand side of the course. When they tacked, they weren't quite at the ley line, but they look like they've just pinched their way, maybe taken out a little bit of speed, or maybe there was a nice shift out there that meant they could didn't have to do any more manoeuvres. They could just pinch their way up to windward mark. Looks like Jamming are going to be coming round in 2nd. You'll shortly see the purple sail with boat number 4 coming round. There is Jamming, and those 2 boats you can see just below them coming in port are FFV Youth and VJ Holland, who have very much had their own little battle for 3rd place up the left-hand side of the course.
Yeah, so looked like Jamming there were a little bit freeing off on their sail. They overstood it a little bit. That meant they could carry speed across the bow of boat number 5 and boat number 8. We saw VJ Holland tacking first with FFV Youth underneath them, which means they've managed to get in front of VJ VJ Holland and take that third position round the top mark. So let's see, are VJ Holland going to stay on the coattails of FFV Youth, or are they going to get themselves set and go? So we've got another, here we go, that was Super Bella tacking in front of Ragged Edge there. So is that going to be a call of whether they were tacking inside the zone? Let's have a see whether we can see any calls taking place there. Doesn't look like anything's happening at the moment. So we've now starting to see the boats jibing off into the middle of the course, going for that finish line. You can see the pin here, that orange marker down at the bottom of the course, and it's going to be good as we start to track to the right to see the committee boat and that orange cylinder coming into view, so we can see where our second and third and fourth position boats are going to take the second and third position. So Sports Boat World still out in front.
Now, interestingly, I've just had a little quick look, Becky. I'll just take a minute here to have a look at the overalls. We have a new leader as of the end of Flight 9, which is FFV Youth. They've overtaken Sports Boat World, but that's just looking back. They're actually joint on points of 17 points with Sports Boat World. So they are definitely challenging for that overall lead with Musketeers in second.
Yeah, so just looking at the text from our Jack McEwen earlier on, our Jack Fenwick, sorry, our umpire on the water. So there was obviously a swing, a movement in the wind, which meant that hence most of the boats ended up down at the pin, but no unfair sailing, so no need to abandon the race, and they carried on. Right, there we go. Thank you, Darren, for pointing out. We have our first finisher. If you want to jump in there, we've got Jamin and FFU coming for second and third. What can you see on our race course?
Yeah, it's pretty close now between FFV and Jamming. FFV's just jibed off. Jamming is leaving it just to squeeze through here. And
yeah, it
there we
looks
go.
like
Jamming crosses the line.
FFV Youth are trying what they can to try and get it wasn't enough because Jamming have just finished, but they were trying what they can, just coming up a little bit higher.
It was a final attempt to try and get through there, but didn't quite work out.
There we go. We've then also got VJ Holland hot on their heels with Super Bella and Ragged Edge, all vying for that. They've all chosen to head down to the committee boat, keeping high, and then they're going to bow down, as you can see. Super Bella there of the blue number one, bow down as they roll their front of their boat down across the finish line, closely followed by Ragged Edge rigging. So as we come to those sorts of things, they changed the ruling that it's no longer to do with your pole or your sail crossing the finish line. It's got to be a part of your boat that crosses, so the front of the boat crossing the finish line. As we've got dosc.ae, who've managed to get it back from NBS. Even though they had that penalty, they are now finishing themselves in 7th with NBS finishing in 8th. And as we can look out over the coastline to the right hand side, we can see our spinnakers of our keel boats for our dosc. It's double-handed race, so each of the keel boats only have 2 people on board, so generally 1 helm and 1 crew member. It does swap around a little bit. We've got everything from 22 feet to 50 feet out there racing, so it's a battle of expertise and fitness. Luckily the wind is up, but the temperature's down, so there's a mixture of handicapped boats as well, Darren. So just talk us through what we're going to see with the length of course for the double-handed boats taking place.
Yeah, it's a long course. Let's hope the wind stays. This breeze is good. There will be provision to shorten the course if necessary, if the wind goes lighter. But right now it's looking good. They've done the upwind leg. They've all come around, well, most of them have come around the windward mark. They're now heading downwind before they set off in the direction of Bulgaria and up around the cardinal markers.
Okay, so why would you put a shorter course in there so that windward lures first? Why not just go straight off for a coastal race?
I think they want to give the fleet a little bit of work to do. I think get them all working a bit to begin with, and then send them off on a kind of coastal. So it's a nice combination actually between windward lewards and coastal.
Yeah, I think as well, probably with terms of the difference in boats that we have. Obviously, some boats are more suited for the shorter, faster courses. Obviously, as we see with the SB20s, we've got a big fleet of J22s here as well. But then some boats are more suited for the longer races. So, what kind of handicap are we using here? Is it the club handicap, or are we using IRC?
This is going to be an IRC race. So. All finish times will be adjusted according to their IRC handicap rating in order to provide an overall set of results for the fleet.
Fantastic. We also have a whole mixture of other racing that takes place with the keelboats. We talked about earlier when we were down on the rocks, our Wednesday night pursuit racing. So how does a pursuit race work if you're talking to somebody who's not a sailor?
Well, a pursuit race, your start time varies depending on the speed of your boat. So if you have a very fast boat, you generally start towards the back of the start time window. If you're in a slower boat, you would start early at the beginning of the start time window. And then all boats finish at exactly the same time. So it's typically, across the world, it's typically used as an evening race format because it's a fun race. And here at dosc, at 7 o'clock p.m, that's when we finish the race. So every boat has to note who's in front and who's behind, and that's their actual finish position.
Oh, that's really good fun. I know we don't just do it on a Wednesday night. We've got quite a few pursuit races that take place. We've got our very traditional Ladies' Helm, which takes place on the 26th of December and has done since pretty much the club was established. And we always encourage for our females to get out on the helm of our bigger boats. We then obviously have our Commodore's Regatta, which takes place after our sailing awards in the end of the season, where we invite as many boats out on the water, and we get our best dressed boats, not just for the UAE Parade of Sail that we had yesterday. So Boxing Day is our Ladies' Helm on the 26th. So you're just looking at me going, really? I have to get up on Boxing Day? So yeah, so it's always our Ladies' Helm days. But we're just going to take I'm just going to hand over to Helen for a quick wrap up with what's been taking place on the water.
Oh, I'll just take on the last 28 races.
Yeah, go for it.
Just whilst we are going to come to a little roundup of the last race. With Dubai Duty Free, they're our title sponsors, and as we look now, we are looking at track from race number 28. So it's sped up, obviously. It's not, if you're just tuning in, it's not that we've got 35 knots out here and they're absolutely flying through the course. So we can see very early on, I can't quite see. I think it's Sports Boats World. Yes. I remember at the time they just took that little pinch up as they're flying downwind. They had a very convincing lead there, which very shortly followed by VJ Holland and Jamming. And if you look at that yellow boat, that was FFV Youth, who then they went off for their own little battle with VJ Holland on the left there, as Sports Boat World was sailing pretty. Jamming were following them behind, but if you look at Sports Boat World, they very much sailed their own race there. We've got a couple of minutes before we're coming out to race 29, but we can see it was very processional from this point. Sports Boat World had an absolutely brilliant race, and they have got John on board with Liam and Henry. They came second place at the SB20 Worlds 2022 and first at the ORC Europeans in the SB4. They're determined to succeed here. They're doing ever so well. They really want to win. After flight 9, they were on joint first with FFV Youth, so I think they'll still be just nudging ahead because FFV Youth finished behind them there, but still all to play for and lots of pressure on their shoulders.
3-minute flag display for race 29 and the orange triangle mark.
So just having a look at the race results here, as I was just mentioning them. So this is after 9 flights. So we've obviously just had the 28th race, which was in flight 10. So take these with a slight pinch of salt. But we have FFV Youth and Sports Boat World on joint first place provisionally, with Musketeers in second, followed by Jamming. We've seen some great sailing from them today, with Supersonic in 5th and VJ Holland in 6th, but very close points, Becky.
Yeah, absolutely. So we just updated into flight 10. It's just literally happened as you were talking. World are now sitting on 18. We have FFV Youth on 20 points. We have Musketeers on 24.4, and then we have Jamming on 26.7. So we're just 2 minutes away from the start of our next race and our flight number 10.
Flight number 29 flight 29 flights would be a shock. Flight 10 on race 29. But as we said this morning, it's getting really tight in the points for that race, that 4th place to go into the final. Should we do a quick refresh of what there is a 4-day qualifying series, but of course tomorrow is the final.
It is. So we have the top 4 boats head into the final, and then it's the first boat to 2 wins will take the top lead. So it could go on and on and on until the first boat gets their first 2 wins. But it's going to be exciting.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go. So that's Bruno holding up the 1-minute flag there on the committee boat. It's a pink cylinder. So this is where they're indicating which of the top marks that the racers will be sailing to. So this is a great view, as we can see quite a lot of the boats stacking themselves up at the committee boat end. Have we got anybody down on the pin end there, Helen or Darren?
No, not yet. They are really all clustering in at the committee boat.
Just quickly race through as we're looking at them here. Boat 1 is Wolfhounds, boat 2 is Impy, Glasgow Kiss are on boat 3, with Desert Eagle on boat 4, Shades are on boat 5, Yala Shamal boat 6, and Dosc Youth boat 7, with Mina Rashid on boat 8.
Wow, my goodness me, it's an absolute car park there. We've got lots of boats parking themselves up on the committee boat. I wonder whether we're going to get any encore sides. We've got a countdown coming now.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So we just saw there was a bit of a car park.
Recall.
There was just a quick park up at the committee boat, so it's all going to be about talking about who was to windward, who was pushing there. Oh, we've got a little 22-metre Dow coming through, so this is either the finish of our Dow racing that was taking place, as we talked about with Adel Khaled yesterday, with the youth Dow races, so I'm not quite sure what's going on there.
Yala Shamal and Glasgow Kiss and Mina Rashid look like they have had to come back. Hopefully we'll get some confirmation soon, but they look like they had to start pointing the wrong way as the race finished, with Desert Eagle flying out in front very shortly, followed by Impy. So Desert Eagle are on boat number 4, and they're holding on to the middle of the track. Boat Impy are going out to the right hand side, but Desert Eagle are just holding the lead at the moment. So let's take a little listen with Ewan McEwen to find out what happened at that start.
So race 29, 2 boats taking voluntary penalties at the start, boats 6 and 8, and I think boat 3 thought she was OCS, has come back, although the flag hasn't dropped, so not sure what's happening there. More information to come.
Thank you very much there, Ewan. So we've got 2 penalties, boats taking penalties. We just need to find out whether they're voluntary penalties. Yep. So boat 6 and boat 8 took voluntary penalties. We'll have an update as to what they were for. And as Ewan said there, they're going to talk about whether there were any OCS boats that need to come back. So all excitement, as we said, they were all parking up at the committee boat end. I wonder whether we had lots of windward boats keeping clear. We've got Desert Eagle making that clear line out for where they ended up in front on our track, but 2 meters behind on track is showing that Team Impy are close behind them, hot on the heels. We've got Wolfhounds as well, having a blinder of a windward leg here. Let's hope that they can carry that all the way through to the end. They've managed to have some good upwind legs, but just not managed to carry it over to the end. Hopefully this will be it for them. So.
And let's not forget Shades, who are on boat number 5. So they've got the yellow on the tip of their sail. I think they're the most left boat in our screen we're looking at the moment. They will be coming in port, but at the moment I think they're in second, so see if they can hold on and get enough of a lead, so when we see Desert Eagle tack across on starboard, there they are, they've already gone across. So look, the boat on the left are looking to find a little gap between Desert Eagle, Impy and Wolfhounds to, it looks like, are they going to have to dip there, or do you think they're just going to be able to I think they were looking at, there it is, they have got through that gap there, so very very well sailed there. So there we have Desert Eagle going round with Shades in second, who have just to see if Impy and Mina Rashid can hold a bit of speed and try and catch them.
Yeah, so Shades looked like they were trying to push for that. I think there's a little bit of tide on there. So I think they were trying to push and get the speed going in front of 8 and 3 there. So let's stick with this pink mark as we see the boats coming for their first windward bear away. So that's where you pull the tiller towards you, take your bow away from the wind so that you can get the spinnaker up and start sailing. So there is boat number 5, Shades, followed by boat number 2 of Team Impey, and close behind them is Wolfhounds from the Dublin Bay Sailing Club. We've got a few Irish sailors out there. We're mixed amongst them, and we're with the team on Shades. They stay regularly in Dublin, but they live in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. Whereas the international team of our team Wolfhounds have come out, so it's great to see Hazel returning. She was here last year. So there's boat number 6 of Yala Shamal, with the 4 up on there, and the female helm of Rachel Blackburn. It's just behind boat number 3 of Glasgow Kiss. That's interesting to see how Glasgow Kiss right back there.
Yeah, we don't normally see that. They obviously are reigning champions. They won here last year at the first time we had the Dubai duty free. Oh, just sneaking in front of shot there was
22 metre dhow.
22 metre dhow, but we've come back to our race here. So it looks like we've got some nice breeze there. Desert Eagle are sailing about 5 knots, as is Shades and Impey. So all consistent there as they are coming down towards the leeward gate. So as we always see, it's then decision time whether you keep this procession and go to the side you want, regardless of what the boats in front of you are doing, or whether you split the track and take your chances, because sometimes you do need to just take that risk. So they've all jibed now. They're all coming in. I think a Desert Eagle, whether they'll be able to just soak it down and go round the bottom mark, but otherwise it looks like they've all still got a couple of jibes to go. I'm not sure. Desert Eagle might just be able to soak it down and still be able to round that leeward gate and start their upwind leg on the right.
Yeah, so it's going to be a very interesting call as whether they're going to choose to, the boats behind are going to choose to follow the leader, run the risk of being caught out either as windward boat or getting the dirty air from the boat in front, or whether they're going to try and tack off as soon as they can for clean air. It also depends on what they've seen on the race course. So here we go, Darren. We've got Desert Eagle there on boat number 4, dropping their spinnaker and heading towards the left-hand mark as we look at it.
Yeah, good clean drop there by number 4.
I would hope to see that. They've got some good calibre on board. No falling off though this time. He didn't bring his armbands, either of them. Maybe they should have had one each. It might have kept them on board a little bit better.
At least they were laughing about it, hey?
Yeah.
I'm sure they weren't at the time, and they were probably hoping the cameras weren't on them, but we saw them.
We did. Okay, that's Shades in boat number 5. They have taken themselves around the right-hand side of the mark and leading the procession there with Team Impey. Close rivals in the Commodore's Cup. Between Patrick and Jerome there, and then we have Wolfhounds who have still managed to maintain their 4th position, so that's really good for them, followed by Glasgow Kiss.
So our leaders, Desert Eagle, they are a local team here to DOS. So we have 24 teams, 12 of them are local and 12 are international. So on board Desert Eagle, I interviewed them yesterday. We had Henrik Witzman, Henrique Anjos and George Lenachuk. And they're really good bunch. They said they're very, very passionate on board. And when they were joking about communication versus, I think they were hinting at arguing, but they were all very much friends when they were on shore with me. But obviously something's going well because they're putting in a very good regatta so far. They've now tacked off, so they are on port. The wind is coming from the left-hand side of their boat. They're coming up to the middle, but they do need to keep a close eye on Shades. So Shades are further to the right, but there's not much in it between them. Even though they're far across the course from each other, it's when they converge that we will see what's going to happen. And of course, Shades will be on starboard, whether Desert Eagle can just keep a bit of speed on them. They're not going quite as fast as Shades at the moment, suggesting there's a bit more wind out to the right, but they just want to keep a bit of speed to either dive in front of them or just have a tiny duck behind them and keep that pressure on them as they come to the windward mark and head downwind.
Yeah, very interesting choice to take that left-hand gate there, Desert Eagle. You can see they at a point there they were just 4 meters ahead there. Now picture's improving for Desert Eagle. Shade's still out on the right-hand side.
Yeah, it's looking at the wind out there. It's a bit difficult to see on the TV screen here, but there is definitely better line of breeze on the right-hand side. It's difficult to see whether that's seagulls or whitecaps. I think we're still looking at seagulls at the moment, but we'll be able to get a bit of information about the breeze out there when Alan joins us on the commentating, seeing as he's just come from the start of the shorthand.
There we have purple boat number 4. There is the one I'd like us to be looking at. That is Desert Eagle, who are our current leaders. So it was an interesting choice, Darren, but it seems to have paid. Obviously, they're out there. They can see what's going on. So they've just tacked. They're now on starboard and they're heading to that windward boat, and they are above boat number 5, which is Shades, who look like, I don't know, they're going to have to pinch up quite a little bit higher to get to that windward mark, and they might get stuck in a bit of dirty air. So I think that's been a very good upwind leg from Eagle when they chose to go sort of left of the middle.
Yeah, fantastic. Didn't look great to begin with, but then it really paid off at the end.
Yeah, so here they are coming round. So this is the last leg of this race 29 here of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta, and as you can see, it's just one spinnaker up at the moment, which is what Desert Eagle would like to see as they turn around. They don't want any pressure at this stage. They want a nice, clean, easy win.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit spread out over here, as we were talking about. We've had some close racing at the top mark, not so much here. So it's going to be about protecting all the wind that you have, and then finding a way of keeping it. It looks like their boat number 2 just overstood it a little bit, went a little bit too far, so they've just easing out that main sheet to get themselves bow forward, ease away, and here comes the spinnaker. So pole goes out, so one person's role is to pull pole and tack line, and the halyard goes up at the same time. So that is Team Impey there rounding, and that hoist. We're followed by Glasgow Kiss.
Now Glasgow Kiss have I think have had a really good leg, because I think at the last time we were at this one, we were actually commenting that we don't normally see them that far back in the pack. So to be coming round in 4th, I think they've made a few places there on that upwind leg.
Yeah, absolutely. They were 5th coming round that top mark. So I think, as you say, they've taken some good tactical decisions. We've got 2 close boats here, with boat number 1 of Wolfhounds. Unfortunately, they've lost their 4th position to boat number 6 of Yala Shamal. So Yala Shamal have done well to get themselves out in front of Wolfhounds, who were up in 3rd place at 4th place at one point. So there we go. We've got our track back on course. We've got Desert Eagle still leading, followed 70 metres approximately behind by Shades, followed by Glasgow Kiss, followed by Yala Shamal and Wolfhounds at the moment. Mina Rashid are not sailing. Oh yes, they are. I'm sorry, they're on boat 8. We've been very quiet about Mina Rashid.
Well, you know, it's because I think we've been focusing the front pack. Mina Rashid are coming round in 6th place, but down at the near to the finish line is Desert Eagle. They've sailed a very simple, very clean downhill leg, where they've just done one jibe and they'll be going through to the finish. It looks to me like Shades are going to pretty much follow them into the finish. There's not much that can be done. The Glasgow Kiss seem to have gained another place. Look like they're coming down in 3rd, so we're going to see a little battle between Wolfhounds and Yala Shamal, as long as Glasgow Kiss can keep their clean air and come in for the 3rd. But there's Desert Eagle taking the win here of race 29. They're going to be followed by Shades and, by the looks of things, Glasgow Kiss. So we are still in flight 10 here of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta, who we are very grateful to for hosting such a great regatta. I know that a lot of the sailors are saying it's been very well organised, really enjoying the racing here, and of course all the shoreside entertainment that we've got. We've also got cars, classic automotive relocation services,
been talking a lot.
CSM Live, Ribcraft and Dubai International Marina Club, and we're supported by Dubai Sports Council, Regatta Rigging, UAE Sailing and Rowing Federation, SB20 UAE and Shiseido. So we are just looking here as we are finishing off race 29. So it looks like we have got a few finishes left to go. Those blue spinnakers there My track tracker's just frozen. So we've had Glasgow finish, are just about to take third. Sorry, Desert Eagle were 1, followed by Shades, Glasgow, Kiss. It looks to me like Wolfhounds have just managed to get ahead. Wolfhounds are on boat number 1. You see that blue at the bottom, at the front of their bow, followed by Yala Shamal, who are on the red 6 there. So yep, there was a close battle there for 4th place, but it looks to me like Wolfhounds have got it. And we have got joining us in the Seaside studio, we have got our DOSC WOW team. WOW ladies, it was short for Women on Water, and Becky is going to have a chat with them now.
Okay, welcome to our deck chair studio. So we're not on the rocks, we're not on the table, we are by our a huge deck chair. So welcome, my lovely ladies, my lovely women on the water. I'm super proud because this is something very, very close to my heart. So just a quick introduction as to who you are. Who I have here on my left-hand side.
Anissa Ludwig.
Charlotte Jarvis.
Aishwarya Nadinjarian.
Sally Fleming.
So, ladies, you are part of the Women on the Water team for this DDF Sailing League Regatta. What encouraged you to fill out my sneaky little form that I sent out on WhatsApp to come and join us, Anissa?
Well, as you know, Becky, I got back into sailing very recently, having learned to sail here at DOSC when I was a child. And the initiative for Women on Water over the last couple of years has been amazing. The support of the people in the club, and that's from everybody, that's guys, that's girls. The support is amazing, and the support that I've got in my own sailing to progress and get better has been fabulous. So when I saw the link go out, and I also had a chat to you,
gave you the inside story there.
Yes. And so I wanted to sign up. I was so excited.
Oh, fantastic! I'm really glad that we can instill that excitement. So, Charlotte, you are one of our young female helms. You don't just helm an SB20 that you did on the first day. What else are you helming here at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club?
I helm keelboats and sometimes catamarans with my dad.
Okay, so you helm. What size keelboat is it you helm?
30 foot, I want to say. I might be a bit wrong there.
No, I think you're pretty much. And what's the name of your boat that you helm?
In a pickle.
Do you get in a pickle very often, or you feel that you're quite a confident helm?
Confident helm. Need a bit of work all the time. You know, a lot of support from everyone around me, so it's been great.
And what got you into sailing? How long have you been at DOSC, and what encouraged you?
So I started sailing when I was about 12. So my dad's always been a big sailor in my life, and I suddenly got into it really quickly. And I asked, can I come sail? Got lessons here, and I've been here ever since.
And you sail a catamaran. What kind of catamaran do you sail on the dinghies?
F16 Falcon.
That's pretty fast when the wind's up.
Fast, very fast. Just a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of strength. I'd say a lot of strength. It's helped me massively in SBs.
Oh, that's really good, and I'm so glad that you also went through. You've just been through the training program for the youth SBs in the build-up. How's that been with your coaches and getting to learn different positions on the boat?
Oh, it's been amazing. Learning with the youth has been really great. They're really great sailors. A lot of experience, different experience. Leonie's amazing. So learning with her and kind of competing a bit against her for that spot of helm was really helping me with my experience.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to see more and more of you before you depart the shores of DOSC to head off to uni and things like that. But Aish, you're an instructor here. You're also a lead for inspiring young ladies out onto the water. Tell us a little bit about your background before you appeared on our fair shores at DOSC.
I used to sail for India. I was predominantly a skiff sailor. I used to crew the 29er and 49er FX, and we were doing a campaign for India. And then decided to call it quits, and here I am.
Well, it's definitely a bonus for us at DOSC and for our ladies. What inspires you to, or what's the inspiring message that you give to our younger sailors? Because I know you're also keen in with the OPI team and the laser team. What's your key message that you want to give to a young sailor like yourself out there wanting to get into more racing, more sailing?
I think here we have an amazing location, and especially for our local sailors, there is so much of opportunity to go ahead, and with all the international events and all of that. So just stick to it, sail more, and there's definitely a brighter future.
Oh, that's amazing. Right, I am going to whiz across the other side because my arm isn't long enough. I'm not inspected at it. So 1 second as we do a little dance, Sally. So, Sally, you're a boat owner. What kind of boat do you own?
Oh, we own a small keel boat, what they call a Swabrick S80, so 8 metres, one of the smaller ones here in the club. Unfortunately, it's an Australian boat, but us Kiwis don't mind racing it.
Well, do you ever feel an honour that you have to fly one or the other flag, or is it you're always going to go for a Kiwi flag?
Always going to go for a Kiwi flag.
So how long have you been sailing at DOSC, and then how long have you been sailing yourself?
I've been in Dubai 4 years, been sailing at DOSC for 4 years. I started sailing when I was 8 years old in those lovely little Optimists, and I tell you what, I love seeing the kids here in DOSC getting out in those Optimists because it's the best thing to do for a child. Learn how to sail young, bring them up. Boys, girls, they're all great. Such a great environment here at DOSC.
Did you ever find there was any challenges when to getting into sailing or to getting onto a boat, or is there anything that you could give to a bit of advice to somebody who's maybe not a young sailor, isn't necessarily that confident about getting onto a keelboat? What would you suggest to them as to how to get out there and get sailing?
I think doing some of the courses here at DOSC to give yourself some familiarity, but just get talking to people. Don't be afraid, especially now we've got the Woman on Water. Approach the woman to help introduce you to some of the owners on the boats, and get yourself out there and just keep practicing and keep moving.
Well, if in doubt, buy a boat and sail it yourself. I think that's always the way. So we've not had, you are a new team. It's been very tricky out there, I have to say. I am not jealous to be out there, and light winds is not my favourite thing. What is it you're going to try and get out of your next 3 races, Aish, do you think?
I think now we've had 3 races in already, and I think we've got a little more better rapport, because today is like the first time we're properly sailing with our positions, and we've got the hang. We've been having a little mix in teams. So, and it's been really helpful because all the experts here, we've been speaking to quite a few of the guys who are in the top, and they've been giving us little tips, and that has been working. So I think like today was definitely better than last 2 days. So we've got a good teamwork going on. So we're just going to keep it simple, keep the boat moving, and keep sailing.
Well, ladies, amazing. Great luck. I am cheering for you every step of the way. And can we just have a little twirl around? I want to see you wow on the back. There we go. Ladies, thank you very much. Good luck to you being back on the water. Thank you very much. Dubai Duty Free, and for the amazing racing that we've got going on. We're going to come back to you very, very shortly after this short message.
afternoon, Cars.
Yeah, hi, it's John. How are you doing?
I'm very well, how are you?
Yeah, really good. Do you think you could come and collect that Saturday for me, please, and ship it out to the States?
Absolutely, we'll send a truck straight away.
Fantastic. Talk soon.
Bye.
Well, welcome back. We're in flight 10 and it's race number 30. On boat number 1 we have Rascal, Musketeers are on boat number 2, Supersonic on boat number 3, boat number 4 is Annabelle with JYC, boat number 5, Tara is boat number 6 with Flying Sharks on 7 and Galert on 8. And we are joined now with Alan Rurik in the commentary booth. So here we are. We've had, it looks to me like we are at the windward mark with Musketeers. No, Annabelle, beg your pardon. Oh dear. I can't quite see which boat we're looking at. It looks like coming down in first place is
Flying Sharks.
Flying Sharks. Flying Sharks.
So yeah, so our track is just catching up. No, it looks like
Galert to me.
Galert on
like
the
Galert.
track here. You just have to bear with us as we get some updates. Our technology's a bit slow with us
I think that light blue sail is boat number 8, which is Galert here. So having a look at that, it looks to me like we've got Galert, then Tara, then Musketeers. And I can't quite see
Team
who
Annabelle,
the last...
and then Supersonic in there as well. So flying... So just bear with us as we update our information that's coming through our ear as to who is in which place. Here we go. We've got an hourglass in boat number 7, which is Flying Sharks. Just in front of them is the colour of the...
Yeah, quite a big twist in boat number 7 there. They need to get that sorted quickly. They've gone for a jibe. Still.
There we go. Right, boat number 8 is Galert. So that is our leading boat. Thank you very much. There we go. We've got a better angle with the sun shining on. So boat number 8 is Galert. Boat number 6 is Team Tara. So they were hoping to get way off the clean start. So we'll look back at track later to see whether we can get a replay. And then we've got the purple of our
Musketeers. And just a quick update from the race committee. We might be able to hear more soon, but we did have an OCS at the start, which was boat number 5, which in this race is JYC. And as far as we're aware, they did not return. So just have to keep an eye out for boat number 5. There it is, right at the top, that little yellow triangle at the back. So whether they did return now because they're right at the back, or whether they are going to have a little chat with the committee boat soon. But on the far right hand side there, you see that green number 8, that's Galert. They're our leaders. They are heading upwind now with Tara and Musketeers hot on their tails.
Absolutely, yeah. And then we've got the pink there of boat number 3, Alan, of Supersonic, our local team. So we're just watching our right hand side of our course. Oh wow, we got hot in there. Hot coming in there is boat number 4 of Annabelle.
Yeah, very close rounding here. They need to get that kite down quickly. Interesting to see all the boats pretty much turning that bottom left gate, heading back out to the right hand side of the course. Very much different conditions today than what we've seen the last 2 days. That pressure of wind is much more consistent across the course. Relatively stable shifts as well.
Yeah, so when you were starting the short-handed race, I think there was a little bit of a shift as one of our races started, the previous race started there. They chose to carry on. Did you see that effect out there while you were on the water setting the course for the short-handed race, Alan?
Yeah, we very much, the last 2 days, the wind has been kind of coming from a more of a westerly direction. And it started off a little bit like that today, but very much big right shift. It's more northerly direction, which has come in. So but much more consistent breeze, which is great.
Okay, we've got a good update here now. Track's back online and we're able to see. So Galert is leading Musketeers by about 25 metres. They have now just tacked for what looks like on our track digital view, the ley line for the starboard ley line. We've got Musketeers hot on their heels, about 15 metres behind. Tacking, they're still continuing on the port. I think they need to go a little bit further. I'm not sure they think they can make that mark just yet, Helen.
And very hot on their tails is Supersonic, and Annabelle is the closest to them, but let's not forget Tara. Now today, this race, Tara on boat number 6, which is the red, they very much hugged a bit more to the middle of the racetrack. They're currently on port, so they're going to be looking to punch their way through when Supersonic and Annabelle tack, and they'll be on starboard. So it's whether Tara can just sneak in. At the moment, Track is suggesting that they're in third to see whether they'll be able to just get ahead. But we'll see. So number 3 there is Supersonic. They're our race leaders, followed by Musketeers in 2. So just deciding whether it's going to be Tara or Supersonic that are going to manage the third place.
Looks like Galert is tacking there onto port. I don't think they quite got their ley line call correct, so they will have a port and starboard exchange between Musketeers, Galert and Supersonic as well. So we'll see now if they manage to get it inside them.
So yeah, it'd be good to see that windward mark there as well, so that we can see this. Looks like boat number 2 have managed to get themselves bow forward, so they've had a little bit more speed over the top of boat number 3 to get themselves around that mark, hopefully in first. So that is Musketeers in front of Supersonic. So we've still got Galert coming in. Can we see them yet? Coming into the pink mark of the windward, I think, on one of our other screens. There we go, we can see Galert's obviously taken the lead with Musketeers shooting in front of Supersonic. They have been pinching for that mark, haven't they, Alan? They've lost another place there by the looks of it.
Yeah, they're going down a little bit. Just interesting to see there, we have Musketeers, is it, in second place, struggling with that tack line to get the tack line onto the pole. Kite dipped in the water a little bit.
Oh, number 3 are having issues with their kite here. For number 3 is Supersonic. Okay, they're okay now. And just a few shots ago, if you saw JYC on boat number 5 was that boat that was OCS but hadn't gone back. So if you do see them, they're out of the race now. So they're not on a totally different leg. They've actually come out of the race because of an OCS.
So here we go, we are seeing the battle now. Interestingly enough, boat number 2 is still in front. 6 have managed to get themselves round in front of Supersonic. It generally tends to happen that if you don't get your jib sheeted on the windward side a little bit, then you end up getting your spinnaker caught round the top, that jammer between the top of the jib before it goes round the bungee at the top up to the top of the mast, Alan. So it can be a little bit tricky if you're the bowman or lady pulling on that halyard and not getting it up cleanly. It can just give yourself those meters away, which looks like they've given away space to Team Tara there.
Annabelle looked like when they're coming down, when they're in boat number 4, they're currently in 5th place, but they rounded sort of in the pack. They look like they've taken a bit of a different angle here coming down when they've jibed off really early, not long after they've rounded that windward mark. So whether they're trying to whether they've seen some more pressure further over, but of course we're on off. We're now, here they are coming jibing back. So they're currently in 5th place. Don't know whether they're trying to see if they can sneak up to 4th, or at the moment they're going to do well to stay ahead of Flying Sharks and Rascal. JYC, of course, are out the race, so we're looking at 7 boats on this race course now.
Yeah, Alan, we're looking now at the finish line as we've got boats making a decision. Are they going to go for the committee boat, or are they going to go for that orange cylinder mark? So,
I mean, we can see Galert jibed off nice and early to get that inside track, so they're a bit more towards probably the middle of the line, maybe even race committee end. They've just got that inside jibe. Boat number 2 here coming in, looks like they might be in second position getting it. There we are, is that Galert crossing the line at the race committee end.
Yeah, looks like they've just managed to take the committee boat. So we've got 2 boats with those darker sails coming in. It's going to be interesting to see between 2 and 3 as to Musketeers or Supersonic.
Looks like Musketeers are just edging in front.
But we've got boat number 6 here, just going for that pin.
It's Tara.
It's Team Tara. I wonder whether they've managed to take a place off anybody. They did a massive dip there, so whether they've managed to get in front of boat number 4 of Annabelle, it'll be interesting to see when we get the official results come through. So we've just lost our track at the moment, but we'll hopefully get an update from the race committee. Oh, look at that. We just had a wetter sail through. We've got quite an active fleet here, but with their Dubai duty-free flag flying, it's great to see their support for our title sponsors as well. So we've got 2 more boats coming in for that finish line. We've got the white spinnaker and the blue coloured sail. Let's hopefully see if we can finish watching the finish of this race. We can see the last 2 boats, which is Flying Shark and Rascal, as to where they are positioning. But
looks to me like Flying Sharks are just going to take it, just a slim lead of about 10 metres. It looks like Rascal were fighting to the end there, really trying hardest to get that 6th place, but that goes to Flying Shark. So Galert were our winners of race number 30, which rounds off our 10th flight. So everyone has now raced 10 races. All the teams here have had 10 races under their belt on day 3 of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta 2022.
We are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life.
Well, welcome back to the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta as we enter into flight number 11 and race 31. In boat number 1 we have Desert Eagle with Mina Rashid in boat number 2. Boat number 3 is Wolfhounds Sports Boat World. Our current overall leaders are in boat number 4, Super Bella in boat number 5 with FFE Youth in 6, Impy in boat number 7, and boat number 8 is Shades. So we still have Alan with us in the studio. Alan, we've got a minute here to listen to the start.
5, 3, 2.
Individual recall there.
So individual recall, which means one or a few boats were over the line at the start. They were a little bit keen, so they are going to be returning now, and we'll just keep a keen eye to make sure those ones that were over will return to the start. We'll hear from the race committee soon. So it looks to me like we've had a bit of a split in the pack. Looks a bit darker out there. Do you think we've got a bit more breeze out there, Alan?
Yeah, the breeze looks definitely to be filled in a little bit more. Very much we could see it with that start. It looked like most of the boats were trying to favour the race committee end. However, they did line up a little bit early, and I think they were forced to kind of make their way down to that pin end. A couple of boats a little bit ended up in dirty air and were forced to tack off nice and early and get themselves clean.
Yeah, so we had Sports Boat World, Desert Eagle and Mina Rashid chose to take the pin end, and then we had FFV dominated at the committee boat end. So on track they looked like they were holding that committee boat space. It does put them underneath Wolfhounds though on our track with Super Bella in second place. They actually took middle of the line and tacked off to the right to stand over the top of Wolfhounds there. But we've got the 3 boats of Desert Eagle, Mina Rashid and Sports Boat World that took the pin at the start, heading up on port towards that windward mark. So hopefully we'll be able to see all of them in there. So we've got Mina Rashid of boat number 1, Desert Eagle of boat number 1, Mina Rashid of boat number 2, and then Sports Boat World of boat number 3 as we start to look to the port ley line, and we've got that split fleet going ahead. So Alan, just looking out there on the screen, it looks like a bit of breeze came down through the committee boat, and then we ended up with a little bit of a hole behind it, but we can see, there we go, boat number 6 of FFV Youth.
FFV Youth there, they've just gone for an early tack, so they weren't at ley line, but I think they were getting a bit swamped in some dirty air of Impy and Wolfhounds. But here they come, there's going to be a cross. And
yeah, this is very much the first big exchange we've seen in this race, and it looks like that right hand side hasn't quite paid off for FFV team. They might have been suffering from a little bit of dirty wind from, as you say, Wolfhounds.
Yeah, so that was Shades crossing in front of FFV Youth and Sports Boat World. They were both on port. FFV Youth were on starboard, but they were in front. So we've now got our first tacker onto the ley line of Sports Boat World with boat number 5 of Super Bella, who are faster than.
Here comes FFV Youth just coming in on port here. Sorry to interrupt there, Becky. They're gonna have to dip. I think they were hoping to try and find. There they go. They're finding a gap there.
They're going to swing the stern of the boat round now. We're going to stay on this this pink mark here as we see Mina Rashid making a decision. They've had to bear away. They're going to bear away between those 4 boats, and they're going to hold. There we go. Desert Eagle snuck round there, took the speed to get their spinnaker up first, followed by boat number 5 of Super Bella, with 6 of FFV Youth with that wine glass in, that hourglass, sorry, followed by our purple of boat number 4 and boat number 8 for Shades, and we're all struggling a little bit. They're going to have to find
to get that out. There we
go. That's annoying when that happens, and they've got to now get that all the way up. There's going to be good communication on there, talking to make sure that kite goes all the way up. And we've had one boat that has chosen to jibe off, and that is Mina Rashid. That is the helm of Mitch Webb with his crew of John, Sean and Anna. So it's going to be interesting. Now I've got a lot of bunch. What's the decision making going to be on board there, Alan?
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of a tussle here happening between these boats. Majority of the fleet staying on starboard. There's going to be quite a lot of dirty air happening. So I'm surprised that we're not seeing anybody driving off nice and early and trying to get that inside track, but I imagine it's going to happen very soon.
Yeah, so boat number 1 is Desert Eagle. That's the one closest to us. As we see one boat number 6, that's a boat of FFV Youth, jibing closely followed by Shades. But let's see what this pack do here, Alan.
Yeah, FF, they just had a bit of a difficulty getting their kite up, getting that twist out of the kite. I think they're very much forced to get out of that dirty air and jibe a bit earlier. So here we go, majority of the fleet must be on that ley line now, coming down towards the gate.
And I'm interested to see where Mina Rashid end up coming in. They're going to be coming in on starboard. They were the early boat to go over to the middle of the course, not the left-hand side, but they're going to be coming in on starboard. And it's going to be interesting to see as we see the 2 marks of the gate. So we've got that dark orange marker, and we've got the light orange marker. There we go. So this is a good view as we can see the committee boats sitting there as well. And we need to go and see whether we can see what's happening. There we go. We've got a manoeuvre there. That was Shades having to move out the way of FFV Youth. They were on port as they were coming in. So FFV Youth got the starboard call on them. And we've got boat number 1 of Desert Eagle there. Alan?
Yeah, right-hand turn just at this mark. Really, really nice drop from them guys. And they're definitely starting to get a bit of separation from the pack.
So Super Bella chose to go to the right-hand side of the mark, and they've bore away, and they've headed up over to the right-hand side, followed by, that was Super Bella, yeah, and we can't see where Sports Boat World, where have they got there? Let's have a look at their track.
They've turned mark number, left-hand mark, in 3rd position. By the looks of it, they're heading out to the right-hand side there now. Quite a good mark rounding from those guys as well. It'll be interesting now to see very much a split in the gate. 2 boats going left, top 2 leaders going to the right. Very interesting to see now which side is going to pay off.
And there we go, we've got our
leaders there are Desert Eagle. So they have gone left, but they're now they've now tacked as they're heading out. They are ahead, but really, really close with Super Bella. It is 2 meters in it at the moment. They're on the other side of the course. So Super Bella on the far right-hand side. They're number 5. So when you see a little yellow at the top of the mainsail, but Desert Eagle are coming up the middle. They're on boat number 1 with the light blue and the top triangle.
Mina Rashid very much favouring the right-hand side of the course in this race. The right-hand side on the downwind. And they're going back out right again on the next upwind, so they definitely fancy something out that side.
And Super Bella are very nearly on the ley line there, so they'll be very keen to tack soon. And of course, that's when we're going to know who has done best out of Desert Eagle and Super Bella. At the moment, Track is suggesting Desert Eagle are slightly ahead, but they will be coming in on port when they meet. So there we have Super Bella on number 5. So if we keep tracking with Super Bella, and we are looking to see on the left-hand side of the screen, if we keep tracking with that yellow number 5 on the top of the triangle, then this is where the action is for first place when we see number 1 coming in. So if we can keep tracking with the yellow one, and there you go, there we can see we're looking for a boat with the blue number 1 on the top of the sail. So it's when they come together, and there they've tacked, they are way ahead. So they've had a really good leg going up the middle there of Desert Eagle. Not this boat, that is number 6, that is FFE Youth, who have also done well through the middle. So we're sure, it looks like they're just having to dip slightly to go behind Desert Eagle and Super Bella there. But yeah, good upland leg with Desert Eagle, who hugged the middle and managed to get ahead.
Yeah, from about halfway up that second upwind, the guys out left tend to, well, they seem to have got a bit of a left shift, really benefited Desert Eagle and FF Wild Youth team. They really did well out of that.
Yeah,
good
nice
spot
clean
from
air.
those guys.
Yeah, nice clean air. I think that's it. We were talking about it at the Worlds a lot. If you were out in the front, you had clean air, just meant that you were getting further and further and further in front. As you can see on track 40 metres, they've pulled away from Super Bella, Helen.
Yeah, and it's really nice to, we've had slightly more breeze. We're sort of seeing more consistently over 5 knots of boat speeds from these boats, as we see that is Super Bella flying their kite there, shortly followed it is the red number 6 is FFV Youth. They've had, I think they rounded the downwind gate in 4th, so much nicer kite hoist for them there. I know had that difficulty on the last rounding. And then they've got Sports Boat World, our current overall leaders, leading by 2 points, and they're actually ahead of FFV Youth. So I don't know, Alan, what do you think? Are we going to start to see, as we're getting more to the business end of the regatta, not necessarily match racing, but when these boats are in the same flights as each other, they're going to want to make sure they're always boat ahead to keep hold of those very important points?
I think towards the end of today, yeah, there'll be some teams definitely starting to think about that, and they'll have a good eye on who their biggest competition is going to be going into tomorrow. Still is quite a lot of races to do tomorrow, so it might be a little bit early to start thinking about it still. And then obviously we have that final series that can really determine everything tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, it looks to me like there will be a bit of a battle warming up for the 4th place, because it's all important. When they go into the final, the scorecard is cleared and it's the first to 2 wins. But at the moment, Sports Boat World, FFV Youth and Musketeers are on our podium. So heading downwind here, that boat with the white spinnaker on the far left of the screen is our current race leaders of Desert Eagle. They've had a good couple of races today, and if they can hold on and take this bullet, they'll be very, very pleased with that. They've jibed across now, shortly followed by Super Bella jibing across behind them. I don't think Super Bella can do anything to catch them. I do think we're going to have a little bit of a battle for 3rd place. Currently, FFV Youth, which is that's the boat there with number 6 on their bow with the red. They're just jibing. They are in 3rd, but Sports Boat World are definitely hot on their tail, whether they're going to carry on longer and try and just sneak at the other end of the line, or I think that's exactly what they're doing. They certainly haven't jibed with them, so they're taking a different tactic together. Sometimes fortune favours the brave.
This is a really great shot here. You can see Desert Eagle sailing such a low angle, which is really helps straight to the mark pretty much, compared to Super Bella having to sail a little bit higher and maybe have a little bit more speed, but it's really balancing out. Do you go for speed, or do you try and keep as much speed as possible and go towards the mark? So I think it seems to be really paying off for Desert Eagle.
There we go. So we've just seen Sports Boat World take a jibe, swiftly followed by Wolfhounds. They're not as close as they look like they are on the water, but again, they've had to work hard there, Sports Boat World, to keep that position of 4th place. So there's about a metre till the finish for Super Bella, and we've got FFV Youth and Sports Boat World going for the finish line. So if we can see both the boat and the pin mark, then we might be able to see there's a big dip there from Sports Boat World, and we see FFV Youth just managed to hit the post, so you can see them, they've already got their kite down, so that means they finish. Sports Boat World finishing about 6 seconds behind. We've got a good race finish for Wolfhounds. Unfortunately, Mina Rashid had a great first windward leg, but have just seemed to have dropped right back to the back of the pack, with Shades and Impy also dropping back to the back of the fleet.
I think unfortunately that left-hand shift really came in, and we've seen on that second up when Mina Rashid heading back out right, and that probably cost them quite a bit, unfortunately, in this race.
Well, it does seem to me in this racing, the rich get richer, don't they? But a nice little update before, just whilst we take a little break from the umpires, and that is everyone's had lunch. They've got a spare nasi goreng, one chicken wrap going, and all the cutlery's been delivered.
Fantastic.
So it's amazing what comes across on our umpire to media channel, but I'm thrilled. We've got full tummies out there, so we're going to have continue to have some great racing. They're doing a great job putting on all this racing in some light, tricky conditions. So we'll just take a little break. That was the start of our Flight 11, race 31 complete of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta 2022.
We are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life.
Welcome back to race number 31 of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing 32. Thank you very much. I'm so glad you got that. And I was like, 31? No, it's 32.
No, that was so last race.
Oh dear.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go.
1 minute flag displayed for race 32.
So we just heard the 1 minute flag raised and the call for 1 minute to the start. So for race number 32, Helen.
Oh, there's a lot of races, Becky. There's
What
a lot
of races. Who are we looking at here on the race course?
Race number 32 in flight 11, dosc Women on Water, who Becky had a lovely chat with just a couple of races ago. They're out there again and competing in boat number 1, JYC in boat number 2, Tara is on boat number 3 with Jamming in boat number 4, Musketeers in boat number 5, VJ Holland boat number 6, Yala Shamal boat number 7, with Supersonic in boat number 8. So 30 seconds before the start, as they're all starting together, we've got a bit more breeze out there, and they're all just starting to come up, and we're going to listen in for the 10-second countdown.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready? Start.
So Supersonic on the far left, they're taking the furthest port end of the line. As we've been told, the trick is in these short, sharp races is just to have clear air. So they've taken left, and early off, tacking off the committee boat end of the line is VJ Holland. I believe it was all clear at the start. We've got VJ Holland, early tacker, going off to starboard, you can see there.
Again, looks like most of the fleet were favouring that race committee end. I definitely think in these sort of conditions, most important is that you can get yourself a clear start, get off the line as early as possible, and and sail yourself in clean breeze. So yeah, we can see two boats down that pin end there. Tara and Musketeers, is that right? They started towards the pin end, seem to be going very well.
Yeah, so we were just listening in there, and the race director, Roger Wilson, just chatting with the team on shore. They're looking and hoping that we're going to get to race 39, but I'm looking at Helen.
Do you think they heard you, Becky, struggling with what number we're on? They thought, we better let Becky know that there's 39 races. That'd be amazing. That's another 7 races, including this one. So I know I think the first day they're averaging about 3 races an hour. They're very pleased, so doing a great job to get them all away. So here we are on the first upwind leg of race number 32.
Yeah, so we've got...
VJ Holland are in first by the looks of things. They're over on the right-hand side. Boat number 6, so there's a little bit of red on their bow and the tip of their sail. The next leaders are... the second place position is Supersonic with Yala Shamal just behind. Now, Supersonic are on the far left-hand side, so very, very different angles they've taken here. But at the moment, it looks like VJ Holland in first place on the right-hand side are doing best, and they're very close to ley-lined.
Yeah, looking at Supersonic here, looks like they have a huge left shift, very much on a different angle, according to our track, and still going very well with boat speed. So, be very curious to see if VJ Holland can manage to get across from the right-hand side and actually get past Supersonic and Tara.
If we have a little look to the right, we're going to see we've got one boat, our leaders on, there we go, beautiful. Race number 6, they are on starboard now. They shouldn't have to do anything else, just sail a nice clean race to get to that windward mark. Just going to have to duck them. We'll shortly see them coming into shot is dosc.ae, Women on Water. A great race for them, Becky. They are currently in second, just having to dip there, but a really good position now. They're just going to have to stay high and dry and keep ahead of of everyone else coming in on port.
Absolutely. I mean, it's great to see that Charlotte is back on the helm. So they've been swapping around positions on the water, but we've had Aish helming, and then we've now got Charlotte. So it's great for our youth helms to get out there on the water, but let's hope that they can keep themselves clean and keep themselves working. They were talking about it being quite fit and fast out there, and let's hope that they make some good tactical decisions. So let's keep our eyes on that pink cylinder mark as we see all the boats converging all together on the sorry, my mistake, that is the orange triangle. So if we can see the action taking place over there, we'll be able to see the boats coming in on port.
There we go. There's Supersonic just tacking closer to that orange triangle with the green at the top of their sail. They have had an absolutely brilliant first upwind leg. They very much hugged the middle, whereas the ones we were watching had gone right out to the right-hand side. So that blue kite coming up now is on our race leaders, Supersonic, who no one saw just sneaking up there, tucking in from port.
Very nice manoeuvre from those guys coming in on the port ley line, straight into attack and then a hoist. So very good, very tricky manoeuvre, but they executed it brilliantly. Boat number 4 we have here, jamming, just struggling a little bit with their kite. There we go, it's popped.
Yeah, we've just seen 5 and 6. So 6 managed to stay on the inside of the mark and keep what we call water. So they have room to go round. 5 had to go round the outside, which is the boat of Musketeers had to go round the outside of VJ Holland to keep their speed up. But it did open the door a little bit for dosc.ae to come. They need to get that spinnaker flying. They need to get moving. Otherwise, they're going to lose that advantage that they had powering into it. It looks a little bit... Sorry, Alan.
Very good seeing the technique of Supersonic here with that tack line just a little bit higher up, which allows them actually to sail deeper and closer to the mark. You can see the boats behind in that shot, their tack is pulled right down onto the pole, so they will struggle a little bit more to sail as low as the others.
Yeah, so Supersonic and the team on there, Dan, and Baikor and Gaetan, it's one of their little tricks that they like to do. As long as the sea is not too choppy, then you can keep a stable spinnaker. It looks like the breeze has just lightened up a little bit there, Alan, and just looking at the way that the spinnakers are sort of collapsing a little bit in the middle, it seems to be that chop is causing a little bit of an issue.
I think you've got most of the fleet really trying to sail as low as they can as well, so there's probably a little bit of pressure coming out of the kites while they're trying to do that.
So Supersonic are the boat on the left with that light blue spinnaker in first place. Very close for second. The next boat with the white spinnaker is Jamming, with Team Tara with the dark blue in third place. But Jamming, I think they've been having a really nice regatta so far. They've been posting some really good results. And I know when we saw them earlier, Becky, big smiles on their faces, and I think they're pretty pleased. We've got a jibe back there. VJ Holland trying a different angle, Alan.
Yeah, I think again, get themselves back towards the gate, get the early jibe in, and hopefully then they're probably thinking that they can come back with starboard advantage as they approach that bottom gate.
And there we go, we can see a lot of the other teams staying on the water to, I know they've got to be ready for the next racing, but it's great being down there on those boats watching the close action. So here we go, we've got Supersonic coming into what was looking like the left-hand side of the mark. They're going to go round and they're going to pull the kite down to what's called the leeward side, a nice wide entry into that mark, and then back into to there. So we'll go back to our race leaders as we see them coming round the mark. We've got 3 boats here, so umpires are hot on their heels. Alan, talk us through this one.
Yeah, so Rule 18 applying, come down to the bottom gate. So inside boat should have room provided that they enter the zone with an overlap. But yeah, once boats get this close together, there's a lot going on. There's probably a lot of shouting, screaming, and everybody trying to get the kites down. This is where you can often see that those with 4 up on the boat, extra pair of hands, can really benefit in these tight and tricky situations.
There we go. So that was boat 4 Jamming. They actually took it a bit wider. They pushed Musketeers out a little bit more, meant they had to sail further, but which then gave Team Tara the opportunity to go round the right-hand side of the mark. They chose to go a little bit higher, avoid the back of Musketeers, and take that right-hand side mark and the right-hand side of the course.
Now we're going to see as we take on the second upwind leg. So Supersonic very much sticking to form of what they did on the first upwind leg. They've taken their left-hand mark with Tara going out to the right. Now Supersonic, as we remember before, they look like they are doing rinse and repeat. They've already tacked over and they're going to hug the middle there and hope just to sneak across when there's some really good wind and get across before Tara meets them on port. So Tara having a great race so far. They're currently in second and they are heading right out to the right. So I imagine, Alan, what they're going to be doing is heading as far out as they can to that ley line and trying to get as much speed as possible and keep just ahead on starboard when they meet with Supersonic.
Looks like Supersonic again getting a little bit of a left shift, very much what happened to them in the first upwind. Seems to be that left side has been a little bit more favourable, as all the boats now are pretty much trying to get onto port tack. Looks to be the long tack towards that upwind mark.
Do you think we've got some current out there? I know it can be, just looking at the big super yachts sitting here, it's always a telltale sign as to whether it's running from right to left. It seems a bit neutral at the moment. What do you think, Alan?
There is a slight bit of current. I don't think it's as big of a factor as it was yesterday and the day before with the lighter breeze. I think today is more a bit more boat handling and tactics with the small 10 and 15 degree shifts. I think that's going to be your main factor today, more so than the current.
So the cross I am keen to see is between Tara and Supersonic. Tara is on boat number 3 and Supersonic is in boat number 8. So it's with the green sail and the pink top of the sail for 3. That is where our cross is coming. I think Tara might just, there we are, Tara ahead. So well done, Team Tara. But of course, they've still got another tack to make along with Supersonic. And when they next meet, of course, Supersonic will be on right. So hopefully Tara probably looking just to hold on to a bit of speed there before they do a manoeuvre. They're going to want a nice, clean, slick manoeuvre, a couple of tacks to get to that windward mark. But it paid for them to go out to the right. Supersonic have already tacked. They are slightly below ley line.
Here we go. Just we lost a track of jamming, and here they come. They took that left-hand side of the mark. But as you say, I think going and keeping clear of Musketeers and the guys there, keeping the speed in for Team Tara, sticking to the right-hand side of the course has definitely helped pay. They're going to do, by the looks of it, a couple of...
Keep an eye on that top boat with number 3, and we're going to see where the green number 8 sail will be coming. So back to that. There we go. Okay, so
that's the dosc just crossing in front of BJ Holland there.
Number 8 with the green. If we look back to the windward mark, there we go. Okay, so number 3 is Tara and Supersonic have
I think they've got that pole out too early. I think that was a bit of a sneaky one.
This is your bugbear, Becky. This is your thing.
Well, it was the umpires were calling it earlier on the day one, but no one was up there.
Nice. Well, yeah, nice.
Here we go. We're going to end up with a voluntary turn by Team Tara. So I wonder whether they just didn't give Supersonic enough room on that wind when they were coming in on the starboard ley line. But let's keep an eye on boat number 4. Are they going to take advantage? That is jamming. And they're going to take advantage of the fact that they've just had to do a penalty. That was pretty stonking, though. They've managed to blow the socks off that penalty and get the spinnaker up in time, Alan, to keep moving and not lose much speed or space between them and jamming.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show how close this racing is. We've seen earlier on that upwind just before the mark, the Tara crossing Supersonic, and then actually, you know, on the next exchange, they were just slightly under the ley line, Tara, and unfortunately then they lost it with Supersonic coming back at them with starboard advantage.
Sorry, go on.
No, there we go. They're going for that jibe there. So Team Tara deciding to carry on and follow on the same path as Supersonic. Supersonic now just jibing, but I think we're going to have a little battle here for second place between Tara and Musketeers. I know there's a very strong Singapore contingent supporting Team Tara, so they'll certainly be rooting for them here, but very, very different sides of the course here. And of course, as they come back in together for that finish line, it's going to be all on for second place.
Absolutely. Sorry, that was just wanted to talk about the team that were coming through. So
jamming.
Here
they come.
Jamming. Yeah. No, I was just saying. I know it's a little bit further back in the fleet, but Musketeers there got themselves an hourglass, and it gave dosc an opportunity to take some distance out of them. So unfortunately, Musketeers haven't carried on their format of being up there in the top 3. But let's see if they can claw some distance back. So
jamming. I think jamming. As I say, they're doing very nicely. Supersonic out in front, jamming, and Tara are neck and neck. So it's going to be very interesting as they come towards that finish mark. Supersonic don't look like they've got much to worry about. They have that light blue spinnaker on the right of your screen, and They look like they're going to be very happily taking first, but Jamming to me looked just ahead for second place. But obviously that penalty that Tara took at the top mark will have possibly cost them that second place unless they can really pull it out the bag.
Yeah, we're just waiting to see the committee boat and the orange cylinder on screen so we can see the full of the finish line. Otherwise we're looking at track as well for us in the studio. That's been an amazing piece of equipment that's helped us keep an eye on where all the boats have been moving. Looks like on track Jamming have got it over the top of Tara, but it's only it's under 8 meters in between them. So let's keep an eye.
Here we go.
So here's exchange here, yeah, between Jamming and Tara.
Supersonic crossing the line, so it's the dark blue and the white spinnakers as they come together. There they are. There's Tara jibing. Are they going to be able to carry the speed? No, Jamming have got ahead.
This is what we're going to watch. Yeah, it's still not finished yet.
So we can now see the committee boat and the finish line of the orange cylinder there, and we've got another jibe that's taken place there. So they've pushed them out. So I think that is the white spinnaker of Jamming heading to the committee boat to try and get that deep. They're going to go deep. Hopefully they're going to let the tack line out a little bit. We've got Tara.
Looks like they've got a slightly nicer angle to the finish. If they can just get inside that race committee boat, I think they're going to pip them.
Yeah, it was a close one. I think unfortunately they just lost it a little bit. Let's keep watching. They've gone for that pin end.
Yeah, I think we've got a finish here
on
track.
So,
Jamming in second, third place Tara.
And Musketeers coming in fourth with the yellow of boat number 5.
Got a battle here between Dosc Wow Women on Water and VJ Holland at the moment. Dosc Wow are just ahead. Let's see who can hold their speed.
Come on, ladies, we can do this.
No bias here. No bias here. Come on, VJ Holland.
Oh, come on. Come on, ladies. This will be a great finish for them if we can go and watch the blue and the red sails. Oh, it looks like it's going to be so close between VJ Holland and Dosc Wow, but it looks like
meters in it.
Yeah,
meters
VJ Holland just pipped them to the post, which is a bit of a shame there. Would have been a great finish to the ladies to get that 5th position for this one. So we've still got a couple more boats to finish. I know that the last 2 boats, especially Yala Shamal, will be extremely frustrated with that 7th place.
They certainly will, but there is a gap back to 8th, back to JYC, so I think we can comfortably say we'll see them coming across the line very shortly. Yala Shamal takes 7th and JYC still a little bit further to go in the distance there. You can see them just jibing and they'll be coming down to take 8th place, but it was Supersonic Jamming Tara for the top 3 of our race 32 in flight 11 of our Dubai duty-free Sailing League Regatta here at the Dubai Offshore Sailing Club in 2022.
branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life.
Yes, all of the ones. Oh, welcome back to Dubai Duty Free Sailing League with the SB20 Racing, and going out onto the water, we are going to be starting race number 33 with boat number 1, Glasgow Kiss, boat number 2, Rascal, boat number 3, NBS, boat number 4, Dosc Youth, boat number 5, Ragged Edge Racing, boat number 6, Flying Sharks, boat number 7, Gellert, and boat number 8, Annabelle. So Alan, you were just looking at the race results there, the live race results, as we pull them up on screen to see how the teams are getting on. There's been a couple of place changes, admittedly down the bottom, but it's good to see.
Yeah, well, it's good to see it at the top as well. FF Wall U team now up into 2nd position overall, which is brilliant. From such young guys to see that, really good.
We're just waiting for an update on
also, yeah, we were just commenting on Dosc WOW team moving up the ranks today, which is great. They're having a very good day.
We just heard there that they were getting ready to go into sequence, which is why we rushed on the air and we got my Chris Packett conversation, but it seems that there's a bit of a repair going on, or they're just checking on one of the teams. I think that was on boat number 2 for Rascal. So that is our 5 signals
in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 3 minutes
we've got a bit of, we've got our guest speaker who forgot to put his phone on silent. That is brilliant. Welcome to the table, Darren.
Thank you, sorry about that. Yeah,
that's all right, that's all right. I mean, you want to be a race officer anyway, listening to us lot chatting.
Absolutely.
So we were just talking about the boats out on the water. So we've got Glasgow Kiss there, who are currently sitting in, sorry, I'm just going to pull those results up. They are currently sitting in 10th place. I think they'll probably be a little bit disappointed with that, but they are carrying an OCS from flight number 4. We've got Rascal, one of our local team here, owned by Paul Wright, and helmed by Rob Phillips. They are sitting in 19th place. We've got NBS, helmed by Kathleen Swaling. They are sitting in 22nd. We've got our Dosc Youth team sitting in 23rd. We have Ragged Edge Rigging sitting in 12th. We have Flying Sharks sitting in 18th. We have Gellert sitting in 6th, and we have Team Annabelle sitting in 11th. So Midfleet Racing
and the orange triangle mark. The orange triangle mark.
Very shortly to after, I think that was 2 minutes. Am I getting signalled 2 minutes there, Darren? The race committee.
It's really brilliant to see those teams that have managed to get a quick changeover going and doing some of their checks, their pre-start checks, getting as much time in the boat as possible. So in these conditions, definitely it can make all the difference to your race.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've not got any of the top teams up in here, but it's going to be interesting to see whether with that they can get some whether Ragged Edge can get themselves another bullet. They had a bullet yesterday. They're a bit gutted actually. They came up for an interview and got turned away because we had such a big queue taking place. But I know Charlotte Borghese was immensely proud of her team and getting themselves out of bullets. And we've got just a countdown coming in now.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1 minute flag displayed for race 33.
So there we go. We've got Bruno there. We don't talk about Bruno. Oh no, we have to still keep talking though. So Bruno holding the 1 minute flag. He's one of our keen volunteers. So all the way, apart from Nicholas Fisk, everybody on that race committee boat is a volunteer, and they're giving up their time over this UAE National Day holiday to come out and get sailing up onto the water. So we're a bit far away on our screen, unfortunately, because the racing had to go further out. So they're lining up. And let's talk through the start, Alan.
Again, yeah, boats lined up very, very early. It looks like they were trying to get favoured end of the race committee, but I think with them being lined up so early, they're getting pushed down towards the pins. So again, with the start, you really want to try and get yourself some space and make sure that you can sail a clean lane after that start.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. Race 33 underway, clean start.
Well, that was interesting because we were watching Annabelle on the track there, and they looked like they were going for a pin end start, but they ended up having to bear away jibe, and they've ended up going across on port. They're going to come across Rascal, Team Rascal, who had the same. They were going for a position in the middle of the line, and they ended up having to tack round and head off and come back to the committee boat end. But
Glasgow Kiss looks like they have a really good start right down the pin end, going very well with speed and to be in clean breeze. So they're definitely the ones watching this.
yeah, so they've got dosc youth behind them, and unfortunately they're sliding down a little bit. I think that the lightness of their crew will be they'll be struggling a little bit with the increase of the breeze and the sun setting. And we've got Flying Sharks in the red boat there. They are just pushing up against Team Gillett and Ragged Edge rigging. So we've just got a lot of water action out. We're going to get a lot of chop later. We've got kite surfers, we've got jet skis. It's a busy waterway here. As we're looking there at boat number 6 tacking off, and that is Flying Shark. So they're going to cross behind boat number 7 of Gillett, who
pretty much an even split in the fleet. So we've 4 boats now, 5 boats heading out to the right hand side, and the 3 leading boats look to be going towards that port hand ley line. Gellert looks to probably have starboard advantage, so we have them actually tacking there now, just a little bit below the ley line. They're going to keep options open and very much keep themselves in a very controlling position amongst the fleet.
There we go. We're just looking at boat number 6 there. So that's the team of Flying Sharks, and the Indian team. They've had a mixed regatta. They had some good starts, but unfortunately lost some places down there. So we can see Glasgow Kiss, our race leaders from our event leaders from last year, who are trying to get themselves a top position in this race. I think with the information, we're struggling a little bit to get the angle right to be able to show you the best pictures on the water. But as we say, we've got track here that's giving us some good data in terms of boat speed and angle of the boat, and then distance between. We've got Ragged Edge rigging Ragged Edge racing showing up on our screen is about 10 metres behind the leaders, who were Gillett, who have just tacked for the port ley line, as Ragged Edge are sailing up the middle of the course. We're going for an orange triangle this time. Here we go. We've just got boat 8 dipping behind, so that's the dosc youth boat dipping behind Team Annabelle. So they've had a really good run up here on boat number 4. That's good to see them getting into their groove as a young team.
Good speed as well on dosc youth. The speed is I mean, they've had a pretty good first start to that beat, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're losing our track a little bit, but that's okay. Darren, you're up to date, so that's good. So we've got a few boats coming in on the starboard ley line now. So I can see Rascals, NBS, and we have the purple. We've got 2 purple boats, and the dosc youth team. They've tacked on to starboard. We're going to have 2 boats coming in on port, Glasgow Kiss and Gellert. So whether they're going to be battling for a position round the orange triangle, as we can see boats on the right hand side lining up on the starboard ley line, but we're going to see 2 boats coming in from the left hand side. There we go, they're just coming in to our screen now as we go back to the orange triangle, so that we can see the boats coming in and the battle going on. So it looked like boat number 7, Gellert, managed to tack round and get in front of Glasgow Kiss as they bear away.
Yeah,
so let's just hold on this position, Alan, talk us through the next bits.
Yeah, looks like they just had an inside overlap on Glasgow Kiss, and they had to give way and get around that mark. Boat number 5 rounding in 3rd, so that's Ragged Edge Racing.
and they've managed to push out our red of Flying Sharks, who had to bail away, and unfortunately we're coming across a boat number 8, Annabelle, coming across on starboard. So they've had, unfortunately, a little bit, they've given away 2 places to Ragged Edge Racing and to Team Annabelle. But boat number 4 of dosc Youth, they have managed to sustain themselves, keep the speed up. Let's hope they've got a clean hoist with boat number 2 of Rascal hot on their heels. Let's go, team. Let's get that kite up.
Looks like a bit of separation from our first 3 boats. However, it's all happening here for 4th position, very, very close. Can make all the difference in your ranking.
I think that's a great manoeuvre by dosc Youth. They didn't hoist their spinnaker straight away. They went super deep to put them on the inside of the race boat. I think if you're a little bit less, if you're not as strong, then giving yourself that deep downwind to be able to hoist the spinnaker with no speed in really helps. So we've got boat number 2 there, I think that is. It's a bit difficult to see from this sunshine angle. Yeah, boat number 2, Rascals, has sailed over the top of boat number 8, Annabelle. Annabelle's gone for a slightly deeper angle downwind. We have got Gellert and Glasgow Kiss and Ragged Edge Rigging are leading the pack.
And we've got Flying Sharks there, just struggling a bit to get themselves some clean wind, forced out now to the edge. So it looks like now they've got that kite filled again, and they're starting to get moving.
Yeah, so they are reaching around, trying to get themselves going. So Annabelle's gone for the jibe, and here we go. We've just got our Glasgow Kiss come back into the camera angle on boat number 1, but we are looking to see where Gellert are. That is our leading boat on boat number 7. So boat number 7 we should be able to see coming into our picture soon, hopefully.
Yeah, here we have Ragged Edge Racing after jibing as well, very much following Glasgow Kiss on that ley line probably, or just above the ley line. Here we are, Gellert coming in just below again.
Yeah, we need to be able to see this. We're going to have some traffic down at the gate. So our 2 triangle marks on our gates, we've got Glasgow Kiss and Gellert will be battling it down. Boat number 7 and boat number 1 need to be looking at where we're going to see them coming through. We can just see Gellert and boat number 7 coming in there, and they're coming to the first of the triangular marks. There's another one out to the right hand side, and we can see them coming in. So there's Glasgow Kiss showing us how a windward drop is done. Super quick from Neil Corder there on the bow, packing it away. He's our local sailor based here. Let's have a look where Gellert have gone. They've gone off to the left-hand side of the mark, and let's go back to the gate so that we can see the boats coming round, so we can see where their positions are as which way are they choosing. So that's boat number 5 of the Ragged Edge Rigging. They're going to be chasing down Glasgow Kiss, seeing if they can get themselves closer to, they're in a 3rd position at the moment, but they're going to try and see if they can catch Glasgow Kiss. We've got Gellert disappearing off to the left, Alan.
Yeah, Gellert very much out on its own, taking maybe a slight risk on this, heading out left, so very curious to see if Ragged Edge will nip in front of those going out right. I think it's going to be very close. Glasgow Kiss looks to be well out in front in this race, having a really nice mark rounding. As we look up the course, they turn the right-hand mark.
Right, as we said, Track has been an amazing addition to today's Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta, and we thank them very much for their support. It's making us being able to see where all the boats are manoeuvring around the course much easier, especially with the race course being really far out. Oh dear, so that looks like dosc Youth have really just struggled. Boat number 4 struggling to get their kite down. It looks like it's got caught around the shroud. That's really tough when that happens, and as a bowman it's a bit frustrating. Let's get that jib in and get going again, guys. So let's have a look where we can see Glasgow Kiss of boat number 1 and boat number 7 of Gellert. So let's look up on
here we go. The exchange is about to happen now. So we've got Glasgow Kiss coming across on starboard, Gellert on port just below the port side ley line, and then we've got Ragged Edge out to the right hand side, a nice clean breeze below the starboard ley line. So all very close between the top 3 boats. Very close racing, and we've got Annabelle just passing behind Ragged Edge Racing.
Right, so we're just, if we can nip to the track, we can give our spectators at home a bird's eye view of what's taking place. That would be amazing, because we're going to get a cross between Glasgow Kiss and Gellert. I think Glasgow Kiss are probably just in front. Looks like they're about 14 metres ahead. So here we go. This is our track showing. Yeah, they've just managed to clear in front of that. So let's...
Yeah,
and we can just see
here we
Gellert
go.
have just tacked off and on that one.
Yeah. So Glasgow Kiss going putting in a nice, very tight controlling tack. Very much, they're probably thinking that right-hand side is a little bit more favoured, so they'll do a very tight cover on Gellert and get themselves back out to the right-hand side, where they think there's something a little bit better out that side. Forcing Gellert, on the other hand, out to the left-hand side ley line.
Yeah, it's spread out a little bit. I think Ragged Edge have dropped off the back a little bit, but they're trying to protect their third place from Annabelle.
I think Annabelle has had a really good second upwind looking at the track. They're coming along on starboard, just below the starboard ley line, so I think they might be able to nip a position here. Looks like they've had a very good second upwind.
Yeah, so we're going to stick on this orange triangular mark so we can see the boats coming into the course. And there we go. There is boat number 1 going round, so that's Glasgow Kiss, so that's last year's winners coming round the top, and we want to be looking at the orange mark as we go round. So there we go. Here they are blaring away. So we've got boat number 7, Gellert, have managed to keep in second. Can Ragged Edge rigging get themselves up and get closer to and protect themselves from Annabelle? So let's stick on, watch this route rounding. They've slowed down a little bit. That wasn't great tack there from Ragged Edge.
A little bit more separation than what we've seen in the first rounding. So yeah, good hoist again by Gellert.
Here we go. So this is working. Matt Britton and Pippa Keaton-Page on the front of Ragged Edge.
They're just struggling to get that kite sheath in a little bit. They need to get that kite filled a little bit quicker. And there we go. It's finally popped.
There we go. So it looks like we've got about 30 metres in between Annabelle and Ragged Edge. Is Annabelle going to stay on their heels, or are they going to jibe off and try and come back in on starboard?
It's still all to play for, I think. You know, there's definitely a place or two to be gained here on this downwind certainly between second place and fourth place. Here we go. It looks like Annabelle's going for the earlier jibe.
Yeah, there we go. So I think they're going to try and go for that committee boat end of the finish. Try and dip down, maybe go a bit deeper. It's going to be interesting. It'll be interesting what the chat is on Ragged Edge.
I think very much what we're seeing is the breeze does look to be a little bit further left in this race, so that actually forces most of the boats to stay on starboard on that downwind, so they can sail as close to that finish line as possible.
There we go. We've got lots of spectators sitting out on the boats there, waiting for their opportunity to do the next race. So this is a good view of our leading boat, which is Glasgow Kiss. Boat number 7 is chasing them down, as is boat number 5 of Ragged Edge Racing. So this is going to be a race to the finish for first, second and third. So I think probably Glasgow Kiss, Darren, have still got the lead.
It looks like they're in really good shape. They're going to come across here, probably to the ley line before they jibe back.
Yeah,
looking really good.
I think what we're seeing is Glasgow is just a little bit lower down and avoiding that dirty breeze from Gellert, who's above them. So I think they're going to be okay and managing to sail a nice deep angle towards the finish boat. But definitely it's all to play for, I think, between Gellert and Ragged Edge Racing.
Yeah, so we've just got a couple of spectator sailing boats coming in there, but that's okay. They're going to give us a good view of our finish line. So we've got Glasgow Kiss absolutely holding the fort. They're going to looking back to see when the next two boats are going to jibe. We've got Windward boat is Ragged Edge. We've got a jibe there from Gellert, followed by Glasgow Kiss. We've got the starboard boat coming in on boat number 8. I think that, sorry, not 8. I missed who that was. That was Annabelle.
Again, yeah, we've
Annabelle.
got
They snuck back in. Sorry, they went over to that right-hand side of the course, didn't they?
I think they just got themselves a little bit of separation into clean breeze, and they've managed to get inside Ragged Edge Racing, where this is really key on the downwinds to get that inside jibe and sail a nice good angle towards your finish. So looking at it from here, it looks like Annabelle might have caught Ragged Edge Racing.
I think we're going to get a really close finish, very close to the finished boat.
Here we are. We have Glasgow Kiss after finishing in first. And we've got Gellert, looks like they're going to get the second place. And now it's going to be very, very tight between Annabelle and Ragged Edge Racing.
Yeah, so there we go. We've got in view there, we've got Ragged Edge. We can't quite see Annabelle.
Here we have both boats just
stop?
dipping right down, trying to get their bow across that line. It's super close. And it looks like per our track looks like we have Ragged Edge Racing followed by Annabelle in fourth position. So we'll have to confirm that a bit later. But per the track, that's how it looks.
Yeah, we're gonna wait for the officials out. We got still a race for 5th, 6th, and 7th at the back between Flying Sharks, Rascal and NBS. Unfortunately, dosc Youth, after their great first windward leg, they're really improving. They're getting themselves up there every single time. They're in the mix. They've just got to keep themselves moving all the way through the fleet. So it's tough. It takes a lot to keep doing that.
You've got to really give credit to these guys. You know, it's not an easy boat to be sailing at such a young age, and yeah, I have a lot of admiration for those guys out there and doing a great job. And it's brilliant to see them improving every day.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not forget, they've only been training together for probably about 4 or 5 weeks, so they haven't had much opportunity to do a lot of boat on boat, and especially when they race at the weekend, they've only had one opportunity to race together, and it was actually a bit of a mixed crew. So this is their first big regatta together, so it's an amazing job. I think, by the looks of it, that we're coming to the end of our race for race 33. We are going to be, that is the end of flight number 11. We're going to hand over in a little bit to Helen, who is at our deck chair studio.
We are in the deck chair studio, having a great time with JYC, who are very giggly. That's all we've been doing is positioning them for the interview. So JYC, here you are. How is your event going so far?
Good to bad, mostly. But we're enjoying the experience. It's the first time we've ever entered a boat as JYC from Jeddah Yacht Club. We're starting from scratch, so we've got a lot of improvement to do, and I don't think we can get any worse next year. So we're looking forward to that.
I think you're being very, very harsh on yourself. Oh, you have had a couple of things happen today, haven't you? What's gone on the racecourse today?
We had a bit of a spinnaker issue, which, ladies, I don't know if you want to comment on, but...
I think that's blame.
Where's that red flag gone?
Protest.
They said if I ask any awkward questions, what's going to happen, Ollie?
Well, we'll have to have a protest.
Yeah, so I'm going to get protest. But so far we're okay. What happened with the spinnaker? Are you guys getting the blame?
I think we're getting the blame, but I think it was more on the helm.
Oh, right. Okay, here we go.
Definitely blaming the helm.
Who was helming?
Colin.
Yes, I was in the bar. So definitely wasn't me.
Right, so I think they've been mix and matching all the positions on the boat. So who was helming when most went wrong? Is that a fair question?
Look, I mean, there's a bit of blame game here. I'm going to protest that one, actually. So, yeah, no, we didn't have a great couple of races, actually, but we were building on some solid foundations, and it went a bit wrong in the last 3 races. But it's good the bar's well stocked anyway. So we're looking forward to getting back there.
It looks like there's great support amongst the team. But honestly, you're having a great time here in Dubai, aren't you, Smith?
Yeah, we came to have fun, that's it.
I can certainly tell that as we were walking down. Loads and loads of fun to be had. So how many are you sailing on board?
We are 4s up, and we came with the big rig this time. We came for the big wins. I think we're a week early.
Are you saying we're a little overweight, Colin?
I tried, but I am very heavy. We are heavy.
In light winds, that doesn't work so well. So we pushed Adrian over a couple of times.
Oh, poor Adrian. Adrian, what do you have to say about that?
Oh, good, I'm having fun. So.
Having fun as they're pushing over. So, and you've come from Jeddah Yacht Club. Tell us a bit about where you're from.
So Jeddah Yacht Club, brand new yacht club that we're setting up, which will be open March 23. We've got a super yacht marina, we've got a beautiful yacht club, and we've also got a beautiful sailing academy. So we're looking to do a winter series in some sailing events coming over next year. Watch this space maybe for Sail GP as well. But we're really excited for what's to come. We've got brilliant conditions, 25 knots, 30 knots, some big waves as well. So I'm sure we're going to have a lot of fun when we get the Sailing Academy up and started.
Yeah, we're also not used to low wind.
Say that again.
We're also not used to low wind.
What sort of wind do you have out there?
20 knots, at least.
The excuses are coming in thick and fast now. So, any more races today? You're going out soon. We've got to let you go in a minute, haven't we?
Yeah, we've got to get out again. Who's going to helm this time? Back to Colin. Okay.
Yeah. You pretty pleased with that?
Yeah, let's get this job done. We're going for an average point.
We're going to need to break the boat again before we start.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you here. Always good to have laughs at our deck chair studio as we go out to the racing just before we have a few words.
Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1.
And welcome back to race number 34 of flight number 12, Helen.
Yeah, we are into flight number 12, and who have we got? Boat number 1 is Wolfhounds, Rascal in boat number 2, Jamming is boat number 3, FFV Youth on boat number 4, Ragged Edge, same again, boat number 5, with Impy on boat number 6, Desert Eagle on boat number 7, and boat number 8 is Tara. Now, it looked like Desert Eagle on boat number 7 took the furthest to the left, the port end of the start, but it looks like right in the middle, they were nearest to the committee boat line. Looks like Jamming is going up the middle and currently leading in nice fresh air.
Yeah, we had Wolfhounds and Ragged Edge Rigging took the committee boat, but Ragged Edge didn't stay on port very long. They ended up they ended up squeezing Wolfhounds out to make them tack off onto port, and they carried on. So it looks like they are having a little battle with Team Tara at the moment, Alan.
Yeah, I think, Jamming here, we can see probably had arguably the best start of this race, getting a little bit closer to the bias end of the race committee boat and managing to get off into clean air. So they're actually in a really nice controlling position in terms of the rest of the fleet. Desert Eagle also, good start down towards the pin, maybe not so bias, but definitely they're in clean breeze and going quite well.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how these teams are faring. So let's have a look at the scores, Helen, and we're going to be able to see who we're going to be looking out for, who's going to be trying to take advantage of their positioning in this race.
Definitely.
Yeah, so the overall scores, because we've just completed flight 11, is SSB Youth in number 1, but 1 point behind in the overalls is, sorry, I've said that wrong. Sports Boat World are in first and FFV Youth are 1 point behind in second. There's now a 5-point buffer back to Musketeers, so Sports Boat World and FFV Youth look pretty safe up there. You never say never, but they've got just a nice, comfortable lead there. Jamming are in 4th place, but just behind is Supersonic with a little bit more of a buffer back to Galert. So Supersonic and Jamming are going to be really vying for that 4th position. And don't they know, I spoke to Michael Padjack, who's on Supersonic this morning, and he's really got his eye on that 4th spot. So we might start to see things happening out on the water. We've got Jamming out there now, and they're going to be looking to have as good a races as possible. They don't have Supersonic on the water with them, but I know Supersonic will keenly watching their positioning because Supersonic are out on the next race.
Yeah, so Alan, what have you seen taking place so far on the water there?
Yeah, so it looks like Jamming is really reaping the rewards from that great start that they had. Got themselves into a nice controlling position, keeping themselves between the fleet and the mark very much, and I really think they're going to be the first boat around this top mark. Desert Eagle again playing a little bit safe, staying away from the crowd, went down for the pin end, but they have sailed pretty much most of this upwind in clean breeze, so they could be right in the mix as well at this top mark.
Looks like we're going to have a little bear away from that port boat that was coming across. We had 2 port boats coming across there that were going for the starboard boat. So that was Team Supersonic having to bear away down behind dosc.ae. Sorry, I am on the wrong race there, guys, so you'll have to bear with me.
I can just have a look here. It's Jamming.
Okay.
You can see the boat that's heading directly for that windward mark there, that orange triangle. Jamming has number 3, the pink bit at the top of their sail. They've had a lovely first leg here as they get that kite set, shortly followed by Desert Eagle. So slightly different tactics up here. Jamming were much more sort of right at the middle, and Desert Eagle hugged that left-hand side. Quite a procession now as the rest of the fleet follow through. So Jamming round in first, Desert Eagle second, followed by FFV Youth.
Okay, yeah, so we've then got that Ragged Edge on boat number 5. They're going to be hoisting that spinnaker. Is there going to be anybody that's going to jibe off, do you think, or do you think we're going to just see a little bit of a progression as we see the Wolfhounds of boat number 1 coming round the top mark?
I think, yeah, with that left-hand shift still being a little bit more favoured, that left side, probably going to see most boats just trying to sail on starboard on this downwind, but really trying to get as low as possible as well, so they have a good angle towards the mark and get as close as possible to that gate.
They were obviously listening to you, Alan, because as you said that, both Ragged Edge rigging and our leaders on boat number 3, Jamming, actually bore away slightly. We've got a little bit of a tussle between Jamming and dosc Youth. We're going to be watching to see what's going to happen there. We've got boat number 1 just climbing up above them. You can't quite see the bow of the boat, but you can see the top of their spinnaker. They're going to be they're just above. They're a little bit higher and a little bit faster.
Here we have Desert Eagle. I think they were very much forced to jive off. As a FF Wall youth team, they just managed to get that breeze out of their sails. So they're forced to head back out to the opposite side of the course. Not sure if they really want to be going out there, but yeah, very much forced to do that.
And there we go, Ragged Edge also taking a jibe and following Desert Eagle.
Here we have our race leaders at the minute, Jamming, going for the jibe, probably very close to that ley line of the gate, and followed closely by FF Wall U team, jibing just inside them again, trying to get as much breeze out of their sails as possible.
So Jamming coming down the middle of the course here, very close behind FFV Youth, our young team from France. Jamming have been having a really good day today, and they're certainly wanting to close it off. We've heard from race committee they're hoping to do 37 races today. This is race number 34, and of course we'll see after race number 36 we'll as a round off flight 12 that we're in now. So 12 races for everyone under their belt by the end of today. Looking at number 7 here, that was Desert Eagle. They're currently lying in 3rd, and they're just going for that jibe there. And also FFV Youth are jibing. Jamming haven't quite jibed, they're just jibing now. So they were probably just holding on till FFV Youth did, and just getting ahead of Desert Eagle, probably trying to give them just to make sure they stay ahead. It looks to me like Jamming are going to be taking the right-hand markers as we look at it from here.
I think FF Wall want to try and get themselves positioned position to head out on to that left side of the course. So getting that early jibe in, and they're going to, looking down towards the gate, they are going to take a right-hand turn by the looks of it, and try and get themselves back out to that left-hand side, which seems to have been paying off the last couple of races.
Yeah, so there we go. We've just seen our boats of boat number 3 of Jamming, boat number 7 of Desert Eagle taking the right-hand side. Over to the left went FFV Youth. So when the chips are down, they've got to make a decision.
So we have Jamming in first. They are going up the right-hand side of the track. That was very much what they did on the first upwind leg. They went Jamming. Desert Eagle have followed them. I think Desert Eagle were much more central and came in on port on their first upwind leg, but heading out to the left-hand side in clean air at the moment. They've passed all those downwind boats is FFV Youth. So whether they're going to hold on a bit longer or whether they're going to come back to the middle, and they're just going to hope that they just have the edge as they meet back with Jamming, and it was when they come to that top mark. Boats are sort of holding between 4 and 5 knots of wind speed. It's been quite consistent this afternoon, which was really great to see. Much more consistent racing, better for the umpires, better for all the sailors out there, and better for fair racing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not been as close quarters. We haven't seen as many penalties. The umpire team have been very quiet on the water, so we're just waiting to. Hopefully that won't happen. It just means the racing is a little bit further out, where we can see there's nearly 120 metres between the first boat and the last boat at the moment, so not as close.
So we are looking at, is that a number 3? Is that Jamming in the far distance?
Yeah, so we've got Jamming and...
That's number 3, yes,
yeah,
Jamming. So they've tacked early. They haven't, excuse me, they haven't reached the ley line yet. They might possibly wanting to cover FFV Youth on the other side of the course, because they tacked pretty much the same side, so maybe Jamming aren't interested in banging any corners today and wanting just to stay slightly edged up on FFV Youth. So nice shot here. Number 3 is our current leaders with Jamming, and we can see yellow, which is Ragged Edge. They're currently in 5th place, so they're not, so it's perspective, isn't it, when we're at this angle. They are quite a bit further back, but we will be looking for FFV Youth, which are on boat number 4, which has got the purple on the sail, towards the left, so keep going to the left, and here they are. So here we are. I think FFV Youth are behind, they're definitely in front of Ragged Edge, but they are going to be behind Jamming. So to me, Alan, still looks like the right-hand side is favouring, whether Jamming now are looking to hold their course and tack much closer to the windward mark, or whether they're going to want to tack and stay on top of FFV Youth.
Yeah, it looks like Jamming have kind of stretched their legs in this second upwind, so something's definitely come down that right-hand side. Maybe that little bit more pressure has really made a difference for them. So hopefully, if Jamming, they might be a bit under the starboard ley line at the minute. So it looks like they do have another 2 tacks that they'll have to do before getting around this top mark.
Yeah, which means there's a little opportunity here for FFV Youth to come in on starboard. It depends how slick Jamming's 2 tacks can be. FFV Youth's 1 tack away, but they are really close, Jamming, to that windward mark rounding now. So I do think they've safely got that first place position. They're in the zone. So here we are.
Boat number 2 there, just sneaking behind boat number 6, so that is Rascals, sneaking behind boat number 6 of Team Impey. So that is looking at the back of the fleet, but there's still racing going on back there. You can't write those guys off. We just saw the number 7 of Desert Eagle coming through. So that's our first boat round the corner, so to speak. With their blue spinnaker up, we've got a nice distance. We've got nearly 50 metres before FFV Youth are getting themselves round nice and clean. Now it's about clean manoeuvres. We've got 3 boats that might be quite close. We're looking at boat 1, 7 and 8. So we're going to keep on 1, 7 and 8 as they come around that orange mark. Then it means we're going to be able to see whether there's any manoeuvres that anybody's going to take. We've got the umpires there. So there we go. 7's just pushed number 1 up a little bit, number 8 up a little bit, giving them a little pop to move their bow. We've got boat number 1 there of the Wolfhounds, who have snuck in there. They've been very quiet. They weren't making the line, so they're going to have to tack round behind boat number 5 of Ragged Edge and then go back again. So that was good protection of their space by Desert Eagle on boat number 8 of Team Tara. And there's Ragged Edge with boat number 5 just popping their spinnaker as they come down.
3rd place is very much up for grabs in this race. Very close between 3rd, 4th and 5th here as we look to see the boats coming downwind.
So there we go, boat number 6 of Impey. So they won from being at the bottom of the fleet on that leeward mark to getting themselves up in front of Wolfhounds and Rascal. So they'll be pleased with that performance. And obviously not where they want to be, which is at the front, but it means they've given themselves a few more spaces up the rankings. And we've got a really deep sail from boat number 7 from Desert Eagle. They're rolling that top edge, or where the sheet attaches onto the sail, up and round, so they're trying to go a little bit deeper, protect their space from the boat behind them, which by the looks of it is, I can't tell, the Team Tara with their red t-shirts on. I should know that. They're firing red at us a lot with those bright red t-shirts. You can't miss them. So here we go. We've got another jibe off from Tara. So they chose to jibe off. They obviously were wanting to get free of the 3 boats that were coming up behind them of Ragged Edge Rigging, Impey and Wolfhounds by taking a bit of clear air.
So just jibing there, the far right hand side of your screen with that nice dark blue spinnaker is jamming. There are race leaders here for race number 34 of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. The white spinnaker coming towards them now is FFV Youth, and soon to jibe the white spinnaker to the left is Desert Eagle. So I think jamming don't have too much to worry about. FFV Youth need to protect their second place, that Desert Eagle don't make any last minute dashes as they head towards the finish line.
Yeah, it looks like they're Desert Eagle, sorry, Alan, you were about to say something. Desert Eagle have just done a very nice smooth jibe and are looking to sneak down towards that port end of the line, so that pin end, and maybe cut the strings of Tara's run down there.
Yeah, it looks like jamming are very much running away with this one now. FF Voile U team really pushing hard, doing quite a few jibes on this down one. I think that's jibe number 4 for them. So they're not giving up at all, you know, trying to really push jamming into a difficult position, you know.
I think this is going to be a close finish. I mean, you can see both ends of the finish line here, which is good. It's a bit tricky to see who's going to be first, so we're going to have to ensure that track's not too delayed. So we've got...
looks like we have jamming after they've crossed the line.
FFB Youth look like they've finished as well. Their spinnakers down. So let's see whether we're going to get Desert Eagle is going to take the next position.
It's between Tara and Ragged Edge for place 4. Both of them nudging 6 knots boat speed at points. Tara have just got one more manoeuvre to do, one more jibe to cross that finish line. So let's see if Ragged Edge can hold their speed whilst Tara do the manoeuvre. It's very close. I think Tara might just have the edge over Ragged Edge. Yeah, thank you.
That was
welcome.
Good fish and chip segue there.
No mushy peas around me. So we have the 6th place to finish is Impey. Very, very close behind is Rascal. It could be Rascal or Wolfhounds. Wolfhounds look like they are just pipping them to the post there. Just as we wait for these final positions to come in, Impey are taking 6th place, and yet Wolfhounds have done it. They came in 7th place, with Rascal rounding off in 8th place. So nice to see a good bit of boat speed out there. We've certainly been averaging more around the 5 knots this afternoon. As I say, Tara and Ragged Edge I could see getting up to about 6 knots there. I know that they certainly enjoy the slightly heavier winds. I know what would you say, Alan and Becky, what would you say is sort of optimal wind strength for these boats when you're I suppose different people like different wind strengths, but we want to see at least 8 knots?
Yeah, I think for me personally, I like a good 10 knots. I mean, we struggle a little bit on the weight on with my team. We're not as heavy as some of the others, so 10 knots for us is quite ideal. I have to say, I'm not a light wind sailor. It's not my forte. It's a bit as dull as dishwater, but I am told that if you can sail in light winds, you can sail in anything. What about you, Alan? What's your thoughts?
I think I'd have to agree with you, Becky, on that. Kind of 10-12 knots breeze, I think, keeps the fleet really, really even and close together. So it really then pushes people to be very tactically smart on the race course. And I think that's kind of your optimum. 10-12 knots is brilliant.
So it's amazing that we've had such great racing. We've still got a few races left in the bag, so thank you very much to our title sponsors, Dubai Duty Free. And obviously you've been watching these beautiful sail past with our logos on of Dubai Duty Free, our title sponsor, our sponsors Cars, CMS Live, Ribcraft, DMC, and we're obviously hugely supported by the Dubai Sports Council, the UAE Sailing and Rowing Federation, SB20 UAE, Shiseido and Ragged Edge Rigging. And we're going to take a super quick break before we lead into race number
35.
Boom. Welcome back to the studio for the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. We are on to race number 35, flight number 12, and we're looking from the race committee side, we're looking for race number 37 to finish us off. So I think we've got 3 races left to go. We are just listening into race committee to hear the next sound signal. There we go. 1 minute flag to go, so we're going to hopefully head on over to the water so that we can see the committee boat and watch Bruno, who we don't talk about, holding up that 1 minute flag as we see a Ribcraft boat. That's boat number 7. So I'm going to quickly give you a rundown who's out on the water. So in race number 35 we have VJ Holland in 1, Supersonic in 2, Super Bella in 3, Musketeers in 4, Gellert in 5, dosc.ae in 6, JYC, who we heard from earlier as to wanting to get a bit higher up the rankings, in 7, and NBS on boat 8. And we are going to listen in to the race committee as we see the committee boat there, and hopefully we're going to get to go back to the start line and zoom in a little bit so we can watch what's taking place on the water. So there we go, we are looking to hear
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go. So looks like we had Supersonic there taking the pin end of the boat with VJ Holland just to windward of them. We had Musketeers on the committee boat and they've actually sailed off to the right, and then we've got Super Bella as well. They hit the middle of the start line and we're going for they're off on port. We've got Gellert there as well who have tacked onto port. They're sitting in 2nd place. So at the moment Musketeers seem to look like they're leading there. So we've got a real split in the fleet, Alan. It's a bit tricky to see from our camera angle at the moment just because they are so far away and that light is starting to go quite flat.
Yeah, I think we did have an individual recall, so we're waiting on an update on that to see who had to go back. Might have been MBS looking at it here, but we have to confirm that a little bit later. Yeah, very much a split in the fleet this time. We have
Musketeers heading off on our port tack along with Super Bella and Gellert. They're heading over to that starboard ley line where we had Supersonic. They took the pin end. They were the first to the pin, and they're continuing out over to the left-hand side. They are sitting in 6th, looking at track, but you never know. It seems to have paid off. Looks like they had a little bit of a header there, and they've managed to tack. So we have everybody at the moment sitting on port as we look at what the information is that is coming from our race committee. No, nothing come in yet, so we're hoping to hear something from the race committee soon. Maybe a little voice note from one of our umpires. We've been missing those over the last few races. So Alan, you were just taking a quick look at the overall results, and we've got Musketeers in here and Supersonic and Gellert who are going to be vying for some positions up the scoreboard.
Yeah, so the points are all very, very close at this stage, certainly between the top 5 boats. I think at this point in the series it's about consistency now, so not to be coming home and getting, I suppose, 6, 7s, 8s for those top 5 boats. If they can keep banging away and getting 2s and 3s, I think that's really going to pay off dividends going into tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're a little bit, we've got Gellert and Super Bella, and dosc.ae look like they're sitting in 3rd on our track, but I think they're just a little bit too far away from there. We have got there we go, boat number 7 there is tacking off, so that is our boat number, that is JYC, so they're a little bit far behind, so we want to track to hopefully see where our leaders are. It's a bit difficult at the moment. We've just got lots of traffic out on the water with jet skis, with our boats returning from our double-handed. So here we go, we can see boat number 4 there of Musketeers. So they didn't have a great finish on their last race, not as well as they have been doing, but hopefully as they come back together with boat number 1 of VJ Holland, we're going to see whether they are still ahead. And we've got boat number 5 of Gellert. So looks like they are safely in front. So yeah, VJ Holland staying on port and crossing clearly behind as we track back over to the left to take a look at our windward mark to see if we've got any boats coming in to on our starboard port ley line.
We're going to have Supersonic coming in on port there. They probably are going to have a couple of boats that they're going to need to duck at this mark number 1. Looks like Musketeers are nicely in front on that starboard ley line. Probably going to be the ones taking that that first place around the mark.
And hopefully when we get that triangular mark into vision, which is our windward mark, so that's the mark that's directly upwind of the leeward gate, so this is where it's going to be really, really important. So yeah, boat number 7 is sailing, but they are a long way behind, so we're going to keep our eyes on this junction here. You can see Jack Fenwick, our umpire, he's sitting himself there watching what's going on. So boat number 5, Gellert, have got round cleanly, followed by boat number 4 of Musketeers.
Here we have Musketeers with a bit of a twist in the kite. They need to get that sorted nice and quick.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. There it's coming out. Boat number 2 of Supersonic. They've got a little twist as well. I wonder whether Michael will pop down low with Super Bella hot on their heels. I think he's not got that tack line in, but that's his tactics. He likes to go down low. He likes to keep going. He is behind, so let's see what's going to do.
Definitely, yeah. I think he has a bit of separation from the boat behind that. It will allow him to soak down nice and low onto the Musketeers.
Yeah, so we just see dosc there coming round in boat number 6, and we've got boat number 7 at the back of JYC, so they're going to catch themselves up shortly. So here we go. We've still got our race leader in front of us of Gellert in boat number 5, and then with closely on their heels Musketeers of boat number 4, that's our Armani boat, and then we've got Supersonic, our local guys. So we've got boat number 1, VJ Holland. Here we go. Just got the confirmation of the OCS, so on course side it's called, so it's like a false start. Boat number 1, which was VJ Holland, who didn't return, so they've chosen not to sail this race. They didn't get back in time, so they've been pulled out of the race. So they're just spectating. That's boat number 1, just spectating. So here we go. 4 boats. Boat number 5, Gellert. Boat number 4 of Musketeers, Super Bella and Supersonic. So we're going to see a jibe there. Helen, you've just returned just in time. The action's taking place on the water.
Straight into the thick of things. And have you done a overall results update recently? Because
we did, yeah. We got Alan was there running on the results. With
our new 3rd place.
Oh, wow. No, let's have a look.
Wow. We obviously saw on that last race, Jamming took the lead there. So they are now in 3rd place ahead of Musketeers, but of course Musketeers are currently out there racing, so it's very close for 3rd place. So let's keep a keen eye on how Musketeers are doing. Obviously at the moment they are leading this race, back behind them in the overalls to Supersonic and Gellert, but still Sports Boat World at the top with just 1 point back to FFV Youth. But Jamming, yeah, they've been having an absolutely fantastic day, really pulling in some big results there, and it's paying on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, Alan, interrupting you. Go for it.
Really, really close here in this downwind. The first 4 boats, 2 going off to the left side, 2 going off right. They've done quite a lot of jibes. Gellert doing a double jibe earlier on, almost nearly match racing. Who have we got? Musketeers over to that left-hand side as we look up the course.
Yeah, it looked like they all took an earlier jibe this time. They've not so many of them have left it to the to stay on the ley line. So let's hopefully we're just trying to communicate with the race committee boat. We're going to hopefully jump over to them very shortly to have a quick talk with Nick Fist, the race officer. But just while we look at this leeward rounding.
I think Supersonic's done really, really well out of this downwind. They look to be turning 2nd place around this bottom gate. Got the kite down, getting the kite down nice and early. They're turning the mark, so they've got some great gains in this downwind. Heading out to the right-hand side of the course. Let's see if that's the right decision now.
Yeah, so it looks to me like Musketeers also went to the right-hand side of the course. So just lost tracking a little bit there, but the top 3 are Gellert, Musketeers and Supersonic, just hoping to have that. So Gellert in 1st, Supersonic in 2nd and Musketeers in 3rd as they begin their 2nd upwind leg of race 35 at the Dubai Duty-Free Sailing League Regatta here at dosc in 2022. That's a beautiful angle of 3 boats sailing very happily upwind there. So boat number 6 is dosc Women on Water at the back of that pack, and I can also see Super Bella and another lovely SV20.
Well, at least it's not an optimist. I'd be a bit worried. We've had some lasers go past. So we're going to very quickly ring Nick on the race committee. I know it's going to interrupt your viewing of the racing, so we're going to keep watching the racing, but hopefully we're going to go live to Nick on via telephone, the modern communication skills. Hello, Nick. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you see me?
I can't hear Nick, unfortunately. Can anybody else? Okay, hang on. Sorry. It's a technical hitch. Thank you very much. Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm really good, thank you.
Give us a wave. You're on camera. So obviously there is racing going on at the moment with race number 35. You've had a bit more wind today. Tell us a little bit about your thought process of how things have been going out there on the water.
Yeah, it's been really good. We got off to a very confident start at 11:30, bang on time, which is what we wanted. We had the 5 knots of breeze. It was steady wind. So in the first hour, we'd got 3 races in, and we felt then that we were going to be in for a really good day. And it's just kept going like clockwork, basically. We've had a couple of big shifts, but expected that. But Mark team dealt with it really well. So and yeah, all crew changes, outstandingly good again.
Well, brilliant. I'd like to know, did you have the avocado wrap, the nasi goreng, or the chicken wrap? I'm waited on bated breath, and did you use cutlery for any one of those?
I didn't use cutlery, I just used my bare hands for the chicken wrap. The avocado wrap, I believe, was for an umpire, and the nasi goreng was also for another umpire, but I believe cutlery didn't get brought out with it, so I don't know what happened to it.
Oh dear, the first world problems. Well, Nick, we're going to jump back to the racing. I wonder I hope it looks good from where you are. Have you got any predictions for the winning of this race? Because unfortunately, our track is down, so if you could just turn over to your right-hand shoulder and give us an update.
I think Supersonic went through the gate first. That's all I know, because I recognise Gaten and Michael and Dan. What I've been doing, I'm trying not to be getting involved in actually which team's been racing. I've just been concentrating on firing them off and getting the results correct. But yeah, Supersonic went through the gate first on that one. So let's see what happens at the end. We're nearly there.
Awesome. Just hang fire. I think we've got one more question.
Nick, it's always great to see a nice divide in the fleet at the bottom gate. So it looks like you've got the score spot on for the last couple of races.
I'm sorry, I broke up then, Alan.
I'm just saying it's always great to see that there's a really good split in the fleet at the bottom gate. So it looks like that breeze is playing ball with you today in the course.
Yeah, it's all been fairly good today. Course sessions have been good, and the gates have been equally balanced and used. But yeah, so we are in a really good position. It's now 4:45, 4:45, and we've still got breeze. So we're hoping to get our final 2 races in for the day and finish on race 37.
Okay, go finish. Enjoy your nasi goreng. Oh no, you didn't have the nasi goreng. We're going to go back to live racing. We are going to see who's winning. Thanks, Nick. Enjoy. Thanks, and see you later. Bye.
Well, looking now, we've got track back up and running. So great to have the lunch update from the committee boat as we look back at the racing, and it is Galert in first. In second place is Muscat as they're heading downwind here on this race 35. In third place is Supersonic. So the top 3 have quite a clear lead ahead of the next boats back. Looks like to me next coming round will be NBS. They are on the green sailed number 8, but here we are. We're having our lead boats here because they're the only 3 out there with their spinnakers up. So on the left of our screen is Galert with the white spinnaker. The other white spinnaker is Musketeers, and then the blue is Super Bella. So they're all following the same lead at the moment. I wonder if anyone's maybe Musketeers or Super Bella might consider a jibe off at some point and then try and come in hot on the finish line. What do you think, Alan?
Yeah, I think for Supersonic, they have to try something different if they want to catch Musketeers or Galert in this instance. So that's what's probably going through their heads. And then really the tussle is between Musketeers and Galert, so they're kind of fighting it out, probably trying to steal each other's breeze and slow them down and force a couple of extra jibes that they don't really want to be doing.
And actually, I think just to the right of our screen, Supersonic have gone for that early jibe. They're certainly heading a much more direct course downwind at the moment, and there's probably only 10 metres in it between Supersonic and Super Bella. So there we have Super Bella jibing off. if we follow them, we can see, right, that other white spinnaker on the right-hand side coming down, that is Supersonic. So they look to be behind Superbella, but they went for something different, something early to try and make some gains. But on the left-hand side, those two white spinnakers, jibing now is Galert, our current race leaders. So let's see what the Musketeers do. There they're going, matching them, going for a jibe as it's coming down for quite a close race. There's probably about 15 metres in it between the two of them as they charge down to the finish of race 35.
Yeah, I think we've got Galert there are going to protect their space. They're going to go for that pin end, so the orange marker, just so they can dip down, go really deep and pip it in the post from Musketeers. It's going to be seeing where Supersonic are going to come in. They are on starboard, which means they have right of way over Musketeers. So if we can just zoom out a little bit and see our boat on the right hand side between Supersonic, boat number 2, and Musketeers, boat number 4, the Supersonic of the blue, sorry, go for it.
Supersonic over to the right-hand side with that blue kite going down just towards the race committee boat. And you can see them now starting to dip down towards the line. And that looks like Musketeers going for an earlier jibe to try and get through the line a little bit before Supersonic. So.
Oh, they're dead on, they're dead on. We have got a little bit of a delay on the track, so it's going to see who's going to take that second place. Was it Supersonic or was it Musketeers? Let's head back to the finish line to be able to see who's going, and it looks like Supersonic. I can hear it cheering. I think they got the information over there in the back corner. There's definitely Gaetan and Michael's wives are there. They are not sailing widows, they are avid supporters of the team, so it was great to see 2 seconds in it, so that choice to jibe early was great, with Superbella following very, very closely behind with their 20 seconds behind.
I think Musketeers got in there. So we had Galert, Supersonic, Musketeers, Superbella. So we're now waiting on 5th position. Looks like NBS are going to take it just ahead of dosc. Wow, Women on Water. And then back to JYC. Did love my interview with JYC earlier. They're a great bunch. All having an absolutely fabulous time here. Not too worried about pinging in results like this because they're having a great time, but they're very, very quick to pass the blame to the rest of the teammates, and if any questions were coming in they didn't like, they just red flagged me. So beautiful sunshine here, real golden hour at the end, near the end of racing today. That's the end of racing number 5, but we've got 2 more left we're planning on with the race committee, so we'll be coming to race 36 left next, which will round off flight 12. But that was the completion of race 35 of the Dubai Duty-Free Sailing League Regatta 2022. We'll be back shortly for race number 36. Well, here we are at the Deck Chair studio, just a stone's throw from our seaside studio, and I'm joined by Wolfhound. So what's the connection for you guys? How do you all know each other?
Well, I'm not married to either of these two. We're in the same club in Dunleary, Dublin Bay Sailing Club we're representing. We've got 4 beautiful Victorian clubs there to sail out of, and we have an umbrella sailing club which is called Dublin Bay Sailing Club. 1884 it was founded, and we're still sailing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays and Saturday.
Is it slightly different weather to here?
Yeah, a bit like.
Possibly a little bit cooler in the December months?
Yeah, over here, yeah.
Bit of moisture, lack of moisture here. Yeah, we have it every day.
Oh, we had great weather actually, and it's nice the winds come up a bit more now, kind of thing, because the light weather doesn't really suit the three of us.
I daren't comment. I don't know what they're talking about. How did you guys come to sail together, and how much practice time have you had in an SB20?
I think we had an hour one morning, about 4 or 5 weeks ago.
So you've come well prepared. I don't think you got anything to complain about. That's a lot of practice.
I thought it was too much. I really thought it was too much practice. And it was wet. We wore gloves and oilskins, and it was shocking. I said it was really like that.
Really cold.
Awful. My brother lives over here. He's in Abu Dhabi. He sails on shades. I'm sure you've talked to him, Ian.
I haven't talked to him yet. What dirt have you got on your brother on shades?
Well, he's my brother. He's my older brother, and he got me to come out and do the Muscat race in February. So we had a great time. So I said, better come out here again. And when they mentioned Dubai, Hazel was here last year, and her team had kind of separated a little bit. So we jumped in and formed a new team.
Absolutely brilliant. How are you finding it then, your new team?
Fantastic, excellent.
And have you had a chance to see any sights in Dubai? I know, Hazel, you've been here before. Is there anything that you like in the area?
There's a good bar over there.
Well, we are putting on a good show here. There is a lot of evening entertainment as well as all this daytime racing. So any more races for you today? I know we've only got a couple left.
We're finished. We're on second race tomorrow. So going to have a few beers, lemonades, and some nice beer and something to eat, and have a shower. And then that'll be it until tomorrow, and then home tomorrow. Well, no, you're going home Monday. I'm back to Abu Dhabi and going home on Wednesday.
Oh, okay, so you're not racing tomorrow?
Yes, we are.
Oh, you're okay. After racing, you're
racing tomorrow.
Okay, brilliant. And where do you hope to finish in this regatta?
Last few races we've been in fifth, so fifth would be a great score, but we're not going to get there. Fifth from the end, maybe.
But the main thing is
lower than fifth from the end. We'd be happy.
Okay, but the main thing is you're having a great...
to support the league.
Absolutely.
Everybody at the top has to be supported by boats at the bottom. So.
And what a better job to do, eh?
Yeah, we're foundation people.
Thanks so much for joining me, Wolfhounds, and I'll see you down there later for our lemonades. Thanks very much.
To race number 36, and we are 1 minute away from the start of race number 36, flight number 12, Alan. So let's quickly talk through who we've got before the next sound signals.
Yeah, so boat number 1 we've got Annabelle, boat number 2 we have Mina Rashid, boat number 3 Flying Sharks, Shades in boat number 4, Sports Boat World in boat number 5, Dosc Youth in boat number 6, Glasgow Kiss in our boat number 7, and we've got Yala Shamal in boat number 8.
There we go. So we've got some high contenders in there with Sports Boat World, obviously sitting at the top. We've got Glasgow Kiss trying to chase them down. They are sitting in 8th at the moment, so they've got a lot of work to do to get themselves up, up above, up towards that top 4 positions. And then, but we've got some good local teams in there. We've got Yala Shamal, we've got the Dosc Youth, and we've got Mina Rashid. And there's our start, as we can see, but it's a bit late on the start there, but we've got Sports Boat World starting in the middle. They got themselves off quickly and cleaning. We have Flying Sharks chose to take the committee boat over to the right hand side and tack through. Looked like they came in on port and carried on. Team Annabelle sitting there in the middle of the fleet. They took the next committee boat space and managed to get themselves a nice clean lane, as we see Shades and Mina Rashid attacking over onto port, with Yala Shamal as well sitting to windward of them.
Yeah, looks like Glasgow Kiss and Sports Boat World towards the pin end, having a great start. Both of them in clean wind, tracking out to that left-hand side.
I am liking the look of Flying Sharks. They were the closest to the committee boat at the start, and they look like they have got some lovely fresh breeze, sailing just under 5 knots of boat speed there, and they look like they're pulling a lovely lead as they're heading out to that right-hand side of the race course. They very much seem like they are on their own out there, but I guess they're going to need to keep an eye on the far left-hand side of the boat, which is which is Glasgow Kiss and our current overall leaders, Sports Boat World. So far left and far right are the current leaders, and it's only when they come back together we will see who is going to just nudge ahead. So in the screen here on the far right there is boat number 1, which is Annabelle here. So this is the pack on the far left-hand side of our screen. So Annabelle and Glasgow Kiss and Sports Boat World just crossing there with number 6, which is DOSC Youth. So we can see DOSC Youth just crossing below Annabelle.
So yeah, we're looking also then at boat number 7 there. They've just ducked behind Annabelle. So that was Glasgow Kiss just tucking behind boat number... sorry, we've got some
jamming.
joyous,
Jamming have come in.
Jamming in the house. There we go.
They're jamming till the break of dawn.
John Marco from a million miles away.
Exactly.
Shame he can't listen to the port calls. Oh no, starboard calls on him. Right, so there we go. We've got in view there. Sorry, Alan. We have got Sports Boat World on boat number 5 with Glasgow Kiss on boat number 7, or Glasgow Hugs. Which one are we going to?
I had a lovely big hug just as I nipped off shortly for a little break earlier. Just as Glasgow Kiss were heading out, I got a hug. So kind of become a thing now. I can't avoid it.
So fish and chips and mushy peas kind of thing.
Yeah, well, he had a life jacket on, so it was, it was a big hug.
Yeah, it looks like Flying Sharks here coming in starboard ley line. They look to be in the lead, doing really well. As you said, Helen came off the committee boat, tacked onto port nice and early, and went out to that right-hand side in clean breeze. So it looks like that's really worked out for them.
There we go. So that was boat 4, just crossing across the front of boat number 2. So that was Shades crossing in front of Mina Rashid. We can just see the bow lady of Sean Rowlands there, leaning forward in the boat with her red buoyancy aid on. They're trying to keep the bow down through what little chop there seems to be out there.
Shortly coming in from the right, we are going to see Flying Sharks. Oh, great timing. Is boat number 3 there coming on starboard, and slightly further to the right as well, we might just see Yala Shamal, who have also had a great upwind leg, sticking to that right-hand side behind current race leaders Flying Sharks there, our team from India, as they round the first mark.
Oh,
but
this is going to be close.
Sports Boat World have just tacked round with Annabelle and Glasgow Kiss just below them. So they're our top 4 as they come round the windward mark here for race 36.
Let's hope we stick on this windward mark as we see where boat number 4 is going to be placed. Are they going to have to go round the back of the next boat? So that's Shades, looking like they've had to do a massive bear away. Yeah, around boat number 8 of Yellow Shamal. Yeah, so they going into that little hole to boat number 2, Mina Rashid, carrying speed. They're going to take them. Hopefully it's going to keep them on the inside. So I think Shades have had to give a lot of room. They were not in the right position there. So here we go. We've got a clear boat out the front with Flying Sharks. They've got a good distance of about 15 metres in front of Sports Boat World, Annabelle, Glasgow Kiss and Yala Shamal. So it's all to play for now as we do come down our first downwind leg of this round 1, race number 36, flight number 12.
No early jibers so far. It looks like they're all heading out to, as we look at it, the left-hand side of the screen. Everyone seems to be following on. It's well, they're not an early jibe, but there's our first jibe there from Flying Sharks. As Becky said, they've got a nice lead. So just further back is Sports Boats World. They're just behind them. You can just see the yellow number 5 on their sail with that white spinnaker. So earliest to jibe there, just going across, is Shades. I was just speaking to the brother on Wolfhound, so I'm sure they're keenly watching as they've gone back to shore for a bit of entertainment. So we've got Flying Sharks have jibed right down the top, and our early jiber was Shades. But interestingly, Sports Boat World, who have held on and didn't go for that jibe, have just started to take the lead. So they might have seen something, and you never know what Flying Sharks might have up their sleeve if when they come back for that jibe as they come back round to the downwind gate.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is a left shift on the course, and actually boats are really reluctant to make that jibe as they want to sail as long as they can on starboard, bringing them as close to that bottom gate as possible. But having said that, Flying Sharks might be able to come back if that left shift holds, might be able to come back on starboard very soon on their next jibe.
Yeah, well, Sportsboat Wild, as you say, they did hold on. They're just coming in on that ley line, and they held on. So I think they are definitely, they've seen that shift and they're enjoying it. Flying Sharks are now, they're probably going to come and converge with Annabelle, who had also took a late jibe. Glasgow Kiss jibed slightly earlier. If we just come out a little bit more, we'll be able to see a nice, good spread of the fleet as they all come down to this downwind gate. Sportsboat World have definitely had a really, really strong downwind leg there, holding on, holding their nerve, and it looks to me like they're going to go for a nice early drop of that kite and head up the right-hand side of the course for their second upwind leg. Here come Flying Sharks flying in. Looks like they are just ahead of Glasgow Kiss and Annabelle, and will be also rounding that right mark to go the left mark as they're coming down.
Here we go. We're going to have boat number 7. It's going to push for that space at the mark in front of boat number 3. So that was Glasgow Kiss pushing Flying Sharks. They had to give them room to get in. They were starboard boat and they were inside of that mark. So yeah, that's given Glasgow Kiss the doorway to get in front of Flying Sharks. Unfortunately, Flying Sharks haven't quite got the boat moving quick enough. I mean, if it was me, I would probably tack myself off, get out of their dirty breeze, not worry about slipping down into and slowing down. But obviously, that's a decision you have to make. If you can see wind over to the right-hand side, do you stay that way or do you tack off for a clean lane, Alan?
Yeah, I think really in this case you have to tack off, because it's too much of an effect from the boat above taking most of your wind. And we actually just see here Flying Sharks actually doing a penalty, and they've done a 360 turn. So maybe they didn't quite give
Glasgow Kiss enough room. Yeah, I think
at that
you're probably
mark.
right.
So that's probably what happened. I'm sure we'll get an update from our umpires later on.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a little message. So let's leave boat number 7 for the moment. Let's hope we can go over and see Annabelle on boat number 1 with Yalam and Shamal behind them on boat number 8. So that's the blue.
Left-hand side of the course as we're looking at will be Annabelle. Sportsboat World, just as we're looking at them there with the yellow number 5 on their sail. They've gone for a slightly early attack. They decided not to go all the way to that ley line, so whether they're going to try and use a bit of distance they've got up to the windward mark to pinch up, or a couple of tacks away.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is we're seeing quite a lot of oscillating shifts where on the downwind we had the breeze to the left, and now that has oscillated back to the right side. So it looks like Sportsboat World are really finding themselves in a nice groove and staying in phase with those shifts. So I think they should gain a lot on this second upwind again.
Yeah, so you talk about oscillating. Just give a quick explanation to those of you that don't, those of us that are out there that don't understand what oscillating is.
Yeah, so the wind basically never stays the same. So it will shift a little bit left sometimes. It'll stay there. We don't know how long it's going to shift there, stay there for, but it will eventually hopefully shift back again to that other direction. So the real art of sailing, I guess, is being able to piece all that together and stay on the good shift.
And the real art of commentary, Alan, is getting words like oscillating so easily mid-sentence. That was beautiful.
And it wasn't even
work.
on our word bingo today. So
No.
there you go. You get a big congratulations for that. So don't forget, we actually ran out of words today. I know we should be commentating on racing, but we ran out of words today. So spectators, sailors, you are a bit poor. We need some more words to get us through all of our commentating.
Them, and here we see Sportsboat World. Now, if we just hold this shot, well, we can see that cylinder in the distance of our windward mark. Coming in from the left, we're looking for a blue boat with number 1, a blue tip of their sail, number 1, which is Annabelle. And I think Annabelle might have just, no, they're just below. So there we have Sportsboat World tacking on top of them, giving them some dirty air, but it looks like that manoeuvre might have slowed them slightly as Annabelle Beg your pardon, I was looking at a totally different boat there. There's Annabelle with the blue on the left, and they have managed to stay ahead.
That's Yala Shamal with boat number 8 that you can see.
So they've had a great upwind leg. They decided to go up the left and ignore everyone going out to the right.
And here's, yeah, sorry, Helen.
No. So I'm just saying they've had a great upwind leg because they look like they've moved into third.
Come on, tack, Yala Shamal. There we go. So that is great from Yala Shamal. Sports Boat World, they were leading the attack because they were windward boat. They were pushing Yala Shamal to have to sail a little bit further, but they've managed to get up there into third place. So well done to Yala Shamal with Annabelle getting in, keeping the lead there. So
yeah, nice big lead for those top 3 boats. So Annabelle had a really good upwind leg. It looked like that left-hand side paid as Annabelle stuck to it. And I did notice at that downwind gate, Yala Shamal, who had favoured the right-hand side on the first upwind leg and made great gains, but obviously at that top mark had a little bit difficulty with the old starboard port rule, but just absolutely had a great time up the left-hand side there and made great gains.
So, Alan, here we go. We've still got a race leader of Annabelle. It looks like they're about 27 metres ahead of their next boat, which is Sports Boat World, with maybe another 20 metres behind for Yala Shamal. What do you think the decision-making is going to be to protect that position on boat number 1 there?
Yeah, so I'd imagine if we look at Sports Boat World, they're trying to sail as low as possible. And then if we jump into Annabelle, they're probably trying to get the timing right of when they go for that jibe towards the finish line. If they get it a little bit late, it gives Sports Boat World a chance to slip inside and take that breeze from them. So yeah, it's really trying to get that balance right.
There we go, it's long possession. Oh dear, we've got a bit of a struggle out the back there. I'm not sure who that was that's put their spinnaker in the water. I have a feeling it might be our youth team, just dropped it in, but they've managed to get it back out. I apologise if it's not them, but there we go. We've got a jibe there from...
Yeah, so that's from Annabelle and Sports Boat World, getting the jibe inside, really trying to slow Annabelle down as much as possible.
Yeah, well done, Annabelle, to Team Annabelle. That's our family team out there, father and 2 daughters. Real race on now with Sports Boat World putting the pressure as they dive down to the finish line. Still we can see as we just start to pan to the right as they're heading to that finish line. And we're going to see a real battle developing. Annabelle still holding about a 20-metre lead, but going slightly slower than Sports Boat World. Has there been enough time to Sports Boat World to keep up that speed? Here they go, going for the jibing to try and get to that line. What are Annabelle going to do? Seeing them jibe, they're responding, they're jibing as well, trying to keep that speed on, get that spinnaker filled as they come down through the finish line. We are so close. Can they hold on and not get any dirty air from Sports Boat World?
Oh, we've got Yala Shamal. Is that Yala Shamal?
Yala Shamal, yeah.
On the left-hand side, are they going to be able to dip down low enough to get round the corner of that pin? We've got Annabelle going super deep. Sports Boat World are staying higher. Can we get a jibe out of Yala Shamal to get across the line? I don't think they've got enough in it to get them round. I think they're going to end up in that 3rd place, but what a great finish for them.
Yeah,
there we go. Annabelle dipping first.
Sports Boat World looked like they got second, and really, really good defending by Annabelle. Very, very tricky.
So it's now between Yala Shamal and Glasgow Kiss.
I think Yala Shamal have just taken it as they've crossed the finish line. Yes, they've taken 3rd. So a great race from them, moving up from that windward mark. They rounded in, I think, 6th first of all, so they've made 3 places to finish in 3rd. And Glasgow Kiss have just crossed the finish line. Tricky for Flying Sharks on that one. They rounded the first windward mark in 1st place, and obviously at that downwind gate had to do a turn and really couldn't keep up with the rest of the field there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Having to do spins in this short racing really takes a toll on your race position. Very hard to make that back. So that was unfortunate for those guys.
Okay, so that was the end of Flight 12. So very excitedly, once the results are in, we're going to see how everyone has fared after every one of our 24 teams here have completed 12 races. We'll be back for race 37. The umpires are trying to do race 37 shortly. So that just wraps up flight number 12. And race 36, the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta here for 2022.
We're just going to take a short break, I believe. Brilliant.
Good afternoon, and with a fantastic backdrop behind us of the sunset in Dubai, joined by DB and Vlad, two of our most seasoned sailors who've just come fresh off the racetrack in the double-handed race, which we hold roughly once a month here at dosc. So I thought it'd be a good opportunity to introduce you to Team Matrix, who've competed. And DB, how did you get on?
Well, I don't know about fresh off the racecourse. We're just off the racecourse, but not feeling very fresh. It was a great day on the water, actually. Light conditions. Occasionally, we had up to 10 knots as it filled in through the day. It was good. It was fantastic to see so many boats out on the water with the Dubai duty free. We've got about 24 teams or so running in the duty free competition. We had about 20 odd boats in the double handed. Plus, there's about 60 or 70 of the dhows out on the water as well. So it's a pretty busy little stretch of water today.
Fantastic. Great to see so much activity out there. And as you say, many events happening. Vlad, so highlights of the day from you?
It was really fun. Lots of work on the bow on Matrix. It's a fast boat, but takes a bit of work. So you can see it probably on my face. And yeah, just amazing to be out on the water with all these other crews.
And people will be saying back at home, how do you two manage, just the two of you, on what's quite a sort of long, complicated track, lots of sail changes? So how does it work between you?
Well, it does work, actually, and it's surprising. When you go out with a crew of 6 to 8 people, there's generally more chatter on the boat. When there's just the two of us and we're in each other's heads, it actually works pretty well. Vlad's pretty busy on the bow, and I'm as busy as I can be pulling all the little bits of string around the place and trying to steer the boat in the general direction. It actually worked out pretty well today, I thought.
Well, I guess you're a well-honed team together. So, and how are you getting on this season?
Better than last season. We'll see. The season is still long.
Double-handed, so we probably got what were we, third across the line for the killbacks. So yeah, good start to the season for the double-handed.
Very good. Well, congratulations to both of you. Must say, loving the team outfits. Very good, fresh for the season. So, wish you all the very best for continued both of the double-handed and the Commodore's Cup races. So, good luck.
Commodore.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Well done, mate.
Thank you. Thank you. Perfect.
Oh, well, welcome back. It's race 37 on the start of flight 13 for the Dubai Duty-Free Sailing League Regatta. This is our final race of the day, and well done to our team out there on the water. It's been a long day for them, long day for the sailors, very short day for us in commentary as we've been talking non-stop, and I can see the 2-minute flag there of race 37. So who have we got? Becky.
Right, so in race number 37, we have JYC in boat number 1. We have Mina Rashid staying in boat number 2. We have Ragged Edge racing in boat number 3. We have Musketeers in boat number 4. We have Rascal in boat number 5. We have the dosc Youth staying in boat number 6. We have dosc Wow back into boat number 7. And we have Team Tara in boat number 8.
So I think we'll shortly be coming up to that 1 minute signal. Or are we possibly in sequence now? Okay,
1 minute flag displayed for race 37.
So we've just got 1 minute of them lining up here, looking at dosc Wow there. We spoke to them earlier, and last minute jostling for that line. It's all about getting a good position on that line to try and get as much clean air as possible. Got some good breeze out there now. Should be quite a nice little fiery race. Hopefully spicy as a bag of fiery Cheetos as they dive up there for our final race.
Yeah, absolutely. We've lost Alan Helen. We've lost him. We've tipped him over the edge, so he couldn't be a race officer any longer. He had to come and commentate, and we've killed him off. Right, so we've got JYC going for the committee boat. We're going to hear the next 10 seconds coming in so we can see who's going to be going for that start line.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Individual recall.
I heard that was a general recall.
Individual recall.
Individual
Helen,
recall.
yeah,
Sorry.
it looks
Okay.
like a couple
So
of boats over the
maybe
line.
Mina Rashid was over the start line. Now I could see Musketeers were really far back from the line on port. They are still yet to cross the line. I believe they are on boat number
Purple boat.
Purple boat. Yes, boat number 4. But looking who came back there was
Team Tara that came
Team
back.
Tara had to come back. So it looks like they were over for individual recall.
Yeah, we just heard from the race committee there, X-ray down, so it's all good. Boats came back and they're good to race now.
Right,
so great start from Mina Rashid down at the pin end.
Yeah, they're just firing away. Sorry, Helen, I'm too excited.
No, absolutely. They've had a great port start. But as I say, Musketeers looked like they were late to the line, but they came in avec pace because they have charged off and they're currently joint, very close lead. Mina Rashid are over on the left and Musketeers are on the right. So really strong. And if they can hold on to their nerve and keep going out to that right-hand side, I think they'll be on for a very good first upwind leg there.
Yeah, absolutely. They were out the coach house like a...
So Musketeers. Sorry, we're taking word bingo very seriously today. So Musketeers, as they're heading out to the right. So Mina Rashid have already tacked across, and they are coming up to the middle here. But Team Tara, they had to dip behind the start line with that individual recall. We'll be hearing very soon if it was just them or if there was anyone else. But Musketeers are leading. So Musketeers are on boat number 4 with the purple tip of their sail. Very hard to see from this angle. On the left of our shot there, we can see that it's JYC. Spoke to them earlier. They're having a great time here, and you can just see in the distance there the cylinder that's the windward mark.
We just see here all 8 boats actually lined up on port tack. That's probably indicating that there's a big left shift. Everybody's setting their long tack closest to the mark on port. So yeah, Mina Rashid probably do very well out of this, I would imagine, being pretty much one of the furthest boats left.
I hope so. It'd be good to see them get a high up result. They've had some good first windward legs, but they just seem to have not managed to stay up the front there. So let's hope that the team on Mina Rashid are going to be able to keep the local teams at bay. We've only got three international teams on this race course with JYC, Musketeers, and Tara. Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
And the far right-hand side, lovely shot there. We can see boat number 4. They are our leaders, Musketeers, coming in on starboard. They went a lot higher than I was expecting. I wonder if we've had a shift out there. But there's Mina Rashid on the left. We're going to shortly see. They've tacked over already. So if we just pan to left towards that windward mark, I think that Musketeers haven't been able to get enough speed to get ahead of Mina Rashid. And I think they've already tucked in. And looking at that windward mark just to the left, I think we're going to see they've already gone round there.
Yeah, that's a real credit to the start of Mina Rashid. You know, it makes a massive difference. Oh, here we are. Their kite is dipped in the water.
It's wetter than that spinnaker is wetter than an otter's pocket right now. They don't want that at all. They want that hoisted, not dragging in the water at all. This is dreadful for Mina Rashid.
This is a real shame after sailing superb upwind, and they just need to get that kite up.
There's going to be lots of pickle egging going on that boat, keeping it clean though, hopefully. So here we go, we've got a rush around the boat as well. So we've got boat number 8 making its way as well. So that's Team Tara. Hopefully they're going to take advantage of the slight hourglasses that are taking place. But we've got boat number 4 there, Musketeers, taking advantage of, unfortunately, that swimming spinnaker.
I think, again, going back to Mina Rashid, you know, they've managed to get the kite up, but luckily for them, I think they've had just enough separation that they can survive and hold on to this first position.
And it is just getting dark out there. This is our last race of day 3 here of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. As we see that nice wide shot, bit of a split in the fleet here, Alan, whether people are seeing, sailors are seeing different pockets of wind down the different sides, or they're just seeing what they can to make gains on the competitors ahead of them.
Yeah, it's always a really nice sign, actually, as a race officer, when you see pretty much a complete split in the fleet. It usually is a good sign that the course is set up really square and really well set. So credit to Nick and his team there doing that.
And yeah, you were talking to him. Sorry, you were talking to him earlier about that. It can be quite tricky, and you're never going to please everyone as well. The sailors can be very picky people.
And of course, with our on-the-water umpiring, it all stays out there. As you can see the rib there with that white flag up there, one of our on-the-water umpires running a great event here. And they are our eyes and ears. All boat number 6 there, dosc Youth, has got a bit of an hourglass in their spinnaker there, as they're just tugging to get that knot to whiz up the top of the spinnaker, because a flappy sail is not a happy sail.
Just on dosc Youth, you know, this is a really great race for actually these guys, and they managed to get that twist out of the kite, but they are looking like they'll still be in 3rd position coming down to this bottom gate, so probably one of their personal bests at the minute.
Yeah, absolutely. They are really, really working hard. So let's hope there's going to be some good decision making on this this gate down here, with Musketeers driving themselves forward. They are on starboard, but they're going to jibe around that mark. Boat number 4. They're the purple of boat number 4, so they've jibed. They were on starboard. They jibed on support. They're going for that. When we're looking at it, the left-hand mark, and they are going to be shooting off to the left-hand side. We've got Mina Rashid there. I think they've got a bit of a problem with their spinnaker, because that's the second time they've struggled with that. But they've got it down. They've got it in the boat. So
again, a complete split at the gate between our leaders. So. Yeah, course very even from the race officer. So again,
great downwind sailing there for Musketeers. As we saw, you were saying, Alan, about that great split in the fleet. So they obviously went over to the right-hand side as we're looking up the course early, and they've made great gains. So they're going back to where they came from and heading up to that right-hand side. They're quite a convincing lead at the moment.
Yeah, you know, if it's not broke, don't fix it. That's what we usually say. So. Yeah, heading back out to the right side where they came in at the top mark.
We just saw a little tussle on that right-hand mark between the dosc Youth team and Team Tara. So dosc Youth managed to get themselves sorted with that spinnaker. They were coming in with Tara. I don't think there were any infringement, but it was really good to see Leonie and her team in the mix there, a lot closer to the racing, and I think they've managed to give themselves a really good leg up in front of the rest of the teams that are racing at the moment. So they've just moved themselves up into 5th place. Ragged Edge also had a great downwind leg, some good calls there from, and I thought Pippa was on board, but she isn't. It's actually Ian Martin, Matt Britton and Charlotte Borghese. So I apologise to Ian. He is not Pippa. He is
They have quite a different look to each other, don't they? But I think Pippa's back tomorrow, so you're forgiven. She was here yesterday. I think she might be back racing on tomorrow, because of course, whoever you have to, when you start this regatta, if you had 3 on board, that's how you remain. If you have 4 on board, that's how you remain. You can change your crew, but you have to keep the same number of people on board. As we just see tacking over there on boat number 5 is Rascal and dosc Women on Water on boat number 7. And in the far distance there, you can see right at the top, right at that front boat, you can just see the purple number 4 on the sail. There are Musketeers, followed by Tara and Ragged Edge, who are heading out to that right-hand side. Looks like rinse and repeat for them, as they are going to be tacking over very shortly. Tara have tacked over before Musketeers, so Musketeers have just gone there, but Tara, look, I've seen that they might be able to make that ley line, so it might be that Musketeers can get a bit more speed with the angle they're approaching at.
Musketeers looks like they've gone a little bit over that ley line, sailing extra distance. We also have Mina Rashid coming in here, and it looks like they'll just get in front of Tara. So they've managed to hold on to 2nd place, considering they did have a bit of trouble with their spinnaker at both marks.
Here we go, there's Mina Rashid having to do attack, so they're going to do what's called a lee bow onto Musketeers. They had quite a lot of speed overstanding that mark. I wonder whether they did that as a bit of a tactical choice. Overstand the mark and then you can free off slightly, so you get your speed going forward, and that's exactly what they've done. They've bowed down and they've shot themselves forward. Now, you've got
dosc Youth just coming in behind there.
Great race for them. I really hope that they get this spinnaker up cleanly and they can stay on that front pack to give them some good positioning on there. But I wonder whether they'll get most improved for today. I think we're looking at their results there. Hopefully they'll come on, Mina Rashid. Let's get that spinnaker down. That's much better hoist from them. Getting that tuck line in. It's obviously a long day out there. You've got to keep yourself on your game, making sure that you don't get too distracted by the mud flaps out there. And there we see boat number 6, Dosc Youth. They're just taking their time, getting themselves sorted, getting that spinnaker up, and there we go, great, no sticky points there. And we see boat number 3 of Ragged Edge Racing tacking, so they've just dropped off the pace a little bit, but they're still ahead of Rascal, so they're going to want to try and monopolise that lead over Rascal in that 4th position.
But with the white spinnaker here, it's our current race leaders of Musketeers. They have got a good, healthy lead over Mina Rashid in 2nd place, with Team Tara in 3rd. So we can see them heading down towards the finish line here. Looks pretty direct. I don't think they're going to have to do any more jibing down here to get to that finish mark. So I think Musketeers will be able to just hold on to that lead with Mina Rashid. Looks like they're enjoying a sausage pie out there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think they're going to definitely be pleased with this performance again as well. So at the moment they are sitting in 18th position. So this will be their best result if they finish this race here in 2nd place. So here we go, a bit of a procession to the finish line, but what a view, Alan.
This looks like actually there was very little jibing on this leg, so probably huge left shifts. It looks like Musketeers that were able to lay it right from the top mark without jibing, and they're gone through the finish.
Yeah, Tara looks like they've struggled. So looking at our TV picture here, they look like they've struggled. They were a bit too high there, so now they're bearing away and zooming round. So looks like we have a finish for Musketeers, Mina Rashid, and followed by Team Tara. Let's hold with bated breath to see if our Dosc Youth can take that 4th position. It would be absolutely fantastic if they can get that today.
Looks like they're going to hold on to that 4th place quite convincingly.
Well
they
done,
must
guys.
have a fantastic coach, is all I can think, Becky Britton.
Oh no, just an avid supporter.
Okay.
Supporter. Yeah, so it looks like we're coming to the end of our racing for today, Helen. That was race number 37, and that took us into flight number 13.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've just one race into 13, but we have got 12 flights of racing away, which means in the competition so far in the regatta, everyone has had at least 12 races. Sometimes it's been tougher than a woodpecker lips out there, but most of the time it's been beautiful, fresh wind sailing, a lot more wind that has been consistent out there today. Very enjoyable. I think everyone's enjoying it, and I love this view here as we can see everyone coming in with their spinnakers up. We're just going to take a short break, and we'll be back very soon with a little roundup of the day and a little intro into our evening entertainment.
One mic? The block mic, or is that run out?
Well, I'm very happy to have Ramesh Kadambi joining us, who is the CEO of Dubai Duty Free. Thank you so much. We're having an absolutely fantastic regatta here at the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. Have you managed to catch any of the racing in today? I know you've been very busy the last couple of days. Have you managed to see anything out there?
Yeah, I saw the racing yesterday on YouTube, and the streaming was fantastic. The broadcast quality was great, and I've been watching the racing this afternoon. And we have had much better winds, much better conditions. And I do want to say that I've been a member here for 20 years, but I've rarely seen conditions like what we experienced yesterday and day before. So it's not, I would say, the normal normal conditions here. But it's great that we had good winds today. We managed to get a few races in, and hopefully the conditions will remain good tomorrow.
Yes, it seems to mean much more what the trends are here in Dubai, that we get a little bit of wind in the early afternoon and then it slowly builds. We've seen boats racing with about 6 knots, up to 6 knots of boat speed today, so it's been really fun. The team out on the water have had the umpire team. We've got 37 races now done that we've just completed. How are you enjoying being the title sponsor for this event and seeing everything developing? We've got great entertainment on and offshore.
The atmosphere is fantastic. The branding is great, and we were really happy with the evening's entertainment yesterday, with the whole village, with the quality of the work that is being done on camera, and all the additional effort that Simon, Jackie, yourself, and all of you guys put in terms of improving the broadcasting. So I think overall, between the branding, the entertainment, the racing on the water, and the weather conditions today, we are extremely happy with the way the event has been going.
Well, we have 24 teams out on the water, 12 of course are local, 12 are international, so there's a real diverse mix. We've got lots of female helms, we've got youth teams out there. Does that make you feel proud to be bringing that mix into Dubai?
Yeah, the diversity was really important. I'm so happy that the French youth team is doing so well. You know, they're number 2 in the standings as of now. I listened to the interview that you guys did yesterday with them. You know, they were confident. They wanted to win the regatta. So it's great to have that spirit and ambition in the youth team, and the fact that we have teams from 10 different countries represented here. As you said, we have had ladies helm, youth teams, so I think it's amazing.
Yes, they were a real pleasure to interview yesterday. So as Ramesh just said, they're lying in second overall provisionally at the moment. Do you have some more results for where we're looking after 12 flights of races?
You've just put me on the spot there. No, because on Google, our live results unfortunately weren't loading. We've had it on the cards the whole time, and as soon as I've walked away, it decided to not load. So thanks, Helen. Great, put me on the spot. Well done.
I would never throw you under the bus. I'm so sorry. I think I remember provisionally it's Sports Boat World in first place, with FFV Youth in second. I think Jamming are our new third place, with Musketeers just behind. But it's very close, and obviously we've got our final set of qualifying tomorrow before we go into that 4-boat final, so everyone is wanting to get that third and fourth spot, because Sports Boat World and FFV Youth look quite comfortable out in front. It's been a long day. Have you got some closing words for us before we head into our nighttime entertainment, Becky?
Well, I think all we can say is, guys, the sailors are going to have to get themselves rested up after the Sandosk entertainment that Dubai Duty Free has put forward for us. We've got just can hear the band starting to warm up in there. I think let's fingers crossed we get the breeze coming in early. I know when we were talking to Nick earlier on, he's confident that we're going to get a lot more races. We had 46 last year. We've got a record to beat. So Ramesh, I think we're hightailing it down to the Sailors Village. Are you going to join us on front of the stage to listen to Big Chill as they come? So bear with us. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes from the Sailors Village. Well, we made it to the Sailors' Village, Annika, didn't we? Nearly missed the helicopter and the bus, but what a day. Not only have we had up to 37 races, we've also managed all of our word bingo again.
I'm sure a lot of you think we might have gone slightly mad, but we have been very, very proudly getting some very random words in. The sailors have taken it on. We're getting a stream of words throughout the day for crazy things to bring into our sailing commentary, and I think we've done it. Here last night we had a prize handed out, didn't we? What was that?
Yeah, so we actually had two. We had our Dubai Duty Free Parade of Sail, where we handed out to the best dressed boat. So it wasn't about where you finished, it was about how well you dressed. We also had the right Christmas hamper. We had the weighing of the Christmas hamper. You had to lift it up and guess. I'm getting so distracted with the crowd behind it. This is amazing. And there's a band on stage.
Yeah, we are so ready to start the evening entertainment. The crowd is going crazy. They're ready. We've had 37 races so far to close off day 3, and we can't wait to welcome you back tomorrow for day 4 of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. Take it away, Big Chill.
Hello, Dubai Offshore Sailing Club.
Welcome to day 3 of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta 2022.
We've got some RS Fever racing taking place. 5 teams from our local youth race squad, aging between 6 and 12.
This is like the transition for kids coming out of optimist sailing. This is their first foray into double-handed boats, getting used to spinnakers, getting used to working as a team together.
4, 3, 2, 1.
It has been incredibly competitive out on the water. It is tough out there. It's light winds, it's hot, and it is full on.
We have our first finisher.
We need to pull some new tricks out of the bag.
So why did you choose to come and sail in the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta?
Is there any better place to be in December?
Ladies, you are part of the Women on the Water team for this DDF Sailing League Regatta.
The initiative for Women on Water over the last couple of years has been amazing.
They are, wow, they're getting in really close here.